That's very tough to do, to have that cone soak while you have the big bad bunch of bombs.
It is, because it's almost RNG as to where the bombs go.
And only one side has to deal with it.
Right.
If you're looking at it, you only have one side which is soaking as those bunch of bombs is coming out. So it's very easy to lose people at that point.
Yeah.
Or this one is just super chill.
Yeah, you're just chilling over here, right?
Yeah. Oh, that's fine.
More or less. Boss should be hitting intermission pretty quickly here. And interestingly enough, it's the intermission is energy based, but phase 3 is health based. So depending on the ratio of energy to health, you can sort of like just skip a decent part of it in a sense, which makes things very, very interesting here. What is that mechanic there? Sang God.
It looked like he just had to run a bomb out and play spread with everybody else.
Yeah. Okay.
But I think part of it was also that not enough people were soaking to begin with. They did lose a healer, so they don't have a battle res going into this. Actually, they lost 2 healers. They might just have to wipe right now.
They should have maybe 1 res available, but yeah, it's definitely tough.
Yeah.
Yep, they do indeed beat that intermission phase here. The next threshold is going to be 50%, which we're actually hitting right now.
All right, so this is interesting. They, with 2 healers down, they might be forced to play the bombs correctly both times. So this one, it looks like they're going to be trying to make sure they interrupted total destruction. No!
It despawned on him. Oh.
Oh, no.
Wait, how did he get knocked off?
So basically, they fulfilled the mechanic. They ran the bombs in like they were supposed to.
Yeah.
And as a result, the platforms withdrew. And so they had more than enough bombs to take care of the mechanic.
Okay.
And yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think this is the, yeah, he fell off.
I mean, they're able to commit a res to 1 healer, I believe, correct?
No, they expended it on Sang earlier. And so they're going to have another res coming up soon, and they should be getting up Liam Monk.
All right.
Who was down beforehand. I don't see if they've actually got a chance to pick him up just yet. But they definitely need to make sure they get him up. If not, they got to get up Joey Bop. Or Joey Boy.
Oh, same thing.
Joey Boy P, you know?
There you go, same thing.
Yeah, I think we're going to be looking at a wipe right now. They just have too many healers down.
Like, it's tank.
They're struggling a little bit.
Like,
yeah. The thing is, if you have anybody dying in phase 1, you can't really try to muscle heal your way through the second phase, third phase, intermission.
Yeah, it's just snowballing.
Yeah.
But they can keep going for a bit longer here. You're going to have that tune-up phase coming in with these ads spawning, which should be spawning bombs here once they die as well. With the raid being halfway dead, we're not going to be able to skip this or cheese this in any way, shape,
So they have to run these bombs in.
Yeah.
They just have to. They have to grab some of these mines. You can already see them getting into position for some of these platforms. And I believe this is what's going to stop these Giga Blasts from going out, right?
Yeah, once they end up getting all these bombs deposited, this phase should end. I don't know if you're going to have another total destruction cast or not to interrupt here. We're not sure on that. There's 1 bomb on orange still being left alone, which, maybe that's okay to be left there, depending on the number they have out, possibly. But we're just going to probably have a go-again angle here.
Okay, so it seems like that was the trigger to interrupt it. The boss said, what, 26%? So it doesn't seem like there was any health-based push. Would that be like 20, 25?
I think it's rinse and repeat in phase 3 at this point. You're going to have those technicians spawning in when he does that intermission tune-up. Black Blood overlaps with the larger empowered bombs, and yeah. But you can see how taxing phase 3 is. Like, it just snowballs if one or 2 people go down. It just it's hard to meet the DPS check in the shield or the HPS check, and it just keeps spiraling from there.
Yeah, I would say it seems like it's one of those really big issues in phase 1 of just making sure that you don't get combo killed by some of the larger mechanics, and making sure you have to dodge bombs and make sure you fulfill the cone soaks. And I'm sure people want to min-max their damage, so they want to stay in melee range.
Yeah.
And it might be this moment that you need to have players almost pixel stacked in an interesting formation. What I would see is like, you would have the tank be in the middle of the cone soak.
Right.
And then you'd have like the raid on like the left side of where the cone soak would be, shift to the right and still be in position for the soak while still dodging the bombs.
Right.
But only one side has to learn how to do that because the other side isn't worrying about the big bombs.
Are the bombs, are the locations RNG there in a sense, or?
They should be on, let's double check. Let's double check. Some of these are and some of these may not be.
Yeah, if you can bait some of them, it shouldn't be that bad. But
yeah.
Having that element of RNG, if it is there, it's going to make phase 1 like just a lot more hectic than it could be.
Right. So we have boxes coming down, dodge that circle, follow it up with more bomb locations, right? So you see the boxes drop, and then big bunch of bombs, triggers, explodes those boxes. It looks like they're pretty random.
I think that's RNG. Yeah,
I think that's
random
just
aerodynamic.
random, man.
Yeah.
And so you really have to like think on your feet. And you have a couple players just individually being targeted by these bombs, so they'll need additional spot healing.
Right.
But the circles that we just saw right there, players could bait. It's an interesting combo mechanic.
Yeah, and you have the tank frontal coming out here with no bomb overlap, which is just much easier than the first one you saw there.
Okay, so I wonder if we can see Dryny's POV, because I think the next cone soak is going to be the really nasty one for Dryny's team. Dryny's going to be on the other side of the boss, and then his team is going to have to soak as the frontal is going to come out. See where the bomb's
look at
coming
the area
out?
denial.
And then there's the area denial, and then you have to make sure everyone's still staying alive there. So it looks like everybody was fine.
There's a bit of room there, though. Yeah, it's just tough. Interesting. Okay. They're going to have that firestorm coming out here, which is pretty easy to dodge for the most part here. Not a whole lot really action to that mechanic. Bit of a... that's our area denial.
Favorable timing.
Sang almost flew into the hole, but it's okay. We stayed alive there. It was calculated. It's fine. We're good.
He was the world first in Zero, okay?
Yeah, for a reason. Yeah. All right, we do indeed see boss getting close to that max energy. We should see one more bomb pop coming up here, which is going to be the easier non-tank frontal dodge, which much easier to navigate here. So actually, the pacing's different there. That pacing is the bombs come out, and you can basically find a spot, and the soak comes out.
Yep.
That's interesting. So it alternates pacing of mechanics there. Okay.
Good bit of thinking on your feet required.
Yeah, definitely. So we're going to have him phasing into the intermission here, which has these technicians spawning in, which will drop bombs when they die, which need to be brought to the conveyor belts on the outside of the room to basically interrupt the boss's phase here, give or take. Stopping that large cast is going to do as well. Dodging his beam coming up here. This is the easy drop-off part.
Right.
When you're in phase 3 and this is happening, though, with much more air denial and power mechanics is where it gets much, much more difficult.
Yeah, and look at how quick they got out of that
Super
Giga Blast
fast.
phase. Yep.
Yeah, so the next threshold here is going to be 50 on the boss, which is already right now, pretty much. Is that?
Maybe it's a two-parter.
What do you mean?
So, I think it's a two-parter with the bombs. See how he's casting Total Destruction now?
Right.
It's part one, bring those mines to half the conveyors. That interrupts Giga Blast. Part two, bring enough of the mines so that it interrupts Total Destruction. And so they kind of have to time when they bring the mines to those platforms.
Okay.
But we haven't really seen yet if there's another round of interrupt the Giga Blast, then interrupt Total Destruction, because the previous group was just able to push.
Right, Destruction's not mentioned in the journal from what I can see in phase 3, but we have, I mean, the boss just blew up in the end on the first kill, so I guess...
They just crushed it. Yeah, so now we have the TikTok soaks. These are these purpley soaks that are going to have negative heal absorption.
You can't call it that.
That's literally the name of the mechanic.
I know, you can't do that to me. The Black Blood, you're doing good, Jack. Come on, it's okay.
All right. Here, room starts getting electrified, and we're getting ourselves ready for the next of those intermission phases. So, boss is going to be taking off its own head. I don't know if there's a nice, cleaner word for that.
Jump into the center.
And then jumps into the center. I mean, that's what happens. He,
He's cutting himself.
he decapitates himself and then comes into the middle.
So a handful of technicians are spawning in again here. Same thing as before. A bit of air denial with that large frontal beam, killing these ads, picking up these bombs to basically get out of this phase. Now, we talked about bombs being used to get out of this phase, but saving some for that total destruction, which I don't think is cast in this phase, but we very well might see it here if it is. So keep your eyes open for that.
Smart. Okay, look at this. From the beginning, fired up, preemptively uses alter time, waits his turn for the platform to come out, and then drops off his mine, and then alter time's back. He, you know what they say, once bitten, twice shy.
There you go. Yep, exactly. 17% of the boss here, actually melting in this phase. APT being committed here. Sorry, APT Link being committed here in the triple Black Blood soaks here. Here are the empowered, bigger, better bombs coming in. But for the most part, this boss is dying pretty fast.
Right, so it looks like they dropped off those mines.
Right.
The head went back onto the horseman. They get back into the boss, and then this is going to be the final burn. He did not have a total destruction, which makes sense. I don't think it's there, because part of the room is electrified, which would block off the location to drop those mines off.
Yeah, I don't think it's there. So we only see that in the first intermission then. Okay.
And then you're chilling. You have to deal with the tank soaks, which you're bringing those really far away. The tank buster, I should say, that you're bringing far away. The Black Blood soaks, which is the TikTok bombs.
Yeah.
And then it repeats the process with the Giga coils, but you could just keep on burning the boss until he falls over, and then...
Right, and also there wasn't 3/4 of the room being denied. Because they dropped the bombs in a better manner, right? So you have more room to move.
They also interrupted the Giga Coils faster. Because if they took longer to interrupt those Giga Coils, then more of the room would continuously be electrified.
So it's not as bad with one quadrant being empowered versus 3 in that final phase.
So even more importance on sorting out who is going to get in a position. I mean, heck, you know what they're going to do? They're going to have some kind of assignment for platforms where they say, hey, you've picked up the bomb first. You're going to go to this platform for this location. You're going to drop off your bomb there. Because what we were running into a slight issue, and it's normal difficulty, was, hey, I picked up the bomb. Who's going to this platform?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
I don't want to fall off the ledge, you know?
Yeah, he knew exactly where he needed to go. Yeah. Exactly, yeah.
We already have some early assignments for some weak aura changes.
There you go. I guess it's a cool fight. It's fast-paced.
Yeah.
I like that. There's no downtime. You're not going to sit there bored or anything.
It's normal, so it's not going to be like...
And a good projection about what's about to happen.
Right.
You know, knowing that when the boxes come down, you're saying, oh, I got to get out of those. But they don't explode until the boss's cast ignites them and then triggers the big bunch of bombs. I like that a lot.
And the cadence of the tank soak with bomb explosion pacing in phase 1's interesting, too.
Good tempo.
I think that second tank frontal you're taking has the frontal come out and the bombs show the location, but the first one has, like, bombs first and then frontal, I believe. It alternates where you can sort of play it in a sense to maximize DPS, which is pretty cool.
And I think we're going to get a tiny little quest turn in.
Can you believe those chuckleheads?
Quick little crest.
Hey, there
Acquired.
it is. Renown 8.
Oh my
Damon.
gosh.
Nicely done.
Well, with the crest quest, he is. I can never say that.
You got there eventually.
Yeah, well.
Unique New York.
You
ever done
Is that a tongue twister? Unique in New York?
Yeah, it's one of those like exercises you
That
do.
is not as bad as Crest Quest.
Crest Quest.
Yeah, no shot.
Crest Quest.
Unique
Okay.
That could be a pretty
New
cool
York,
cereal.
New York.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
Sure.
Lucio's.
Yeah.
I don't need cereal.
Have a banana on a surfboard.
What?
Yeah. A little mascot. A little banana on a surfboard.
What does?
Crest Quest, my new cereal.
Oh, cool. Why a banana on a surfboard?
It's awesome. I have like big sunglasses too.
That's so random, though.
Yeah.
Is that, okay, you just came up with that on the
Yeah,
spot?
on the
Oh,
spot.
that's nice. Okay, cool.
Is it in Westfall?
Lighthouse.
I leave a notch on the door. Quiet.
Was that a I am stuck button really fast? Yeah, that's
No, they're mentioning quests.
Point up, Shaw.
It's got to be a campaign.
Renzik's belongings collected.
Wanted to go home.
I think he was. Yeah, I think he was one of the guys who died. Spoiler alert.
He never said why.
Womp womp.
But he just lived in a
He
lighthouse.
didn't deserve it.
That seems like a very not
That-
goblin-esque kind of thing.
That's what I want for life.
Be
There.
so
You want to
sad.
live on a lighthouse?
Leave me alone, yeah, my lighthouse.
Be a salty old man.
I'm something like that, yeah.
We do have a couple donations coming in. Have $25 from Pendragon, W Team Liquid, X Pasadena Humane Society.
Dub.
Christy, $50. She donated, sent in a picture of her pets. We'll definitely get a look at that. Thank you guys so much for your donations so far. We're at $110
Holy moly.
for the Pasadena Humane Society. TL.gg/RWF-donate if you'd like to check it out yourself. And thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. So, Jack, how many, now that we've seen this boss, how many Gallywixes do you think we killed today?
With all the splits and everything like that?
Yeah.
Are we going to, or have we so far?
Did we see heroic? How many did we kill, and do we see heroic Gallywix today?
I don't know if you really. I think you would probably set up splits so that you have a ton of groups doing like 4 of 8, 5 of 8, something like that.
I'm surprised we even killed normal. Honestly.
And then, why not? Jaster Diamonds.
I guess. Yeah.
Jaster Diamonds. Eye of Razans. So much good stuff.
Sure.
No, I think you would probably get something around the likes of each split run doing 3 today?
3 only normal, no heroic.
3 normal, something like that, and then you would do like 15 Gallywixes on normal today? Math?
I mean,
No.
at the same time, we're doing 5 splits simultaneously. It probably isn't that bad. 15
Right, you just do
Gallywix.
like 3 of those, then you get into heroic, and you start doing like 4 or 5 heroic splits.
Sure.
Or sorry, you do 5 heroic splits to 4 or 5 bosses.
That boss of heroic is going to be no joke, though.
Yeah.
Either. Like, with Helper, that's going to be a slog
Well,
damage-wise.
That'll be fascinating to see how far they can take it. That's why I would say you'd probably only be doing something along the lines of 4 or 5 bosses on heroic with 5 different splits. And then you'd start working on coalescing from there.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Nobody passes without permission from the boss.
Can you do that voice, Jack?
And you don't got permission. Ain't that right, Mike? You
That's pretty
got
good.
it, see?
All right, well, if you're just now tuning in, we are continuing to do splits.
Quick.
Got 5 going at once. Pretty smooth so far. That last group had a little bit of a trouble, but only 3 tries, and they got it eventually.
I think it really teaches you a lot about the encounter because you might
Yeah.
be able to get away with certain things in certain groups if you have a lot of damage, and you don't
Sure.
really know if the helpers are going to be huge damage or not until you really get into it.
I would be.
Huge
True.
help.
I'm
We
for
should
it.
send you to go help him out.
Well, I have it all I can bring in. Sure, let's go.
There you go. Calazar?
Calazard he's a lost cause. He's an abomination for multiple reasons.
Why?
Have you seen him?
No, I don't even know. Is it a Drakthir?
It's a nasty Drakthir.
Ugh.
It's
It's one of those.
It's like a vanilla Drakthir.
Yeah,
There's like nothing on it.
One of those. What do they call that guy from Harry Potter? Call him.
Voldemort?
Yeah, it's Voldemort lizard. Yeah.
Looks like Voldemort.
Yeah. He's an abomination.
Does he have no nose?
He's got a snout.
He's got like a mini nose.
Yeah, it's like a flat, kind of like hamburger-shaped face. Right.
They are super ugly.
Well, you know,
I'm sorry to all the Drakthir enjoyers, but I hate
they
them so
can't-
much.
they can't choose how
The
they
entire
Wow.
Drakthir race is
Say-
an
say it.
abomination.
Yeah, come on, let's go.
Say what's on your mind.
That's on my mind.
My gosh.
I'm glad they can be just in Visage form the entire time if you're not playing
In what form?
Visage form?
Visage.
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 Visage. Thank you.
There you go. Close.
It's one of those things where I've only ever read the word
Yeah. I hear
or
it.
said it out
I hear
loud.
ya.
That's no.
What?
No, never mind. I was gonna make a weird joke about Florida, but I don't want to have people spin those cards out.
Too late.
Yeah,
Go
like
for it.
Florida.
Yeah. Oh,
Florida?
well, that's me and Raid Florida. That was pretty good, actually. That was pretty good, actually.
Is that
Yeah.
because of PI? So you're like riding high with that?
No,
Or-
I'm just dead. It's alright.
Oh my goodness. Have you guys missed out on what Mugsy does? This is a pretty cool fight on normal. You have to deal with these Galagio goons, which are trapping players into these earthquakes, basically. And so you have to have players soak it. And so they're splitting the raid basically in half. On normal difficulty, the way to break yourself out of the jail, just kill off the goon. And then the tank buster is dropping off these piles of gold. And so it's knocking the tank back, and so they're just tanking the boss against the wall at that point. And then every step that they take, not only will Kalamazoo be watching you, but they'll also be dropping off piles of gold. And they
That
need
was
to make
good.
sure they drop them before the debuff expires, then they get stunned.
Yep, those frost traps there also used to break the cages on heroic or higher, but on normal, just basically a little slide part of the fight. You get a mechanic, slide for a little bit, and it goes away. We are heading back into, I guess, what do you call these sides? Like iron and rock? I don't know what to call them anymore.
Yeah, you know, blue and brown, something like that. I'm not too picky onto it. But every time you swap sides, massive amounts of AoE damage.
Yeah.
And it's super dangerous on this blue side because you have to deal with some of the drones. Drones start casting chain lightning on players, and it ramps for every target it jumps to. So the final player getting hit by chain lightning just gets trucked at the exact same time that there's huge AoE damage because you just switched phases.
Yeah, at the same time here at 40%, you see both bosses essentially becoming active here, getting both that finger gun and that lightning-esque gun being fired at the same time. There is a stage 2 indicator on THG's screen here, which is interesting. I'm not sure if that corresponds to like just a, if it's just duration based, like a soften rage, or because we saw it 20-ish% last time the boss did a weird rage as well, right?
I kind of feeling that this is when the boss ends his bullet storms and
Okay.
properly starts like the mechanics of phase 2. Okay, now it actually activated into phase 2. So maybe it was just prediction.
Okay.
Okay. I think it was just more of like a predictor based off of like how they were burning the boss. Because it's like
Yeah.
you quote unquote push into phase 2, but he just starts doing bullet storms for a while.
That works.
And then you actually get into the mix.
Right. So now we're going to end up seeing those bombs spawning in, which you mentioned earlier as well. Not like heroic or higher, just normal. You can walk into them and soak them, but they provide a, or I guess bring a healing debuff, a healing shield, correct? It needs to be healed off.
Yeah, whenever you soak any of those bombs, Heal Absorb comes out
Right.
onto the soaking player, and then you need to make sure you take care of it.
Double
Jail's
gal
coming out
cage.
once again. Gotta kill the goons, and then you are free
Yep.
from the goon cage.
And this is the LOS cage you were talking about earlier as well, where people outside can't target people inside, or
Yep.
in the other cage also.
It's a nice way to do it, and they've even made sure they got knocked towards that next soak.
Yeah.
Ooh, that hot mess that's the group soak that you just saw. That it's a really difficult sequence because you need to make sure that you get out of the jails fast on both sides, and then you have that soak for the group, which is dropping the hot mess fire. You can see the fire puddle in between both those earthquakes on the right side of THD's screen. They need to make sure they get everybody in to soak those together. Without it, you're going to be in pretty dangerous.
Does the hot mess ignore LOS? Do we know?
If it should, because it expands from the location where it spawns at, where it drops at. So if like a group was hidden behind the walls or something like that, I don't know if they would soak it. Hopefully they would. But they would certainly take damage from the puddle.
Interesting. Well, regardless, Mugsy down again. Back on the galley, making blazing time here.
Is it? Does it feel like it's been a productive morning so far of splits?
I would say time's been going flying by since I've sat on the couch with y'all.
Oh,
thank you.
You know, I enjoy casting with you too, but that is the end of this segment. We're gonna get some new casters in here, let these guys continue on with their splits. So we are going to sign off. Before I do that, though, I want to give a shout out to one of our sponsors. Of course, it is MyBlue. We will be doing a daily giveaway starting tomorrow. All you have to do is log into MyBlue Daily, complete a quest for a chance to win. We're giving away $50 in Team Liquid Store credit, so you can buy any of the Liquid Race World First apparel or mount options. All kinds of cool stuff in there, so definitely go check it out. teal.gg/RWF-MyBlue or RWF-MyBlue. Let me say that again. teal.gg RWF-MyBlue. You can get a jersey, all kinds of cool stuff in there. So thank you so much to MyBlue, as well as, of course, the rest of our sponsors. Coinbase, our presenting sponsor, as well as Honda, Secret Lab, Monster Energy, Alienware, MyBlue, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, and DungeonDojo. Thank you guys so much. We're going to throw to a Monster Energy. Listen in.
You want to see something really cool?
Where else can we go?
This is the Honda Prologue. We can go anywhere we want.
Alienware's highest performance desktop yet, equipped with powerful Intel Core Ultra processors. With an innovative design engineered for optimized gameplay. Encounter the return of Area 51 at Alienware.com.
Ever since Max renewed his contract, he's been like weirdly obsessed with Secret Lab chairs.
There we go, right there.
He does everything in them. Like everything. Like, I get it. They're great chairs, but it's just like a bit much. Just like a little too far.
This is Max, and here is the exact moment he saw a custom plush toy we made of him from scratch.
Wow, it's got, okay, so there's a lot going on here.
We here at Team Liquid have spent months turning all of our friends, family, and any famous people we can find a public address for into their own custom plushes based off our mascot, Blue. Which means we had to make one for everyone's favorite raid leader and WoW streamer, Maximum. The first thing we have to do is give Blue some facial hair. Using some fur and this deep, longing photo of Max, we remade his scruff 1-2-1.
It's got a crazy beard. I was certainly looking that homeless during the last race.
And Max's face would be unrecognizable without his glasses. Important for raiding and seeing. Then we realized he was still without clothes, so we made him decent with a custom jersey. And at this point, he looked a little less Max and a little more Seth Rogen in a t-shirt, so we added some memorable WoW items, Ramornia and the Gift of N'Zoth, both 3D printed and painted to match the game. Finally, we delivered it to Max to capture his reaction.
Look, he's real cute. He's got my little Harry Potter glasses on. I get to keep this, right? You can make your own. You just gotta go to tl.gg/myblue and you can customize it however you want.
Eureka! Tallywix is gonna flip when he sees this! Unless he doesn't. Ooh, Maybe we ought to do some market testing first. To develop.
Seven, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Select or stand in circle.
Let's try a little experiment. I call it the green. Get the point. Let's try a little experiment. I call it the green noise.
Select or stand in circle.
3, 2, 1.
Rallying cry.
Try a little experiment. got all the salvage we need. Meet me at the Galagio. It's time we blow the lid off that joint.
You chumps really think a little explosion's gonna faze me?
Collect or stand in circle.
Come on. Galleries wants a bite. We'll give it.
Feast your eyes on the Galagio while you can.
You ready to talk?
What? You think you're gonna yap at me till I roll over? We got games to play, Gazlo.
Do a 25.
Kill everything right here.
Kill these mobs.
Some guys coming in the back.
I wonder if we can figure out what the very rare drop rate is soon. I don't think it's changed so far. I don't think it's changed in a couple tiers. There was one, it was Vault to Aberrus. It was like, they buffed the fucking shit out of it.
Yeah, the class trinket.
Dude, yeah.
I was dropping like every run.
Yeah, we actually got more class trinkets than we got, than the one off of Forgotten Experiments, which was not very rare.
Can jump up over here. Try not to pull the mobs in the middle.
Just kill this guy, kill this guy.
Yeah, kill this guy. Kill the dealer here.
We're receiving nice spike as well.
Target something first.
Hug left. Can bloodlust this guy. Probably a big deal bloodlusting the bigger pool upstairs.
Awesome.
Yep. So I wonder how heroic's gonna work with those coils. I wonder if you have to do like 2 at a time or something, or maybe just the boss has more HP, so you actually go closer to the end of the fight instead of the way it is. Because like on normal, it makes sense as you just blow up a thing every single time he goes in the middle and gets the ramping thing. We were that last pull, we just primed one and didn't destroy it, right? Weren't we taking like hella raid damage for no reason because we didn't blow one up for a long time?
Is that how it works?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Must be.
I thought we only took raid damage.
I
when
think
we
the
started his
priming
cast.
is fine.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is with priming is I think then the one thing I don't understand is we're starting a 1 minute cast on all of the ones that we primed and not exploded. What happens at the end of that minute?
It doesn't start.
It doesn't. It's when you vote.
Yeah.
What's the? It's.
See again. So
talking
here it is. So,
point?
I'm looking at it right now. I'm looking at. Oh shit! Yeah, flaming coin. I'm looking.
Yeah,
at
flaming coin.
But I do have Gallywix things that differ from what we think. Don't touch the things on the ground if you see them, guys.
Kill
Marco,
mine.
you have
We
it?
need to kill the coin ad now.
Marco,
Everyone
put it
kill
in.
the. Yeah, Marco.
Marco
down,
extra action button
Marco
on the
D.
boss.
I think we-
extra action button on the boss. Thank you. And everyone else, very much click coins on the floor.
Marco, you still have to put.
I'm just looking this in. Yeah,
okay.
I just.
We're good.
Okay, that was whatever. Fine. Coin and shock is early. It's fine. So it's very important when the ads die, guys. You don't stand on top of them. So this is gonna be a different order. I'll figure out what it is. We killed what? Coin shock. Okay, so we're gonna kill coin bomb next, and then I think we only get 2 sets, right? On last time we did this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got the coin mark?
Yeah.
It doesn't spawn the coils in the last day, so ideally you wouldn't want any coil. Oh, also, can you hit that coil like off CD tanks, basically? Like I
hit it.
I need to figure out what the CD is. Like, let me know when it's clickable again.
Collect or stand in circle.
I'm watching it.
It's clickable again. There's like 10 seconds.
Yeah. You can kind of spam that shit, huh?
We're doing.
What are we dumping?
Let me see. Coin,
Shock and bomb, right?
Just do shot. Just do coin and bomb. Coin and bomb. Coin and bomb. Kill bomb, guys. Kill the bomb ad.
You have it, Cindy?
Yeah.
You dunk. You can dunk too.
Did you press it against Mac? Kill these ads.
Yeah, stun these ads, guys. Don't let them touch you.
Careful.
Yeah, do not let the ads touch you. Are they CC? Oh no, these ones are.
Yeah, these are the
right?
CC immune.
The
Okay,
refix
doing
site?
this one is terrible. We should never do that again.
Kind of scary when they refix it.
We're pushing here soon.
The left mark.
Rallying cry.
Be careful of being between the coil that it spawns here and the boss.
Just hold right next to it.
Yeah.
Just you guys see
That's
the
a drop
shock
that
thing
you-
on the ground? You don't want to be in between the shock thing on the ground and the boss. Looks like the exact same spot.
Yeah.
As the first run.
You think it fucks you up if you stand in the circle? Of it spawning?
Collect or stand in circle.
Has to be. Wait, that coil just grew bigger when he got closer, right? Here, pull it away for a second just for fun. Look at the actual coil model.
It
Wait,
gets
that-
bigger when it's clickable. Maybe that was fun.
Oh, maybe, yeah. What happens when you click this one? Does it do the suck? Knockback? Yeah. But, like, why would you even need to do it? Yeah. Hot heat raid damage. You guys want to use, like, all personals and health sense right here?
We're gonna blow up.
What Sang thinks as well is pushing the boss to 50 will also stop that damage. Specifically on normal. Like on heroic, you wouldn't have it at 50 by then. You'd have to blow one up. But like, apparently you probably could throw all the first bombs off on normal. I think we should practice doing it the right way though.
Guess we struck a nerve.
No reason not to. Okay, so I'm looking at this VOD, right? So I see one of the controls is it's one of the ones we primed. When you prime it, it casts Control Meltdown. It's a 60-second cast, and then at the end of Control Meltdown, I don't know what happens. Tobo looks away before it's over. But like this is nothing has been blown up. All we did was prime one, and it just starts a minute-long channel on the nameplate of the control you blew up. It's happening in like 6 seconds.
I feel like I actually saw it expire at some point and then just nothing happened.
Yeah, I literally just saw it expire, but nothing happened. Like,
yeah.
Dude, this is so... It's actually... I have easily never been this confused.
Isn't that mechanic on a higher difficulty? Like, there's something to do with that?
Let me check.
I don't know.
I don't
I could be making shit completely up.
I've looked at this boss a lot. I don't... It's so weird.
We can lust here on this back?
Yeah.
I'm opening the door, Marcus. Starting the roleplay.
Can you link where you see him do the first bomb and it starts to cast?
Sorry, the first link when I see the first when the first bomb.
Yeah, you said he primed it and it started to cast.
Oh yeah, I can make that.
You got it, C. Oh, so many toys.
Okay,
Don't die too quick, okay?
Get that ring, Tobo. Wild, bro.
Actually, dude. Keep this ring a secret, bro.
Alright, we're gonna start. We're gonna start in full.
I'll do it even better, Mark. I'll fucking clip.
Have you guys seen the healer in group 6, by the way? Sketchy guy.
Bro, I thought Nick joined the wrong group. Maybe
Everyone start up here. We're gonna kill the close ad. It's gonna spawn around the ping. Kill this ad.
Yeah, I'm gonna hit the fucking mandate and the damage buff, by the way.
Smart. Okay, mines. Stay away from these mines unless you're in our guild.
How do you make a clip not public?
On YouTube?
Yeah, I'm trying to click
Should
something.
be unlisted like option.
Group soak on
There's
star
public
here.
And I click it and it's unclickable, doesn't it?
Bring this to star. Everyone soak on star.
Maybe after you publish it, we can make it unlisted.
We can just soak it here, it's fine.
Oh yeah, sorry, I'm sending this
Move away
one
from
out.
the fire. If you get this on you, stop moving. What is happening? Oh, it's in melee. And then move away from this circle. And then after this, we're just gonna move to the other side of the room.
You can start moving when it turns into a circle. Let's go over it.
Yeah, everyone go over it. And there's gonna be 2 jails here. 1, 2, 3 on orange. 4, 5, 6 on diamond. Over by the pings.
Yeah, they're at like the entrance of the room, just if you don't see.
Nice pings, thank you.
Thank you. The model is 5 million.
That's sick.
Get
to the markers.
1, 2, 3. Do not overlap them.
Let them out. Do not overlap them. And soak the markers. Kill your goons.
You guys
Don't get gooned. Do not goon.
Tank is, or the boss gonna do a frontal here?
Do you have an idea of how close the boss needs to be to get to do the enrage thing, or do you not want to fuck with it? Cause
I don't want to wipe.
Yeah. We do need to efficiently test that at some point.
Yeah, maybe if we pull ahead.
You having fun out there, bro?
No, that mechanic is wild, bro.
Are we
Okay, spread
changing
with
up
these.
to the...
Yeah, we're gonna.
Finger gun?
Yeah, it's gonna do a finger gun, and then we can swap to the other side. You can already like pre-position towards the middle here. After this, yeah, that's just a
Just stay
frontal.
still
Move
with
out
the
of that.
finger gun, and everyone else can move out, yeah.
Okay, everyone move to the other side of the room. Move to the other side of the room here. We're gonna get ads again.
Do the close one first.
Yep. Range can hit the 1 by star. Boss is pushing really soon. Is there anything that makes us like swap on the boss?
Collect or stand in circle.
After this, so I don't know what it goes.
Yeah. Looking some. Okay, we're pushing here.
Welcome back to the Alienware training facility, home of Team Liquid. I am Tettles, joined by Dratnos and Kalamazzi, and you are here watching the Race to World First. Fellas, how's it been?
Great. It's been good. I'm locked in.
Yeah, Kalamazzi, you've been here all day, right?
I've been locked in since 10 in the morning, waiting for service to come up, and I'm ready to go.
You got your leg waxed, right? Ooh.
Yes.
May I?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's crazy, right? Feel it, Tettles, feel it. It's smooth.
All
it's
right.
Scary. Anyways.
Before we get into some of the cast, we've seen Gallywix being downed on normal. There's a lot of normal splits that are going on, but we got to thank some sponsors because they are helping put on this excellent show. So shout out to Coinbase, Honda, Secret Lab, Monster Energy, Alienware, MyBlue, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, and DungeonDojo. We also have a charity partner this time. We are with the Pasadena Animal Shelter. So if you want to donate to them, tl.gg/RWF-donate for that as well. And on top of that, I've presented you guys a great opportunity. If you go to tl.gg/Coinbase and use the code TeamLiquid20, I will give you something better than $10. Do you guys know what's better than $10?
$20?
$20. That's very good, Kalamazzi. You're doing a great job. There's also some other giveaway opportunities if you do go to Coinbase and you sign up using Team Liquid 20. Basically, there's a couple of cool things that you can win, including some signed jerseys. There's also an exclusive trip to potentially come to the next Race to World First and meet Dratnos.
Yep, we can even arrange it so that it's a day that Tettles isn't here, so even higher value.
Yeah, so yes, as you see on the screen right here, Coinbase will fly you out and you get a VIP look at the next race. Again, of course, go to tl.gg/CoinbaseRWF.
There you go.
There you go.
I'm going there.
I'll be going to the next Race to World First, probably.
What happens if I win the giveaway? Do I get to come back, or am I getting...
Logistics, Kalamazzi.
No, they can't cut me, can they? I'll just stay here. Perfect. Well, did you catch any Gallywix, Tettles?
There was a lot of mechanics on that fight. They had some Fire Act Blaze lines. There were some bombs that were being ran off the side.
Yeah,
I heard Max in the intermission with the Monster Energy listening talking about a lot of the new strats and stuff like that. What did you think about it, Dratnos?
Yeah, so Gallywix was a fight that it had a lot of stuff in the Dungeon Journal that was sort of ambiguous about how exactly it would work. Sort of the number of these bombs, how exactly you use them to defuse the giga lasers, the 4 giga lasers around the room. And it seems like it's not going to be that hard on normal for these guys, but kind of the hardest part was just sort of understanding what you had to do. So we saw them wipe a couple times in one of the splits to just not really figuring that out, but now it should be under control. So we have 5 normal splits underway, and they've all completed their first 8 out of 8 run, and I think all of them are now in or finished with their second, and what all of those are is they're just the last 4. So they're skipping the first 4 normal and just doing the last 4. So that's what we're looking at right now. I've heard from Max as well that Heroic will be happening today as well.
Oh, interesting.
But we're starting with just these normals. And this is sort of... It's unsurprising, right? It's particularly right when servers come up if you're trying to get helpers and things.
Right.
I think the normals are definitely something that you're going to be able to get through quicker while you're sort of getting the lay of the land. And these last 4 bosses each drop a very rare item, so those even on normal can be really worth fishing for.
I think the 2 most premium bosses, though, are probably Gallywix himself and the One-Armed Bandit.
Yeah.
The best in slots in the House of Cards, Trinket, and Weapon are huge. And then, of course, you have the Eye of Kazan and the Jaster Diamond off Gallywix, which, again, premium items. Like Dratnos mentioned, some very rare options there. The best in slots in that Jaster Diamond are huge value pieces. And that's why you're going to see so many splits this tier. It's because those very rare items. If you guys remember Roshanon and Sikran from last tier.
Oh, yeah. Still chasing those, yeah.
Kind of similar situation I think going to happen with Gallywix and One-Armed Bandit.
Yeah, being the later bosses, though, I mean, the first 2 drop tier, though, correct?
It's
Cauldron?
Yeah, Cauldron. So the first boss doesn't drop tier. The next 5 do.
Right. As far as pathing is concerned, you'll know this. You kill Vexy, you can go to any of the next 4, right? Including Sprocketmonger, right?
Yeah.
So you can go Vexy Sprocketmonger if you want.
Yeah.
Okay, because I thought that was the way it worked, and Jack thought it might have been the other way, and then I thought he might be right.
I think you get 1, and then you split to any of the next 4, and then once you get all of those next 4, the last 3 are a linear
Bandit
path.
is the next time it converges. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So you have a lot of optionality there. I do think, though, that... So one thing that's different between this and last tier, you mentioned Sikran and Rashanan being the very rare holders last tier. Those, of course, were early in the raid, right? And then we had Ovanax and Kaiveza, I guess, technically did have one, but it was a pretty niche one, right? This tier, all the very rares are on those last bosses, right? So you could do these splits where you skip the first 4 and you literally just do 4 very rare bosses in a row. I wouldn't be surprised to see them doing that on normal several times, and particularly like if we get to next week, I bet there will be heroic last 4 attempts going rather than wasting time on the first 4.
But notably, there's no heroic week this time.
That's true, yeah. So this time, like every second that they spend in these splits is 1 less second of Mythic prog. So wipes and splits and stuff are costly, something they're really hoping to avoid. The good news is, right, they're running 5 simultaneously. So whichever split's the last to finish, the other people can just be doing stuff like Mythic Plus, which will be useful soon. The thing is, they don't want to start doing M Plus until there are people with like 10 keys out there that they can go and do the 10 keys of, right? They don't want to push up their own +2 keys to start the day. So Mythic Plus will kind of open up as an option in these next couple of hours as people start having keys for them to leech off of.
The optimal thing for like the viewers right now is if you can actually get a group of alts together with one main and then push a key up to like a 6 or a 7, and probably like a 7, I would say. And then you go in there with all 5 of the mains and get that 7 on all of the players.
Yeah, and loot 7s from the box, right?
Exactly. You would loot 7s from the box because how it changed this season is you no longer can get keys out of the chest because before in the past you just wouldn't have to loot it. But now it gets automatically dropped into your inventory, and so that's why you have to do this with alts this season. And like Dragonus mentioned, potentially go into there on 10s. I don't know if 10s are going to be that reasonable at 639, but
it's Tuesday.
I think we will see. In particular, I don't think Liquid are going to waste any time in keys lower than that, because I do think that they'll be doable for them, and they've got the better gear, the better amount of crests and stuff. So I think we'll probably see the keys that are done by Liquid players will probably be 10s or maybe 6s. 6s drop hero track
and Gilded, right? Or
yeah, 7s I think is where Gilded starts, and 6s is where hero track starts. So if you say already have 2 highish eye level trinkets and you want a specific trinket, you maybe farm it on a 6 so that you can get it on the hero track and then upgrade it for free. Yeah, these are the things where, because Liquid have all of their raiders online right now, they're just not going to bother with that, right? They're going to do they're going to do keys later. But in a lot of the guilds in the world, maybe you have 10 people that can be online now and 10 people that get off their jobs later and come home to raid.
Absolutely.
So the 10 people that can be online right now, keys are definitely a great use of your time.
In the context of the Race to World First, though, one of the things that you have to figure out is what character is going to be your main for that tier. And so they're not going to actually go and do Mythic Plus probably until they're done with most, if not all, of splits and heroic splits, because they need to identify what's that main character.
Exactly. Like, most of these people will have most of their characters being on the same class, and they're going to wait to see which one will be their main based off of which one is in the split that gets those very rares, right? And gets those tier pieces, gets the 4 piece.
How many splits are they running? Like, or how many characters do they have, Dragonus?
I have no clue.
I've heard more and more procced over and over and over. At this point,
I think it was 15 last year, right?
Yeah, they procced. I know they procced more like a week before the patch came out.
Yeah.
I'm struggling here. It's okay. So, like, we just keep procking more characters?
So the thing is, with these very rares, there are still increasing returns, or not increasing returns, but there's still value for each extra character, even to a kind of a ridiculous extent, because the very rares are so rare that if you can run 20 splits instead of 10, you're going to get basically twice as many characters with those very rares on them.
Do you guys have an expectation of this tier being easier than Nerebar Palace? Because Nerebar was historically very hard.
Yeah, I think it probably will be easier, especially on the Race to World First level, because the Race to World First was so... we had bosses like Kaiveza and Ovanax, which were just incredibly difficult relative to their position in the raid for the Race to World First. I think that they will probably not be that hard this time, but we'll have to see. One of the things as well is that because splits are getting more and more efficient, right? Each time around they're going to have more and more gear, so there's sort of an arms race between Blizzard and Race to World First guilds, right? Where it's like, okay, if you're going to come in here with all of this extra item level, then the bosses are going to have to be a little bit harder on week 1 for them to still even pose a challenge.
I'm hoping the difficulty curve is better.
Yeah.
That's what I'm really hoping.
Me too.
Because, like, last year, taking that step up from Roshanon being at, 2 pulls? It was even like a one-shot.
It was a one-shot,
To, like, 180 on Burry Twister, Kaiveza being unkillable almost.
Yeah,
it was way too much. So I expect that to be more of a case, but we'll see what happens.
Okay, so we've got Gallywix on screen now, which, of course, nobody has seen yet until today. Actually thought we just had the Dungeon Journal. This is just normal, so there are a lot of mechanics that are missing here, but it is still a pretty hectic boss. There's a lot of stuff going on. You saw those big phase 1 frontals that you sort of need to alternate half of the group soaking each time, because if you soak it twice in a row, you take a bunch of extra damage, and everybody who soaks gets a nice big healing absorb. Here we could see the bomb getting run there, and so what you need to do is you need to throw 2 of the bombs at one of the Giga Lasers before it goes off, in order to kind of explode it and stop it from wiping your raid. When it does, it'll eliminate that quarter of the room, so they are going to have that quarter of the room get denied from them once it does get that second bomb deposited.
It looked like in the last phase as well, those bombs still spawned as well, even though there was some area denial, but you didn't throw them at the lasers. It looked like you were throwing them off the edge. Is that right?
So you can throw extra bombs off of the edge or even into the hole in the middle of the room.
Okay.
But you still do need to throw them into the lasers. There was some confusion about that, and that's I think the way it specifically worked is going to be one of those things where it makes maybe more sense on Heroic, because on normal it seemed like you could sort of just throw it into any of the 3 remaining lasers in that last phase, which seemed sort of weird to at least to the Raiders from the comms I was hearing. So we'll see how that functions on Heroic and of course Mythic. But as it stands right now, yeah, it seems like you kind of just can throw those. I mean, it looks like they maybe even made a push here to neutralize this before those lasers even mattered, which is something they were talking about being something you could do on normal, is you just push the boss before things happen into these later phases. But that will probably not be possible on Heroic, and definitely not on Mythic.
Yeah, the boss is reaching 50% here, which is going to be the phase 3 push. Right around, I think now, give or take, he should starting to do those empowered abilities, those empowered bigger, badder bombs. The actual like mass area going out with the fire rack overlaps here momentarily as well. So this is where things do get a bit intense. We saw them having 3 sections of the room being denied by that lightning in the first few pulls, but we talked about it should probably only be like 1 or 2 if they coordinate those bomb drops properly. Now they know how to do that. Well, you know, hopefully we'll see. We should see the boss also hopping to the middle every so often here for that tune-up cast, which is going to spawn those technicians that will then drop those bombs. So elements of phase 1 with the intermission. There's no total destruction cast here to kick, but there are, like we said, these fire arc lines coming out with those empowered big bad bomb overlaps, which make things very hard to navigate when the room becomes more filled with lightning in a minute here.
It is crazy. The three angled fire rack lines, those blaze lines with all 3 of those different angles of which it comes out, that looks like an insane mechanic. It looks like it's going to be very difficult, especially if that ability arms and detonates very quickly. It'd be difficult to like get people out of your raid and not standing in those beams.
We've noticed that there's a bit of the cadence of abilities changes. Like sometimes you get fire arc lines before these, sometimes they come after the actual bombs as well. Like even in phase 1, so knowing the pattern what's going to happen is very important.
Yeah, I mean, and you got to remember this is normal difficulty as well, so I can only imagine what this is going to look like on Mythic in particular, but even on Heroic, I think this is gonna be one of those phases that feels like a Mythic boss on Heroic.
This fight looks epic.
It does,
just watching, it's not a lot of mechanic spam, but just like watching what the mechanics actually are, it looks like a very cool fight.
Absolutely, yeah. You can see they're all throwing into that laser, so you can see that laser was kind of charging up over to the left, and they are now blowing it up with those bombs. In theory, looks like so basically you have to throw 2 bombs, I think, to blow up any of the lasers.
I believe it's 2 and there's some extras as well. I believe.
Yeah, you get a bunch of extras, and they're you get the different ones that you can throw into. They talked about priming as well. It looks like this is going to be a wipe, so it looks like maybe the Giga Lasers did not get interrupted this time.
It might have been a bomb that went off too. I couldn't really tell exactly there.
Yeah, you can see looking at the death logs there, it does look like, and just from the animations as well, I think what happened there was they failed to stop the Giga Lasers from wiping the raid.
There's private auras on Gallywix, aren't there?
I'm not sure.
I don't know actually.
Okay, I believe there are private auras. I was going to ask what exactly was privated.
I don't know.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I haven't been
because I feel like assigning somebody to go to very specific drop locations to drop the bombs off is probably something, especially if you don't have any extras. Obviously, it's not relevant for normal, but the moment that you stop having extra bombs, that's something that probably gets assigned, right?
Probably.
Yeah.
I mean,
from what I could hear, the comms were mostly like just let our raiders deal with it, and then, you know, it's not something where you get a bomb thrown on you. You get to pick it up, so you wouldn't necessarily need weak auras to manage that, right? Because you can just assign it.
Maybe you could pre-assign, but what if there's a vulnerability debuff?
Yeah, if there's something that stops you from being able to just have the same person pick up the same bomb each time, then you would maybe need more of a system, which I think that would be the kind of thing where if it was a private aura, it could require, you know, a macro press or something like that, which would suck.
It seems like in testing, Sprocketmonger was the only fight that I was like, okay,
you need a smart weak aura.
There will probably be a weak aura.
Yeah.
For it, yeah.
Yeah, I don't. So you mentioned priming the bombs or the pylons Ratnos in phase 3.
Yeah,
Priming
so
meaning like deposit one bomb?
Deposit one so that you only need to deposit one more to actually
Okay.
blow it up.
Gotcha.
That was at least what I thought was happening. So we're back into phase 1 now as well. This has got the big frontal cone that needs to get soaked by half of the raid.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting because the cadence of this cone changes. So you have the 2 bombs come out here, which will pop, and then they'll pop into smaller ones momentarily. Some of these frontals are super easy to dodge. Oh, nothing's in it. Like, this is easy, right? And then another time around, you'll have the bomb spawning before the cone, so you have very little room to navigate in the cone with all the area dynamic coming out.
I
And
will
it
say-
changes cadence almost in a sense at times.
So Blizzard did a really good job with the VFX. I think that cone doesn't look like it's a soak. That cone looks like it's a dodge.
It looks like you're not supposed to be in it, right?
It's
maybe, yeah.
Bloodbound Horror frontal, I think, something like that.
Yeah, you are supposed to be in that. You are supposed to get half the raid in it, but it definitely does. It's one of those things where I bet if you're in like a no voice pug, the first time it comes out, if you don't talk about shots before, everybody's going to run out of it and your tank's going to die.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are the big bombs. So this is something where this is a mechanic that gets a lot added on normal or on heroic and mythic, but on normal it just you get out of that big circle and then it throws out these little bombs, and then a couple of people are going to get satchels attached to them as well. You can see on the other side of those room, and those people just spread out. On the higher difficulties, you need to soak with them. Those spread out circles as well.
That was a confusion we had last poll, actually.
Yeah.
A few polls ago.
And
Okay.
then other than that, it's mostly just swirly dodge on normal. Like basically, the only thing you want to stand in is this cone soak.
Oh, right. That cone right there is, yeah. So that cone there, though, like, there's no bomb overlap there. So, like
yeah, that one is an easy one.
Yeah, there's, like, easy and varying levels of difficulty based on the cadence of how the bigger bombs come out in this phase.
Why did the boss just move like that? Did the tank
taunted.
rip through?
It's on tank.
It's taunted, yeah. So I think it's one of those ones where it locks in the target of the cone at the start of the cast.
Yeah.
But if a tank taunts in the middle, it'll briefly spin around and give half your raid a heart attack.
Okay.
That's what it looked like to me, at least.
Yeah, I mean, it was either that or what he ripped threat, maybe.
Yeah, it could be, but
2 minutes into the poll.
I think what probably happened is that's probably when you're supposed to taunt, right? And
yeah.
So you hit the taunt, and then the boss spins around and
It
worries
looks-
everybody for a second.
It looks sketch, but
yeah.
I guess that's the mechanic.
It all works out in the end, trust me.
Okay, so it looks like we're making the phase 2 push now.
Yep, max energy in the boss here. So you will see these technicians spawning in. They're already killed, actually, here. So we're going to see the bombs being deposited in the pylons here. And no real reason to prime these Ratnos, correct, in this phase, theoretically? Or
I don't
is
think
that-
so, yeah. So let's see. 1 got thrown in there, and
The second's
2 go in there. So that one should
Yep.
be now getting destroyed, that laser. And it looks like, yeah, they've stopped it from firing. And it doesn't even look like on this difficulty it's immediately blowing up the floor here either.
Right. It saves you a little bit of time, actually, there, which is
Oh.
interesting. Last bomb being thrown in the
Yeah,
back
you can see
now.
everybody's got a pretty nasty dot on them right now. So I think what happened here was the bomb failed to
yeah.
get thrown off the platform, maybe. I'm not 100% sure, though.
I don't know
Let's
what else
see
you
if we
can
can
kill
see
you
a
here. It
death
has to be a
recap.
bomb being on the platform too long.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, it looks like that laser did get blown up.
This is one of those fights that I can see how this is going to be very difficult on heroic and
Yeah, I
mythic.
mean, I think even just comprehending what's going on, it doesn't do a great job of being visually obvious what wiped you there, right? Like, what exactly caused the death or something. Like, you'd have to kind of dive into the death recaps and actually see what the damage came from, because there wasn't just a big glowing, place where a bomb used to be that tells you, like, oh, a bomb exploded here.
But the way that they were ticking out, they almost certainly had a dot that was unintended.
I think that this is going to be one of those fights where once you kind of understand what's happening, it's not actually that bad on normal, but even on normal, if you don't actually, given that it's day one, there's some of this confusion about what exactly is going on.
What's the situation with 5 splits simultaneously being ran? That's the most I've ever seen.
Particularly on normal, it makes sense, right?
Yeah.
So basically, each extra split that you run, you are diluting your ratio of raiders to helpers.
Yes.
Which makes the split harder because the helpers are great, but they're not as good as liquid players, right? Is the theory. So as you move more and more in the direction of 25 helpers, 5 raiders, something like that, these runs start to get more and more difficult, right? But each extra split is more and more gear, right? If you're running 5 splits at the same time, that's 5 shots at each of those very rares in the same amount of time, and each of those very rares is going to go to a liquidator, right? So
or time saved as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Because no heroic week. So I mean, you have to get in here and gear this up, but like the less time you spend in heroic is more time in mythic prog, right?
Yeah.
And I wouldn't want to be a leader in these groups, though. I don't want to be one of the big dogs leading these 5
yeah, I
splits.
mean, it's actually an incredibly skill-intensive thing,
Yeah, for
right?
sure.
Like, because remember, each time you wipe here, you are losing 5 or 10 minutes of time that you can either spend doing mythic prog or gearing up an M+, right? Something like that. So it is very costly. Every wipe here is as costly as the same time loss in mythic.
something to point out as well is if you want to be a helper in some of these splits, you can type !Discord and join the Team Liquid Discord, and from there they'll be able to point you where you need to be. Liquid's also offering up some gold.
Yeah, it's actually a great deal. You know, you get a bunch of gold, you fill up your vaults, you do pass on all the loot, so you don't take any items here unless you get some nice wooey drops, some warbound items. Can be. I think they're veteran track from
is it
from normal.
Is it wooey or is it woo?
I heard I saw a Blizzard post that said they called it wooey. Oh. Or maybe they call it. No, yeah, they call it wooey because I called it woo, but then I read the post and they called it wooey, and initially I thought that was stupid, but then I still think it's stupid, but now I think it's funny stupid, so I'm saying it myself, you know.
Of course. Is that how you're also sitting in the back in the cast room screaming 5 big booms?
Yeah.
Was that also ironic to start and now it's permanent?
Yeah, I have this big problem where whether saying just infects me and I can't stop saying it.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
I'm hearing some big booms.
That's awesome. Well,
that was actually Dratnos.
That's me, yeah.
I guess a little deeper, but
could be.
Well, it was a deep voice. It was like very.
I could have a deep voice.
You could, yeah.
Let's get dorky impression.
I mean, the beard is suiting.
The dorky one's like 3 more octaves down.
Hey guys.
Hey guys. I can't do it. I can't do it.
Well, neither can he. That's why it's equalized and he pitches it down 3 octaves.
Yeah, it's a voice changing software.
Exactly.
Oh, well known.
NVIDIA broadcast is very powerful these days.
It is.
It can be.
Been able to run that on the Alienwares here, the caster computers.
I got the big rigs. The big rigs.
Plug.
Yeah.
See, that's why they pay you the big bucks.
That's
a good plug.
The big, yeah.
It's crazy. They were like, oh, we've got some of the some good computers and some less good computers for the casters, and they're just all sick.
Yeah.
Even though the in theory less good ones are just so top of the line. It's incredible.
I built a new computer when I got home after the last race, and I wanted the Alienware ones here, so actually I built my own computer. These ones are better than what I just built. So
nice.
Makes sense.
Wait, what?
Nice.
I thought it's a skill gap. Like it wasn't my fault. I don't know.
Might have. He was thinking it pretty loud, at least.
I didn't say that, but.
What do you mean to do? Whatever. Okay, dude. Whatever.
I said that makes sense.
Does this count as both y'all making fun of me? That's in the bingo card.
No, I don't think we've made fun of you yet.
Yeah.
That's coming later, though.
Yet. Okay.
That's basically a free square. I thought they said to not put free squares on it.
They did.
Dude,
You know what's funny? I also put Dratnos Makes Fun of Kalamazoo on my bingo sheet.
That's crazy. I didn't put one of those. I feel like it would have been pretty unethical for me to put that, though, because I could directly make that happen, you know?
Well, you know. Yeah.
Have we shown our caster bingo cards yet?
We haven't yet. No.
Okay. That's going to be something in the future?
Yeah, we'll get to it soon.
What are you perusing on this laptop?
I'm perusing our donations to our charity, Pasadena Humane Society, but I don't think we've got any more since the last time.
Yeah, if you're interested in helping support the Pasadena Humane Society, incredible cause, tl.gg/rwf-donate.
Indeed.
We have to go for that.
We have 4. We can just read them off here momentarily.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Sure. In the list galleries here. We have $50 from Christy. #1 leaderboard, actually. Thank you for that. 25 from Zincy?
Zincy, yes.
Zincy, there you go. Yep. Zincy, Sir Dragon with 25.
Sir Dragon, or was it just Dragon?
It's Pendragon. I think Kalamazoo maybe can't read from this far away.
And it's tough. Sephi Bear with $10. Look at that.
Like you actually what caused you to say Sir Dragon instead of Pendragon here?
So I'm a little.
Do we need to increase the font size on this computer?
I thought it might have been a unique play on words, but something that I wasn't going to.
I see. You thought the pen was something they were trying to bait you into saying something bad.
That I was thinking of. Yes.
I see.
Yes. I see. I'm a little older than you. I grew up in times where that was. Anyways.
All right, so we're actually into a nice phase 3. You can see the ground has been zapped there. That does mean that they've managed to hit that with the 2 bombs into that Giga Laser.
I think this is going to be... It's kind of interesting because I think there's going to be basically a soft enrage on the boss, probably on Heroic and Mythic as well. Kind of similar to what we saw from Sire Denathrius back in Castle Nathriel.
Yeah, or Lei Shen back in the ancient times with the same kind of lightning on the ground.
Now you're really appeasing the boomers in chat.
Well, it was literally the exact same with like lightning quadrants.
Yeah.
Getting taken away because Sire Denathrius was thirds of the room, not quarters.
So. In phase 3, which we are in here now, essentially, one part of the room gets empowered every time, regardless of the pylon?
I think I think you have to blow up at least one part of the room. In one of the previous splits, we saw them accidentally kind of blow up the whole room.
Yeah,
which you don't want to do.
We had one quadrant with like the fire outlines and power bombs. Like there's nowhere to go, right? It's very, very hard to find any room to move, but that would make sense. It's like a soft enrage.
How do you feel about execute in this raid and on this fight in particular?
It seems very good. I mean, execute damage seems extremely potent because all of the last 3 bosses in this raid have a sort of an enrage timer that starts at low HP, right? So whenever you push Gallywix to P3, whenever you push Mugsy below 40, I think, and Big Hitter, or what is it, the one-arm bandit
with the
below 30, those all start damage burns, right? And the end of those wipe you, so execute damage is going to be extremely valuable this raid. We're looking at stuff like a DPS Warrior has some execute damage, although that did get nerfed. Yeah, Arms Warrior. Yeah, Tank Warrior, execute damage actually. Arcane Mage, tremendous execute damage on that spec, especially in AoE situations as well. They can get, their Arcane Barrage is AoE and execute button. Rogues have some execute as well.
Shadow Priest not bad.
Shadow Priest has some, yeah. I mean, there are little pieces of execute in a bunch of kits as well. The Hunters, in theory, have Kill Shot.
Okay.
Which MM is the main spec that interacts with it, and MM is also a spec that's looking kind of weak this time, so not much there. So yeah, I would say the main ones are, Arcane, Warrior. Yeah, Arcane Mages,
Arcane
DPS
Warriors,
and Tank Warriors. Those are effects that have a lot of execute. Fire actually doesn't have great execute, but what Fire does have is execute gives you mobility.
Yeah.
So on a fight like this, running the bombs, for instance, while doing your full damage rotation is something that Fire can do in the execute phase. So that might also be value.
Yeah. Quite interesting. Well, should be dying here momentarily. They actually lived a little longer in this phase than they were in the last few kills here, but you did see one section become empowered every time, so I would assume it is like a one section per tune-up phase in phase 3 here.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming out on the raid, but it looks like they are going to get over the finish line there.
Ooh, an Eye of Kazan.
One eye.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so we need Jaster Diamond rings and Eye of Kazan trinkets.
Titan of Industry is good too. That's a Galley Tech limited edition, which is so there are Galley Tech limited edition items off of the last 2 bosses.
Okay.
They're not very rares, but they are weapons, or in this case a shield, with slightly better value because they have this like dot on them.
Like Fire Rack weapon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's sort of like the Fire Rack weapons, right? Except that it's off of Mugsy and Gallywix.
Do you care about Bomb Suit in Raid?
I don't think Bomb Suit's going to be a particularly high value trinket, but it might be if there's a boss that murders tanks. So it's a tank trinket off of Gallywix that gives you a 75% ignore pain on use.
Yeah.
That absorbs like 11 million damage as well, which is a lot of damage. So that might be a valuable trinket to have access to. I don't think you're trying to play that, though, because it is a very low damage trinket.
A lot of tanks were playing it in Mythic Plus during
I think it is going to be an
testing.
M plus a trinket because it's one of those buttons that you just sort of press as an extra defensive.
Yeah, okay.
But in Raid, we usually don't see tanks playing those sorts of trinkets.
Right.
Sometimes we do, right? Like, I mean, Fire Axe Tainted Rage Heart did
that was
see
like a
some
DPS
play.
trinket as well, in a sense, sort of, right?
Yeah,
it was a hybrid, I guess, in a sense.
It does a little bit of damage, but it's going to do a lot less damage than something like a stat stick, for instance, on a tank.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, they did nerf damage trinkets for tank specs, so if you put on just a DPS trinket as a tank, it does do less damage than if a DPS is carrying it, so playing tank trinkets is maybe a little bit better.
I think most people are looking for Eye of Kazan.
Yeah, Eye of Kazan is just good for everybody, though. It's going to be almost impossible to get your hands on that thing.
Would you wear it in normal?
Maybe, yeah.
A normal eye?
Or from
probably,
normal, sorry.
Yeah, Champion Track Eye.
I mean, yeah, Champion Eye is like what? What's eye level on normal gear? It's like 639, right? Something like that?
Well, yeah, it'll go up to like
652,
658 or something.
Yeah, I think
it goes
normal
way
gear
up.
is like Mythic gear max right now. I mean, I think you can throw it on for sure.
No, normal gear it's better than last year Mythic gear.
Well, yeah, starting. I mean, like lower champion. But, yeah, I mean, they nerfed transmitter. Web's been nerfed. I mean, whether you're like a caster or even like, isn't transmitter good for most melee stuff as well?
They nerfed
they nerfed
transmitter. Yeah, they nerfed Spy Masters. They've nerfed a bunch of the trinkets that we would maybe carry into this year. I think Spy Masters maybe is still going to get carried for a while.
It seems decent, yeah. Still.
Any fight that's over, I want to say like 5 or 6 minutes, Eye of Kazan is just almost uniformly going to be the best.
Yeah, Eye of Kazan is, so for those who don't know, that's a trinket off the last boss, and it's any stat, and it's sort of like Spy Master where it stacks up over time, except unlike Spy Masters, it doesn't have an on use, but unlike Spy Masters, when it is fully stacked, it does a damage proc instead when it would stack an extra stack, so it's a huge stat stick that also does a bunch of free damage procs if the fight is a long time. If it's a short fight, it's pretty bad.
In addition to that, it's also kind of bait in Mythic Plus. It might be like decent in Mythic Plus.
might fall off.
Yeah, it reads the stacks decay
Right.
rapidly whenever you're not in combat, and decay rapidly means one stack every second, one stack every 1.5 seconds, something like that, where they are just like gone almost
The
immediately.
moment you come out of combat, it starts dropping?
Yes.
Interesting.
It is like, it is pretty cursed. So I think it's sim bait for Mythic Plus, but it's excellent for Raid.
Yeah, okay. Don't die with it on then.
What are they doing here?
So this is another split now. It looks like they're clearing trash here. I think this is the trash to Sprocket Monger.
Oh, Sprocket Monger, okay.
Yeah, I believe so.
This is like the foyer of the Galagio.
Yeah, there we go.
I'm going to be honest, I didn't do the normal testing. I just did all the Mythic testing, and so I didn't actually clear any of the trash, so I don't know where we're going.
There's a lot of trash
here.
There's a lot
available
of
in this raid, yeah. A question that is actually very relevant is which trash drops BOEs as well, because BOE farming could be big value this tier because there's so much trash, but maybe they'll make that trash that's accessible after the first boss not drop it.
I heard a rumor that something got changed with BOEs and spell data at some point, but I didn't know what exactly
Yeah, I
what
also
happened.
don't know exactly what's happened with it, but we'll see. I mean, if BOE farming is doable,
There's
I
death
wouldn't be
skipping.
surprised if we saw them do it this tier, because I think it was good to do last tier. It was kind of hard to find the time for it, but
You had to do past Brew Twister last year, right?
that was the best
Roshanon-
BOE farming,
Roshanon?
but you could just do after the first boss. You could get...
Didn't they change it, though? Or did
So they changed it so the trash before the first boss didn't drop it.
Oh, okay.
But you could still always farm the trash after the first boss before the second boss.
Okay.
But yeah, the best farm, I think, was after the first 4 were dead.
They wanted you to not be allowed to split trash farming.
Right, which you could do with the trash before the first boss. This time around, there's not a lot of trash before the first boss, but there is a ton of trash accessible after the first boss.
Yeah.
So if that drops BOEs, yeah, we might well see, something like kill the first boss on Mythic and then do a day of BOE farm, key, BOE farm, key, BOE farm, that kind of thing. For just a lot of turbo item level boosting.
Made it to One-Armed Bandit, is what this room is right here.
Yep.
This is the other high-value item boss.
Yes.
The best in slots weapon, insane Fury
House of
Bisque for a lot
Cards.
of
Yep.
specializations that can wear it. And House of Cards is an incredibly over-budget on-use trinket.
There's
So-
also a ring from One-Armed Bandit that has random stats on it. So that can be that's BIS for
Yeah,
everybody.
you-
With the caveat of if you roll your BIS stat as it's a heavily lopsided stat budget one. So it'll be like 80% one stat, 20%
like
another.
5,000, 2,000 or something?
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's like that sort of distribution.
Is there a CD on the roll, though? Or no?
I think it just rolls when it drops.
Okay, Jack was saying you could
Yeah,
roll it over
I
and
was
over and
looking
over.
at it. It doesn't have an on use. So
I thought that's how it was, too.
I'm
Okay.
pretty sure it just drops.
That's
you might get a
super
Mastery Crit
interesting
one.
then.
You might get a Verse Haste one, right?
Ooh. Tettle's staring at me menacingly.
Dude, why do they? Dude, they're cooking with
It
me
also has
sometimes.
+1 luck on it as
Wait,
well.
it's a slot machine.
You should have
pull
asked
the
about this in
reel.
the interview.
I didn't have time, man. There's no time.
What? Anyways.
Yeah. And then this also is a tier boss that drops the tier helmet. So
Okay.
yeah, I think overall it is definitely this boss and Galliwix that have the best overall loot. Mugsy is a little bit worse because the very rare from Mugsy is much more niche. It's an agi strength fist weapon.
Yeah.
So you actually can put it on like Prot Warrior. It's a strength fist weapon, which is pretty weird.
Interesting. Actually, it's weird.
Yeah. I think that's the only strength user that can wear a fist weapon.
5, 4.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think so, actually.
So it's like one of the very rare fist
actually,
weapons,
but
and then
yeah,
also
bears
Prot
and
Warriors
edge,
randomly.
actually. Yeah, interesting. Huh.
Yeah, which does a lot of Prot Warrior does a lot of damage. And it's a very high single target weapon. So
Yeah. Well, there we go.
I think Prot Warriors will be very hungry to get their hands on that thing.
Did you see Prot Warrior was like simming like 2.5 million DPS or something?
Yeah, and it does a
Literally
lot
more
of
than my
execute
2
damage
specs.
as well.
Are you kidding
So
me? That's
Yeah.
more than Aff and Destro. Can we please tune the game right, please?
It was simming 2.5 mil with the caveat that they were only pressing execute.
yeah, the problem with Prot Warrior is that execute does cost you your rage.
Yeah.
And your rage is what you use to put up shield block and ignore pain. So
Ignore it. Yeah, exactly. Ignore pain, just damage.
So I think a tank comp though of like say Prot Warrior Blood Decay could go kind of hard because the Blood Decay can just tank the boss 90% of the time, and the Prot Warrior can just taunt for a couple of tank hits and otherwise be doing damage.
How are you feeling about DK on Galliwix with those ads that were spawning?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't see if they were grippable,
I
but
don't believe so.
You don't believe so?
I don't think so. I could be wrong, though.
There were a lot of them, and they were pretty small. So if they are grippable, if Mass Grip or Grippy Hands works on them, then yeah, at least one Blood Decay is going to be super sick on that fight. But if not, then it's probably just medium.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, this fight, the main mechanic in this fight is there's 4 different like types of ads, right? You've
Yeah,
got, like,
this fight doesn't have gripple.
Oh, this
ads.
fight. Yes.
We're talking about the Gallywix technician.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
This fight's not CC.
I was gonna say you can't grip these. Like,
Yeah,
Gallywix
these ones
probably,
spawn in 3 fixed positions,
Right.
and they are indeed like rooted to them.
That's why I was like, I don't think you can grip those. Maybe on pull, but yeah, on Gallywix for sure. The technician ads in like Intermission and Phase 3.
If they're
Right,
grippable,
super
then,
important.
then yeah,
You can just stack the bombs as well, right?
that would be nice.
The small ads that spawn, not the main ones that you have to kill to feed the coins.
Right.
Those are CCable though.
Sure, yeah.
On
but
here, I
those
believe
are,
so, yeah.
tend to not be too. At least they don't. I don't think that's going to be the hard part of this fight.
Yeah.
I think the hard part's gonna be the enrage, honestly.
Maybe, yeah. So this is a boss that has that enrage sequence. So basically, once you push the boss to 30%, I believe, it starts this cast sequence, and at the end of that cast sequence, your raid explodes. So you need to kill the boss in that time frame. It's going to be, I think, a very exciting burn phase on Mythic. But what that means is that specs that do bonus damage below 30% are extra valuable on this fight, because that is the most relevant damage that you can do on this fight. So, yeah, any spec that's good at that is going to shine on this boss. And the good news is it looks like Mugsy and Gallywix also reward that kind of damage. So, yeah, I think this is shaping up to be a very execute damage tier.
This fight's going to be crazy on Mythic as well, because where you're feeding the boss the coins from what ad is going to be a huge decision point. And for Race World First guilds, designing the strat that all the guilds then come and copy later on is crazy.
It's interesting as well, because so you get 3 ads spawning, and there are a total of 4 symbols, and each ad will have a different symbol on it.
Exactly.
And each of the spawns will contain the same 3 symbols from pull to pull. So you might always get, say, fire, lightning, coin or something on the first one, for instance. But they might spawn in different positions. At least on PTR testing, they spawn in different positions. And at least when I was testing this boss, it felt like doing the 2 that were next to each other, right? Not doing left and right, but doing middle and one of the sides was more important than which ones you did, because it was just so inefficient to move the boss all the way to the other side.
Yeah.
So in that case, you might not actually be able to just replicate the same exact intermission from pull to pull.
You can't do the same first one every single time, though, right?
You can't do the same 2 coins twice.
Oh, you can't do the same 2 coins twice.
Yeah,
Okay,
if you deposit like Shock and Flame, you can't do it again for the rest of the fight.
Yeah, exactly.
Gotcha. Off the table.
You have to do. You can't do the same combination ever again.
And there's 6 total combos.
Yeah.
So I mean, you'll typically beat that regardless. I would assume, maybe barring Mythic, but still.
Yeah, on Mythic, it might be a case of you
do 6 and then
barely
you
beat
barely
it, because
beat-
you're
yeah.
kind of you probably, if you're beating it by a lot, you might want to slow damage so that you can save more for the burn phase.
Right. Yeah.
This fight is going to farm a lot of guilds with the coins coming out, one-shotting people, immediately rolling over you and killing you.
Yeah.
That was a.
They
that was
made
my
the
experience
floor
in testing.
texture a lot clearer
Darker.
at least. It used to be it used to be a lot more invisible.
Yeah.
It used to be just like light blue, and now it's kind of deep purple.
Unfortunately, not much here. I don't think.
Yeah.
No House of Cards.
Slightly suboptimal loot for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got some of those rings that you guys were talking about a second ago.
I think there was maybe a ring there. Yeah. Is that miniature roulette wheel?
I believe that. I think it is what it's called, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, I think there was one of those. I'm not sure what stats it rolled.
Dude, you were such an RPer. Just knows the name of the item.
Oh, sorry for doing my job.
I can't even read that, so I'm just going with what Dratnos says. Sure.
That one says stunned. Okay, it's over.
All I can read in this read is Raiders are doing splits.
Raiders are doing splits.
Yeah, which they are. Yeah.
What does it say below? Raiders are doing splits.
Couldn't tell you.
You couldn't tell me?
I'm not even kidding.
You can't read that?
Buddy, we gotta get you some glasses.
There are 5 split groups total. I'm currently running normal. I gotta focus on that though.
I see.
I left it in my car. My car is in Florida.
Okay, well that's gonna be a little bit farther than we could probably pick up.
Yeah, well, you know.
Depending on how long the race is, we might.
That's true. Well, yeah, it's a long story.
We could get you like a monocle.
Oh, that'd be sick.
I feel
if
like
it's
with
the
your
raid.
current hairstyle, a monocle could go crazy.
Dude, that'd be good. Yeah.
Aesthetic.
The
Yeah.
monocle mullet. Let's go.
Yeah, yeah.
The monocle.
That might be a first-time combination.
That's like a boss in WoW. The monocle mullet.
Yeah, that could be a good name for like a helmet out of this raid, actually.
Speaking of first times, if you want $20, hear me out, $20, you can head on over to tl.gg/CoinbaseRWF and use the code TEAMLiquid20, and that way you can get $20 in USDC.
That's true. Also through having, I'm making an account later, right? Did you make an account?
I think I already have one, but I gotta check. Yeah.
Various giveaways through there as well.
I had one as well.
Like, well, I'll contribute more also. I'm down for $20 in USDC. Let's go.
I gotta diversify.
Yeah, that's gonna like
diversify
triple
your
Kalamaz's
portfolio.
net worth, actually.
Yeah, it's actually very true. Look at that. You know, it's a lot of Taco Bell. You know, it's like 15
true.
Doritos Locos Tacos.
Yeah, you can get one of those boxes for 2. One of the things I've learned is that whenever there's something that says like meal for 2, they don't check. You can just have it all yourself.
Yeah, meal for 2.
There's no verification system. Well, yeah, that's the thing. There's no they.
The
You just
family
can.
meal is the meal for me. Perfect.
Yeah.
The family pack.
Of the family.
Or the fatty pack. That's me.
See, if this was like 30 years ago, you'd be ordering pizza and you'd be doing the thing where you pretend to be having a conversation. They're like, "What kind of pizza you want?" And you're like, "You guys want pepperoni?" And there's just nobody there. You're like, "Yeah, we'll get pepper. We'll get 2 of them actually."
I still do that. You don't do that?
Well, now you guys do contactless delivery, right?
That's true. Yeah, it's to hide the shame.
Yeah. Well, you know. I have a chair outside my apartment. It sits there permanently for the food deliveries.
No way.
Yeah, pizza, wings, throw it on the chair. We're good to go.
Is that what it says in like the additional info section? Put it in the chair.
Put it on the chair.
Leave on chair.
You need to get one of those like library deposit systems where how people return books.
Oh,
and that's just like the slot they put the food in.
Put the food in the slot.
Yeah.
You are absurd.
You know, when you get this old, you optimize a lot of things in life titles for least convenience. Or inconvenience.
Least convenience.
Least inconvenience, yeah.
All right, so we're into another Mugsy here. So this is the second to last boss, and it has some pretty cool mechanics where there's sort of 2 different versions of the fight that you decide which one you're fighting based on which side of the room you're in. On Mythic, you actually need all 20 of your players on either side to force that side's mechanics. On the lower difficulties, it's just whichever side has the majority of your raid on it.
Right. Yeah, and the boss does enter his like phase 2. Both bosses active at 40% here, which we've seen him do like a. It lasts like half a minute. It's like a double finger gun, kind of like spinning rotational ability, which spawns a million lightning pools, and then you do begin getting opposing side mechanics on essentially both sides.
I have a question. What do your guys' guilds call the caged ads on this fight?
The goons, I believe.
Goon cage.
Yeah, in the goon cages,
in
which
the
I
goon
think
cage,
is the actual
right?
mechanic.
Go in the goon cage.
Yeah,
well, it's a gowl cage. Or
we were also
jail is the
the goon jail.
Yeah, it's GAOL, which is an archaic spelling of jail. They use that in like Elden Ring as well.
Yeah, it's right here on screen, right there. You see those big
Earthshaker
circles?
jail.
Yeah, so we're gonna get the goon.
But there are
jail coming
goons
out.
inside of it, so that's
Right,
why
yeah.
they're goon cages.
Yeah, we have goon groups pre-assigned, so we're good to go there.
Yeah.
Would you call them? Never mind.
Speaking of that, breaking the goon cage, breaking out here. So
now here comes the tank mechanic. The tank's gonna get knocked back and drop behind this yellow liquid as they run from the boss.
What kind of liquid is that? Is that gold?
I think it's gold, yeah.
It could be. I think that's gold substance.
Yeah, and you just have to keep moving. If you basically stop moving, you're not going to be able to clear all of it, and then you get stunned for 30 seconds. So you keep moving,
These
leave it in a nice
frost traps
corner.
here don't spawn spears on normal, actually.
Yeah, on the higher difficulties, these will then like aim spears, and you use that to break the walls of the jails.
Okay.
And on Mythic, the sliding is permanent until you hit the fire on the other side.
Bro, this boss during heroic and Mythic testing, this was one of those fights that you finish the testing and you go, thank goodness I don't have to design this strat for this boss. Thank goodness I'm going to copy somebody else.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, very much so.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It wasn't until I actually watched like Instant Dollars do their Mythic testing whenever I realized how you were supposed to kill the bombs even on Mythic. They started using that like long beam.
Yeah.
We kept trying to use the big soak circle, and that was just so bad. That was never killing the bombs.
Basically the Mythic mechanics of this is that a lot of the mechanics on each side require mechanics from the other side to handle them.
Yeah.
So on Mythic, it's going to be a very delicate dance because the boss, you basically will transfer which side you're on, and that you kind of manipulate the spell casting sequence by when you decide to go to the other side. But here we can see the bullet storm. We've pushed below 40%, so now we're in the last phase. In this phase, the boss bloodlusts, and then also will now do mechanics from both sides during this phase. But first, we get a couple of these bullet storms, which are, I would say this is kind of actually a relaxing part.
Yeah, wait a second.
It's honestly pretty chill, yeah.
Yeah.
But it gets crazy pretty soon. You're going to have both the goon cages spawning in after these 2 robots, I believe, right after this. And after the cages spawn in, you got to break them fast. There's an actual raid soak that comes up as well. And if you're not in, I don't believe the raid soak looks like through LOS. We haven't figured that out yet. But what they're going to do when the cages spawn in, they actually stack the raid soak in the cages. But we can't really tell if that works or not yet.
What do you mean?
Like, so there's a large raid split soak, fire soak on this side. The actual cages that spawn right here, the people that are inside are LOS. You can't target them if you're outside. So like you can't heal if they're inside the cage. You can't DPS outside the cage. All you can hit is the ad inside.
Oh yeah.
Right. So people have been bringing the fire soak like that
Yeah.
in the middle of the cages there.
Nice.
Yeah. So we're splitting it amongst people in the cages. Actual Link comes out in the back there for a bit extra healing. The boss should die in the next half minute or so. But you can see how this phase just ramps in difficulty. It's doing both sides simultaneously.
Early on during testing, you could actually rescue people out of those cages.
I don't think you can anymore. You can Chaos Bolt cleave outside of them, but I don't think you can. I haven't seen it.
I think also if you just leave the ad alone in a cage, it'll start shielding the boss, which is not good.
Okay.
Well, yeah, that would be.
Yeah. On Mythic, by the way, I think you have to have 10 people on each side, and the boss will put like a laser in the middle of the room that splits the room in half.
On Mythic, you have to have people that are soaking it.
Yeah, it's going to be super cool. All right, so the boss goes down. Looks like nothing too crazy here. We got one of the rings.
What do we want from this boss, Ratnos?
There's the very rare fist weapon.
Okay.
And then there is the there's some Galley Tech limited edition stuff, a one-handed int mace and a gun.
Okay.
There's a mastery heavy with a little bit of haste necklace that I think is going to be good for a lot of specs as well.
Okay.
And then there are a couple of trinkets. There's an int trinket.
The Moxie jar.
Yeah, the Moxie jug, which will give you, so it's an int trinket, and then when it procs, you get some crit. And it sort of stacks up over 15 seconds without increasing the
Good
duration.
trinket, yeah.
So it'll give you a bunch of crit over that time. And then there's also Z's Thug Hotline, which is another trinket from that boss that will call in the thugs to help you out, the Goon Squad.
Oh.
And so it's Agi or Strength, and it procs 10 seconds of help from the Goon Squad members randomly. But when you hit Lust, you get the full Goon Squad. So it doesn't. I don't think it was simming especially well. But
It sounds terrible the way you're describing it.
It sounds so cool.
But it's cool. You get the Goon Squad to come help you out. So yeah, that's a trinket that is off that boss.
Anyway.
Don't ask that question.
Yeah, Moxie Jar was actually changed a few days ago. So it actually wasn't stacking with like dots and hots, but it is now.
Ah,
so,
nice.
like, the caster one, if it procs like dot-based classes like Aflox or
You're gonna get full value.
Talking about it being much stronger.
Nice.
Because they decrease the ICD on the stack rate, but also things stack the effect much better now. So
They buffed it too.
They might have.
Yeah, there's a lot of int trinkets from this raid that are pretty good. The Reverb Radio is also sick.
Yeah, it's going to be something that they'll probably have less access to if they keep running these 4 out of 8s because it's from one of the earlier bosses.
It's a haste proc trinket.
Yeah, it procs haste, and then once it gets to full stacks, you get like double value for 15 seconds, then it resets.
I've seen that. That was the buggy one for PTR. You can just wear it and take it off. And keep
You're going to have to be more specific.
Yeah. You could
wear
wear
a lot of buggy ones.
Stack the effect, take it off, and it would just stay on you.
Oh, that's good.
It worked till last week. I don't know if it still works now. Hey, not a good one, though, regardless. I don't want that.
All right, looks like we're about to have Gallywix here pulled by Split Team Severed Splits. Good split name.
The Severed Splits.
It's like
Severed Strands, yeah.
Yeah, it's a Severed Strands reference, perhaps a Severance reference, right? We got a little double value there.
Who haven't seen it?
Yeah, Severance is a big, a popular one amongst Liquid Guild leadership.
I thought you were just going to set me up there.
No.
The way I said it, you were like, yeah, it's a popular. I thought you were just going to grill me.
No, it's good. It's good. It's a good show. You should check it out. It's great. It was what our Race World First announcement was a Severance reference.
Didn't know what it was from. I thought it was funny. I knew it was some kind of TV show.
Yeah, it's a really good show. No meme.
You know, it's also a really good show.
What?
The Race World First on twitch.tv/TeamLiquid. And if you want to watch it uninterrupted by ads, you can subscribe now.
That's right. It's day 1 of the Race to World First, which means there's no better time to hit that sub button. Get ad-free viewing for the entire Race to World First, unless it goes over a month, which
let's hope not.
Hasn't since Tomb of Sargeras or something. So,
but it could happen.
Yeah, this could be it. In which case, you know,
that's even bigger value. Hold on, that's even bigger value.
Yeah, that's true. If this goes over a month, you're getting 30 days of ad-free viewing by subbing today. So just think about it, right? You're going to be watching the stream over the next few weeks as the race goes on. Hit that sub button now. Dodge all those ads because we got to play a lot of ads. Let's keep the lights on around these parts.
And in addition to that, if you have a Prime sub available, you're not even using your own money, you're using Jeff Bezos' money.
That's right.
Exactly.
That's how that works.
Keep Tettles fed. Sub now.
Please. I am simply begging.
You should have seen him eating lunch. He had a 20-pound bowl of meat he was dragging around behind him. Like,
yeah, it looked like a bowl of like food that you'd give a dog on its birthday.
Well, you know, it was pretty good to be fair.
It was great, yeah.
Anyway,
I say that as a compliment, not as a criticism.
I laugh as a criticism. Don't worry. Is that part of your bingo card?
Me getting bullied? No, you getting bullied was part of my bingo card, actually.
All right, well, okay. The month is young. All right, don't worry. Plenty of time. I feel like phase 1 of this fight is missing a mechanic, but...
Yeah, I mean, that's the normal thing,
normal,
right? Like, I think they talked about this in an interview between last race and this one. So I think somebody asked the question of, like, which difficulty they design fights on. And I think the answer was they started in Heroic, and then they, you know, cut mechanics down for the lower difficulties and add them for Mythic.
That tracks. I mean, I think that a lot of the times the Mythic key difference is there are some mechanics that change the fight tremendously. More often than not, though, it's just a little bit more mechanic spam. Some of the overlaps are a lot more challenging.
Yeah.
And that feels like that's normally the Mythic difficulty right there.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, actually here on Heroic drops an additional bomb that you can clear out of the way.
Yep.
1,500-pound dud bomb.
There's the
It's like
tank
me.
soak ones, right?
Oh, look at that. Yeah.
So there are tank soak bombs from each of those big explosion ones that a tank needs to like run into, and I think there are going to be 2 of them. I haven't actually seen it on Heroic, but my guess is that there will be 1 from each thing, and then maybe more on Mythic, and you basically need to have the off-tank soak one, and then it explodes, does a bunch of damage, and knocks you.
Yeah.
And I think you need to get knocked to the other one so you can soak it as well in time.
At what point do they no longer have excess bombs, do you think? And they have to have like the perfect amount of bombs thrown into the laser?
I think that'll probably be Mythic, if anything. I wouldn't be surprised if you still have to throw them off the edge on Mythic as well. I wouldn't be surprised if there's like a vulnerability associated with doing it on Mythic.
How many are you getting per set? 8?
I think it's more right now than 8.
Yeah, but that might be a raid sizing thing as well.
Oh,
right? Of course, on these lower difficulties, we're at 30-player raid sizing, so it may scale with that.
That's fair. Okay.
Yeah, by the way, that's something that people ask as well. Because we're playing on the 30-player size, the healers that look good is often going to make some specs look better than others. For instance, Holy Priest often looks really good on 30-player raid sizing. Disc Priest often looks pretty bad, although we do have Disc Priest in 3rd on the meters right now. But historically, I think sometimes people get the wrong idea about which healers are going to be good on Mythic based on how the meters look on Heroic.
Well, Radiance and Atonement ramps from Disc on a 30-man raid just doesn't really work
you
very
can hit
well.
the same number of players, so you're hitting a smaller percentage of the raid on 30-player raid sizing.
Precisely.
Yeah. Although again, still doing a lot of HPS here.
Yeah. Do you see that last set? Probably the last set of technicians spawning in here. You might see one more depending on how long this goes. So there's 3 bombs on the left side. I'm trying to see how many we get per set here. Is it 1 per technician?
I think so.
Okay, so that should be at least 6, but I guess that would correspond to saving 2 pylons and tossing 2. It probably depends on raid size, like you said as well. But
I feel like here that 6 is the correct number.
Yeah, we can watch now. THD is going to throw one off the edge.
Well, right, but you're going to have a pylon become unstable or whatever it's called regardless, though, here, I believe. Yeah, he tosses one in the middle here.
Yeah, so they're just getting rid of those extras. Because they do blow up for a lot of raid damage if you don't get rid of them. Then he's going to soak one of those exploding bombs, getting this heal absorb on him. On the higher difficulties, I think when you clear that healing absorb, it damages your raid as well, so going to be a scary moment, I think.
Heal absorbs are just in general a very scary mechanic on your players, and
that's the kind of thing where Resto Druid as well might shine on that against that sort of damage profile. So I think a lot of people are projecting that Resto Druid is going to be the Mark of the Wild this tier.
I think a lot of people are looking at priests, healer priests, both Discipline and Holy and Mistweaver Monk.
Yeah, that could be the comp as well, like two priest, 2 monk healers, and then you play like a bear or something for your Mark of the Wild. This is a fight though that it looks pretty good for Moonkin to me as well.
Yeah,
the way these technicians work.
I have no idea.
I'm hearing bad things about Moonkin single target, but this fight looks like one that Moonkin would be good at with just the kind of spread cleave.
Yeah, it was good during testing on most of the bosses, but you know, Race World First Guilds have a really good ability to turn every AoE fight into a meat grinder.
A meat grinder fight?
Yeah, that's true.
Uncanny ability. Everything becomes a meat grinder in the World First, yeah. What, Antrek, a great example of that with the ad spawning in Phase 3.
Iraq, they just grouped up these mobs that spawned 60 yards away.
Yep. With knocks and
Jaster
belts.
Diamond.
There it is.
Oh, there it is.
The Jaster Diamond for the D, bottom left, THD.
There we go.
2 Jaster Diamonds are on screen.
Wait,
wow.
Is it 2 diamonds?
Yeah, Jaster Diamond, bottom left.
What?
Don't explain it.
It's fine. Okay, I get it. I get it. It's fine.
He's just saying that if you look at him, he
You're
doesn't get it.
referring to THD and the drop itself, correct?
That's right.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's right, actually.
We'll have to see who is the lucky winner
Forget it.
of this Jaster Diamond.
Who does this go to first? I mean, I would just, like, Not even.
I think you maybe give it to THD here if the split's been looking good.
Everybody wants that ring. That
Yeah,
ring
the
is
problem
nuts.
is that it's a normal one, so you kind of aren't hoping to get it because you kind of don't want your. You'd rather get it on heroic if you could, but obviously if you get it on normal, you're really happy, and then you're never going to get it on heroic because you'll give it to somebody else.
Yeah, you have to take into account like actual end comp or end boss comp here also. This is a rare item, right? And a lot of the earlier bosses in the raid are cleave based, but the ones we talked about at the end here are execute based, and they're predominantly a bit more single target esque than the first few too, right? So do you just prioritize like warriors here, maybe a mage? I mean,
yeah, Shadow Priest I think could be a very good option as well. I think a safe place for it to go, but again, it's like. You know, your THD is going to play a Warlock. He's probably going to be in the raid, right? So, but it's a question of which Warlock is he playing, right? Do you want to? Because I think you're hoping that this Jaster Diamond goes to a main, but it's very early to know who's maining what, right? You haven't done your heroic splits yet. You have no idea, right, who's going to get lucky on all the other drops that will make a main good. So, it's actually I think this is one of the hardest things to do is assign this Jaster Diamond that drops at this spot in the timeline. Probably one of the most likely ones to get accidentally put on an alt.
Yeah, getting fed a normal Alakazan is going to feel terrible too. I don't want that.
Now, you do get a little bit of time. They can put this on somebody and log out. I know you get 4 hours, right?
Did they fix that?
Well,
it's still a thing.
It still ticks down, but
yeah,
you do
so
have 4 hours.
It's 4 hours, and it ticks down even when you're offline.
Okay.
But you could wait and get another 2 hours worth of information before being forced to log in and accept the trade.
Which these Race World First guilds do.
They do that.
They optimize it with spreadsheets by a lot of their analysts. A lot of the analysts do most of the work in terms of simming best upgrades, trying to figure out loot allocation. That's during these heroic splits, they're not just like sitting there devising strats for Mythic, although that may be part of some of their jobs. More often than not, they're sitting there with like spreadsheets open, looking at who's getting what loot from where and what potential mains are, like Dratnus was talking about earlier.
Yeah, I mean, there has been a lot of time spent devising initial strategies for these bosses. That was done over the last few months, right? That was done after TTR testing. Now, almost all of the analyst work is going to be based on loot optimization until we see bosses pulled. Now, Gallywix, there was a lot of information gained from normal that might be extrapolatable into heroic and mythic. So there may be some work going on Gallywix strat, tuning. Again, the Gallywix strat is probably going to be a very rough draft. Whatever they first pull the boss with is going to be a very rough draft, but there are still improvements they could probably make based off of what they saw here on normal, because some of the phrasing of the abilities was pretty ambiguous, and that ambiguity has been resolved if the mechanic was on normal as well. Some of the mythic mechanics and heroic mechanics, of course, weren't on normal, so still a big question mark about how that works. And a lot of Gallywix is going to be based on timers and numbers of things as well.
Mythic also begins in the shielded phase. Just to mention, like phase 1 and 2 are basically gone.
It's like Gul'dan.
It's basically like Gul'dan, where you pull the boss and it's like, oh, that heroic phase is gone. We're just starting with all of it. So it's going to be very interesting because there's basically only one phase of Mythic in the Dungeon Journal, but there hasn't been a one-phase Mythic end boss in...
Since Gul'dan, right?
Well, no,
Gul'dan had multiple phases still. Gul'dan still had P1, P2.
It was a secret phase,
and secret phase as well. Gul'dan had 3.
Yes, you're right.
Yeah, if you count that, there's 3 on Gul'dan still. So yeah, I mean, it's kind of a question of like, are there phases that just aren't in the Dungeon Journal? Is there a secret? Like, there could be multiple, right? There could be... It could still have a phase that starts at 70 and a phase that starts at 40 that just don't have Dungeon Journal mechanics. Sire Nathris is a good example of this, where the entire like Mythic last phase was not in the Dungeon Journal. So that could be...
I mean, it was alluded to, though, at least.
Yeah, there was a line that said like something about
the mirror. About the mirror, what happens down here.
You never know what you're going to get or whatever it is. Yeah.
I don't know. It's like a Taco Bell order. Never know what you're going to get. Speaking of that, I'm sort of hungry again, Tuttles. You...
No, I'm not actually, please. I ate one.
It's 20-pound bowl of meat.
Diamond. Ooh, 2 Eyes of Kazan as well.
Yeah,
Wait a second.
that's the trifecta.
And the Titan of Industry as well, that big old shield.
And a very rare lip smile.
Ooh, and a Wooey item as well for the old Lipperino.
Ooh.
But he's on Ret Paladin.
Yes, so Ret is something that I've been seeing a lot of them playing a lot of Rets, so maybe something that they're thinking is going to be pretty good here, because we saw Dazer on a Ret as well in that previous split. Now, just because somebody's playing something doesn't mean it's necessarily their main, but it does make it pretty likely, because the meta has shifted towards playing 12 copies of the same class rather than an alt of each class, which is kind of how it used to be.
Right.
Yeah.
It used to be that you'd see like, oh, THD Lock, THD Mage, THD Death Knight, right? Now it's just 12 THD Locks.
Sometimes as well, though, there are people in the raid. Lip will tend to play a DK or play a Ret Paladin. Last year, he played almost exclusively Death Knight. I don't even know if he had Paladins that were necessarily
probably like
geared.
1 or 2 or something, But yeah, you can see here, so it looks like he's got, what, 3 Paladins, 3 DKs, and some Shamans on this front page?
Yeah, okay,
3
so
Shamans?
3 Enhancement Shamans. So he is more flexible than most
so
other
he's one of the
people.
flexors, whereas there are people that will just have 9 mages, right? Like Fired Up is just going to be 9 mages.
And then you saw some characters that were never getting played at the bottom of that, which were like a druid and an evoker.
Yeah, and this is just one account as well. He may have more characters on other accounts as well. That it doesn't necessarily mean that that's the only set, or even that all of those are getting played, right? Because a lot of characters got leveled this expansion. Last season, there was so much free time because of that heroic week that they basically just added a bunch of extra characters. Here we can see Atlas is on a DK. He's actually on a blood. Was it blood? Yes. So currently spec blood, although that's probably just for splits. Atlas has been he's been a DPS DK, blood DKing splits for a long time, but he has played blood on a few fights as well when it's been needed. But yeah, DPS DK is something I haven't heard a lot of stuff about this tier, so it may be a case of the old bench.
It's good in Mythic Plus.
Yeah.
Sand Lane Unholy is one of the highest AoEs in the game, but Unholy runs in this issue where you have to, make sacrifices for single target to play for AoE, but, that's not a problem in Raid. You would play that. Frost seems, again, pretty good in Mythic Plus. Maybe not the best specialization, but pretty good. But I have no idea how it is for Raid either. Raid testing is weird because it's difficult to get a good gauge on how specs are going to perform damage-wise in Mythic Plus, or not in Mythic Plus, in Raid, unless you were doing a lot of the normal testing. And these Race World First guilds do a lot of dummy testing out in like the open world and stuff like that, and they try to get a bunch of logs trying to figure out who's going to be doing as much damage and like who's doing what, and priority damage versus multi-target cleave and stuff like that.
We tested super early into this PTR as well, and it was
Yes,
very, very fast. So like on most of the classes, I think we're either bugged, like in a over-benefiting, under-benefiting from tier being bugged, or it's not working at all.
Lots of tuning, too.
Lots of tuning came in. Yeah, we saw tuning, I believe, not Friday of last week and the week before. Big buffs to a handful of specs, some tier buffs, some tier nerfs. BM Hunter getting some insane buffs, and a potential nerf ended up being a buff, and then 2 more nerfs to compensate for overbuffing them, and they're still pretty good. So
yeah, it's still a net buff compared to what they were last week, the set of changes that happened to them on the reset today. So
I feel like DPS tuning isn't that bad right now, barring a few outliers.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is,
which is weird.
I think there are going to be some, like S-tier specs that might consume all the oxygen in the room, and there's just not enough space left for the pretty good specs. I'm thinking stuff like, again, Shadow Priest, maybe Warrior, maybe Windwalker, maybe Mage, that just kind of make it so you don't have spots for stuff like DPS DKs.
But you also have to bring all the raid buffs anyways. But
yeah,
you have to bring
DK doesn't have
though?
one.
DK doesn't have one, exactly.
Yeah, if you need grip, you just bring a blood DK.
Right, and Evoker, Aug is dead. So
Evoker doesn't have an important raid buff. The Blessing of the Bronze thing doesn't matter.
Whatever.
Evokers you bring based on, first of all, if they're just good damage, which they might be. I'm not sure. Dev would definitely be the one over Aug, I think. But the other thing you bring Evokers for is if you need time spirals or spatial paradoxes.
You don't need spiral this tier very much, right?
I don't.
feel like.
Looking at the Gallywix fight, that doesn't look like one of those fights. It doesn't remind you of like Razageth or Ansarek, where you have a lot of ground to cover really fast, right? It just looks like sort of a big old circle where you can be where you need to be already. So I don't think that the Evokers are going to be necessary for that. That being said, spatial paradox is very good on actually Disc and Mistweaver. So if the healers really want it, there might be some value in bringing a Evoker or 2 just to spatial them.
Would you ever just tell your healers or your raid to get good rather than bringing a time spiral and a spatial?
I just tell them to figure it out, but
yeah,
like spatial, if you need to say ramp while you're moving as a Disc Priest, spatial is so good. And for Mistweaver as well, like there's a couple spots in their rotation where they don't mind not having spatial, but if they have to do a lot of healing and be moving, spatial is huge for them as well. All right, so we saw 2 of the quadrants getting lasered off here at the same time. And they're going to be now cornered here.
Yeah, boss is low. I mean, we should be able to beat it before we get to like the last tune-up phase in this final phase here. But this is where things become pretty crazy. That tank debuff going out there is going to cause these bigger batter bombs to spawn in. A lot of them as well. It's going to overlap with the Fire Arc Lions here, standing in the barrier for a bit. Look at the barrier. The whole barrier is just consumed by the actual bombs. You are able to dodge there, though. And besides that, you just have the triple black blood soaks in the back of the room. I think they're called TikTok bombs, actually, like legitimately. And just sort of alternates between this. Then when he does one more cycle, I believe it goes back into that tune-up phase, which we won't see here. But you can see how little room there is if you mess up these pylons. Or if you just get this far and have no room left on the fight on Heroic or Mythic, it's going to be really tight.
Yeah, again, you can see those rockets being shot out from players.
A lot of players dying right there.
Yeah,
I think they're still going to be able to limp over the edge.
No, he's going to phase here.
Boss is at 1%.
Okay, here come the Giga Coils. And that last one now is going to explode, so the room is all electrified. You can see the Raid's health getting ticked down pretty aggressively here. But it looks like they should be able to get over the finish line here. Last of the bomb soaks.
Big Link comes down. All right, there
nice
we go.
work. That was close.
See, that's what I hope the Mythic and Rage is like right there.
Yeah, there is
something of those sorts.
Again, those Omni tokens at least are nice. This tier has an interesting thing as well, where when you get either AOTC, Keystone Master, or like 1600 in PvP, instead of getting an Omni token, you now get a Catalyst charge, which is a very different thing. It's actually not very different, but it's slightly different. And for some people, it's going to be a lot worse, right? Because you don't get a free piece of gear. But for some people, it's going to be a lot better because maybe you can use that Catalyst charge on a Myth piece instead of a Hero piece.
It's a lot worse for me because I'm not raiding.
Well, yeah, but you'll have Hero pieces from M+ that you can just chuck in the Catalyst.
Keystone
Same,
Master,
right?
But
those pieces didn't start at Hero 1 out of 6, right? They started at like Hero like 3 out of
Well, yeah,
6.
but you can still get Hero 3 from M+. In fact, you can get Hero 3 from M+ this year. You couldn't last year. Last year you could only get Hero 2.
Isn't that
so
bad?
basically, it'll
probably isn't.
Yeah, in some cases it'll be more annoying. In particular, if it's like, oh man, I don't have something to catalyze. Now you got to go farm it to actually put in the catalyzer. But if you do have access to Myth Track pieces, you know, if you're somebody in Liquid, for instance, you can get 2 Myth Track pieces this week.
Yeah.
You're going to be able to catalyze both of them, which could be very big.
It's a minor difference no matter what. Like,
Yeah,
no matter
in
how you
most
slice it.
cases it'll be pretty similar, but I would describe it as like a quality of life nerf, but a slight power buff if you're a Giga min-maxer.
Yeah, there's also, you know, it's going to be a little bit more time inefficient. You'd call it a quality of life nerf.
Yeah.
You have to do more content.
You have to
get
actually
that
get the piece to put in the catalyst.
Like the pieces of loot in the raid, like the helms, shoulders, and chests that drop off like.
There are
Roshan
early
on
bosses that
things
drop,
last year.
good myth track pieces. So
yeah, they're actually of use now in a sense, right? 'Cause that was a problem last year. Everything would drop, and they'd be like, "Oh, who wants this for free eye level upgrades?" Basically on your tier.
Yeah.
Like no one wanted it for anything because you play tier in that slot
Well,
instead.
in the past, I mean, those pieces would just get DE'd, but the fact that you now
Yeah.
have the item upgrade system and the catalyst
That's what I'm
means
saying,
that those
yeah.
pieces aren't actually just getting disenchanted like they would in the previous expansions.
Yeah, this tier has some interesting changes as well. That sort of seems like they're trying to make sure that the end boss gear is good again. Because something that sort of happened in previous tiers is because of the upgrade system, early boss loot upgrades the same eye level as late boss loot. So, you know, if it's like, oh, I want a two-handed sword, do you want the one from the first boss or the last boss? Well, which one has better stats, right? Was sort of the answer. Now there's actually that Galley Tech limited edition loot from the last 2 bosses that means it's slightly better at the same item level than the early bosses. So you do want to get that if you can.
Would you mind if like the last boss, like Gallywix Heroic, dropped Myth Track? Do you think that would be a problem?
I think that'd be cool.
Probably, yeah. They've never made the Galley Tech any kind of like fire act weapon for casters. It's for maces. I've never been to wear one. Still can't wear one.
There was the Rygalon dagger.
It didn't count though. They said it was supposed to be like the
Queen Ashara staff.
Rare item.
That was cool. Queen Ashara staff.
Come on now.
So now we're just lying.
There was the
okay.
There was the Int sword off of N'Zoth.
That was the Carapace and N'Zoth.
Oh, what was that
Carapace?
called?
Okay.
Gosh,
It was the Infinite Stars one.
Yeah,
it always had Infinite Stars on it. Yeah.
Which you wanted to cleanse and then put something else on it.
Yeah, I remember you did
It was the
that.
highest item level in the game.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah.
That was before the item upgrade system. So
the claim of nothing is very narrow. I feel like he might have made that up.
Well, I mean, like in more recent stuff, like because I mean, what? It was like a 10k DPS game over a regular weapon on Fire Act.
Was Rygalon not near?
No.
yeah, the Shadow Flame suffused items off of Fire Act.
Listen. I don't. You know what? Sure. But everybody could use that dagger.
What is chat saying?
Chat says you're stupid. That's what they're saying.
They're saying you're coping?
You don't have chat open.
One in chat if Kalamazzi's coping right now. One. Type 1.
Keep in mind.
Somebody type 1 for me.
Can Boomkins use daggers?
Yeah.
Shadowbreed use daggers? Yeah.
Yeah.
Can Boomkins use maces?
Yeah.
Warlocks can.
Well, now they can shadow boost.
They can, can't they?
I don't think so.
Greasy can use maces. Yeah, I know they can. Yeah, exactly. That's back to my point.
I don't think shadow boost can wear the best in slots, can they?
That's a two-handed mace.
They can use mace. Maces.
So best in slots is a two-hander. So there are some specs that can wear one-handed maces, but not two-handed. Yeah.
Now
I don't know what
now
he's
we're going
talking
deep down
about.
the.
Anyways.
Now I have no idea. It's like it's kind of like asking what classes can play what specs. Like weapon proficiency is not something that's not in my bag, unfortunately.
Warriors can use them all except for maybe Warglaives.
It's tough for me too. Don't worry. I play the best class in the game, the one that rides the bench the most. So.
The one that rides the bench. What's the last tier you haven't played a Warlock?
Literally, what are you talking about?
We're not good in any buffs.
This guy literally. Did you see his one of his most recent YouTube videos?
It was disgusting.
Warlocks need power.
Yeah, we want power infusion. Yeah, great clickbait. It was very good.
Oh yeah, we want power infusion. What's the spec that doesn't want? What's the spec that's gonna be like? You know what? I pass, thank you. Give it to somebody else.
You know, I woke up. People on Twitter hating me. People on
as they should.
Discord talking about it.
That's right.
You know what it got though?
Clicks.
Clicks.
Yep. You know it should also get clicks. TL.gg/Coinbase RWF as well. If you want $20 in USDC, use code Team Liquid to be able to obtain that.
Indeed.
Yeah, code Team Liquid 20.
For the $20
Wait, what did I say?
You said code Team Liquid, which
Team Liquid
you forgot
20,
the
very
20, which is
different.
that's the amount of USDC you get.
Line on the
Exactly.
prize. You're doing good.
Yeah.
There you go. Hit the button. Give it to it.
Click.
Yeah.
Did they type 1?
He still doesn't have chat open.
I don't have chat up. I couldn't find it.
Yeah. Couldn't see it anyways, probably.
I thought Dragon's was trolling, but it is on my phone, but he can't see, so.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, Dragon's. I'll pull it.
I didn't realize you had your phone open. No.
I thought you were trolling here.
Hang on, I'm gonna collect channel points for you as well.
Thank you.
Bang, plus 50. You have 49,000 channel points in this channel?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'll spend them for you. Hang on.
Okay.
Oh, okay. No, I don't have enough to make ad time happen yet.
Oh.
Wait, there's a channel point reward for ad time?
For 50,000 channel points, there's something that says ad time.
I'm at 49,000.
If you want to avoid the ads, by the way, you can also subscribe and Prime.
I mean, if you think about it, we press this button, the ad gets played, we get money, sort of. If you think, you know,
do not do that.
So we've sort of got this channel points to,
You know what?
funding our own
won't
event
press the
thing
button.
here.
If everybody in chat goes to TLGG/Coinbase RWF, you just tell me the 20 for code.
Yeah,
How about that?
You'll not press the ad button?
I will withhold.
Okay, that's
But you guys have to
a
do
trade
it.
offer, perhaps.
Yeah.
Good deal.
he did the hand thing. He did the hand thing.
Similar to Dranos with the 5 big boobs, I can't stop myself from doing the hand thing.
I ran an ad.
Wait, they ran an ad?
Yeah, they did.
Dude, what? Our trade offer. We're never.
It was good.
Yeah, we lied. What of it? What are you gonna do? Turn off the stream? Yeah, that's what I thought. Sit back down.
All right. Apparently, we're going to throw it to a Monster Energy listen, and we can hear what the Raiders are up to. Dranos, Kalamazzi, and myself are going to be catching a break, and then we will be right back after this Monster Energy listen.
We might take a lot of damage here. Just don't frontal those bombs. Good. Take those bombs, Cinny. Tell me when the one control is done.
It's done.
Good. It's over.
Throw the bombs into the
bombs
middle.
off the edge, guys. Get the bombs off the edge.
Get away from the boss.
Jump 3 times.
Please. Soak again. Great work.
Make sure you trade me any loot.
Yep. We're going heroic on the first characters?
Yeah.
Okay.
You all helpers.
Yep, thank you guys. Great work. Okay, log out in the instance.
They should have all items. No, you don't need to go back in if you TP'd out, it's fine.
We are we all in the same group? No, we're not.
I don't know. Did he post the runs?
Yep, it's in. After
just,
meeting for loot on first 2 runs, you'll be starting heroic in different groups.
Yeah, so 5 big booms. Okay.
Let's do loot first.
Yeah.
What are the 2 heroic groups? It's Jug Juicers and Severed. Okay.
Looks like. I think we might have been the last group to finish.
You were.
Remember the group 1 characters that we logged out in mid? Just go into the raid?
Yep.
We have to meet for loot first.
Yeah, it's in our channel, the 5 Big Zooms channel.
Okay.
You don't get anything in the second run, so you can just do first and go.
Yeah.
The cartels are always hiring temp workers to pick up odd jobs.
Whisper, Tobo Rizzler.
Yeah. I'm still on loading screen. But no. Must be in a raid group. Boom.
Okay, attempt number 4 logging in.
Has anyone read what Bubba posted about Omni tokens and understand what it means?
Where?
Bro, that shit is like, that is like written in a different language.
Yup. Perfect sense.
Do you get it? God damn.
Dude, the number next to Smack's name is crazy. I don't know why it got rid of an item.
Okay. Try again.
Try do again. There we go.
Okay.
I'm coming in, I just had a long time on you on.
Yep. One more trademark.
What guide are you on, Toba? I just...
Rizzler. Double Rizzler. Lots of trades for you, Smack. City. City done. Boom. Should be good.
There was nothing for me. I said I should come.
There's 2, you can't see? Oh, the trade window?
Sorry.
I'll retrade. Oh. Okay, logging next guy.
I have a group for the second one.
Okay.
Milo.
On Mark. Pusher, yeah.
Why are you guys running out?
Yeah, you don't have to run out. There's raid entrance inside.
Dude, I tried to go in the fucking... I need to...
Ooh, you must be in a raid group. I left. Help.
I'll fix it.
Help. You might be in a different instance when you walk back in. How many items did you get? 6?
Yeah.
Okay. You're done.
Okay.
You're in a different instance, Runes?
Oh, you just re-entered, yeah. You have to re-enter.
Yeah, I'll come back in.
Blundered.
So good. Ready now. You see the window?
Yeah.
One more.
Oh.
Thanks.
No problem, bro.
Okay, that's it.
Signing up. If you're a helper and you can hear me, hit no on this ready check. Hit no if you can hear me. Hit no.
Yo, I hit ready.
But are you ready?
I'm ready. I want to pull boss.
That's it. No. That's Wait, it. No. was it more Raider?
We have 14 raiders. So yeah, we're missing one.
It's Glocka, isn't it? Oh no. Were you keeping Glocka?
It's...
I don't know.
It's Disco, right?
That is good.
Disco's
He's not
AFK?
in his chair.
Not in the chair. No fucking way.
Fair beat.
Okay. I just got a message that. Oh, hold on. I just got a message that needs to be relayed to you guys. If you do decide to download Coinbase, Hagrid aka Shakib from our guild has earned a minus 30% return on investments for the day. So you can do better than him. Yay.
Make it a competition.
Mm-hmm.
The bad vest.
Who are we
This is
missing in
so-
the front?
Wolf Disco. He just got
Disco.
it. Nope, he's coming back.
I told him to come in.
Alright, W.
I had a mailbox from someone.
Oh, who's gonna get fucking run over?
I got skirted.
It's fine. Battle
Wait,
res-
that was only our guild that died. There was like 6 people. It was only us.
I tanked that shit because of 90% monk VR. Holy.
Alright, for the helpers, the only change on heroic compared to normal is you're gonna get oil drops. You're just gonna take them towards star and towards orange away from the raid. And then there's gonna be a fire thing that like chases random people. Those people just go run over the oil and clean it up with it. And that's it.
Hello?
Yep. Let's go. Yo.
Welcome, Undone.
I see some pings.
Yeah, log in. Hurry up, man.
Where was this group even posted?
Toucan Disco. What's announcements? Announcements. Boom, invite. Boom, summon. Alright, going soon. We're saving loss for the first burn. Don't send 2 minutes until the burn as well. You can send 130s though. Putting a timer?
Am I tanking?
Nah.
No.
Let's have a chill.
Hold on. Not going.
No check on.
Yeah, Neil, do you have the weak aura?
Yeah, before you might have just opened it.
Okay, yeah, can you close
Let's close
your
the
weak
weak
auras? Okay, perfect. We're going
I trust
on
him.
this timer. Short one.
Holding lust or no?
Hold lust, yeah.
Hold.
The one phase or what?
Yeah.
Trust me.
Yeah, why is this nameplate tech?
Oh yeah.
You guys see that?
Yeah, I don't like it.
I hate this. He's armored up.
Everybody, everybody be on the green side.
See it somewhere else. It's
Be
there.
on the entrance side of the boss. Take these to Sar and Orange out of the group. Sar and Orange out of the group. Good. Right, 5 seconds. Somebody's gonna get picked with fire. You guys are gonna take the fire and clean up all this oil that just got dropped. Here comes. If you get picked, run over. And then we're killing the bikers in 3, 2, 1. Killing the bikers. If you got picked with the fire, make sure you hit the oil. Otherwise, we're gonna get fucked. Perfect. Good job. All right. Kill the bikers.
If you guys ever have to replace anyone, look for people with weak aura in their note. That means they already have it. I'm just telling them all to do that.
W.
Okay, take these out in front of the boss. In front of the boss.
Did we
In front of
miss?
the boss. Not behind.
Did we miss a bike?
Yeah.
4 plates.
Yeah, it's still 4 plates. Kill the bikers now. People who get the fire, please run over the oil. Like all the oil.
Want to
especially
move
in
it,
the middle of
Yips,
the room.
or this is fine?
We can probably go to
Chill.
the other side after this if we
Maybe
want.
chill. Don't be in the way of the bikes. It's because the boss is in the oil, maybe, that they missed. Landing. Okay, we need one more.
Bike.
Yeah, one more bike. Okay, these oils, I want you to take them out towards those pings. And then you guys are blowing up these bikes right now, real quick. If you get the fire, make sure to clear the room. Blow up the bikes, and then we're gonna get ready to bang the boss team. I'm gonna send the bike in. 3, 2, 1, sending. Send lost.
Lost.
Alright, dodge the floor, and make sure we get CCs on the mechanics that come in. X and AoE stunts. Okay, kicks and stuns.
Man, Unholy DK looks really strong.
Yeah.
They have
You
some
guys
bikes,
are
man.
playing it, but you guys are playing it bad.
Have a bike diff?
No, that's all Natty, I think. It's a new patch. Got this new ability.
Chinese build.
Works in the master, I think.
Yeah. All right, this room is covered with absolute shit. Can we move?
Yeah, go to the other side.
Everybody, we're just gonna
Oh,
slide
yes,
on.
clear here, right, as well. It'll be fine.
That works too, actually. Just keep it here. Okay, star and orange with the oil drops that come first. And then whoever gets the fire, I want you guys to run completely forward and just clear all the shit. Fire coming soon. In 8 seconds. Okay. If you get targeted by this, please run forward and clear all the oil in front of us. Fire's coming in 3 seconds. We're killing the bikes. Okay, if you get targeted by fire, run forwards. If you get oil, move up.
Go back to the original spot.
Oh, that hit. Yeah. W.
On again, I bubble up.
That one didn't.
That bike fizzled. Yeah, it's because of the oil.
It's like a pull stick, just fucking.
Can
Is it
you
immune?
pull-
Okay.
Yeah, just pull the boss towards the bikes so that's on oil, and then we'll chill.
Yeah.
Big clear here.
That's really good. Very good. Move the oil towards the middle of the room, not on top of us. W.
That works too.
One more bike. We're just gonna go towards the entrance.
Single target
Jang-
one of these bikes.
Yeah, Jangwar rally. And try to clear if you can. Get the oil away from us. And hit ball. Sticks. And we're going to sticks right after this.
Yes, sir.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir, sir, yes.
Little boss.
Hit the little boss. Boom.
Boom. Try to loot all your rooms. Alright, follow skull. Everybody mount up. Watch both sides of the road before you cross every single time.
I'm racing him.
Who's holding, by the way?
Why you let shit mount Atlas?
Impact is holding.
It's just nicer for helpers sometimes.
What the fuck? I died in the car. You just ran right into it. Yeah, but you can die in the car?
Yeah.
What's up with that?
Yeah, by some of them.
Let's talk about it.
With that? You just got in the car crash.
Let's talk about it.
They just have a nicer car than you, man.
Ballast. Yeah, DC.
We don't have everything yet. Hold on.
Dude. Not last.
Welcome back from that Monster Energy listen in. We are back on the couch, and I am joined by Dratnos and Kalamazi. I am Tettles, of course, and we have been witnessing the first entrance into some of the heroic splits that we have been seeing. Why do they bail on normal so early, Dratnos?
Yeah, so I mean, heroic has the better gear, so it sort of makes sense to do heroics, right? Like they're going to want to do a lot of heroics, and they're going to want to do as few normals as they can get away with, right? But at the start of the day, you don't have a lot of experience with the raid. None of the helpers have any experience with the raid. You kind of don't know where tuning's at. And also, there's a lot of power that you can pick up just even on some alts to make heroic easier from those first few normal runs. So I think that's why they started with normal for a couple runs.
Too, yeah.
You know, with lower chance of failure, lower chance of wiping. And now they kind of have an idea from other guilds of what the heroic tuning is like, how many helpers they think they can get away with, so how many splits they can run simultaneously. Because heroic splits are going to be the main thing that happens for the next couple of days, right? We've got a lot of characters. Each person in Liquid has probably done 3 or 4 normal splits across their account. We're probably looking at maybe 10, 15 heroics, something like that, per person, which the more they can have that split, right, the more they can do that in 4 splits rather than 3, the more loot they're going to get as well.
While we were on break, we actually got a second to kind of look at some of the other guilds that were progressing heroic. What were the things that you were seeing, Kalamazi?
I mean, all I heard was somebody hit one-arm bandit, pulled it a few times on heroic, and we're just like, yeah, we're not going to do this anymore. So I mean,
on heroic.
Yeah, on heroics. I mean,
that's a full guild group, of course. Not. I think there's melee mechanics, right?
It was melee mechanics.
They
Yeah,
killed
that's what I
Vexy
heard.
Mythic, right? And then they went into heroic, and they hit the wall at one-armed bandit heroic. Now, of course, there's a lot of gear that you can pick up kind of easily over the next couple of days. One thing that we often do see Liquid do is once somebody knows what their main is, they'll start sending things on their alts, right? Like you start sending your spark on your alts so you can make your alt stronger to make the split easier as well.
Yeah.
But it is a big question mark is how many helpers can we get through these bosses? Heroic Vexy, at least, doesn't look that much harder than the normal encounters. It took a long time, though. Yeah, that was like a
4-minute kill,
yeah, 4.5-minute fight, something like that, right? So it is, you know, I think they're probably not going to be able to sustain this many split groups. It looks like we're down to actually 2 split groups total right now.
Okay, what do you reckon Styx Bunk Junker is going to look like on heroic in splits in particular?
Yeah, I don't think this fight's going to be that much nastier on heroic. I mean, I guess the challenge is going to be if helpers get assigned to do the bomb rolling. That could be potentially something that
That's
goes
what I'm
wrong.
concerned about, right?
Yeah, it looks like they're mounting up and potentially considering going somewhere other than Styx
Seeing the boss's health and decided to roll out, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. Atlas is not driving a car. He's just on a mount as well.
Mount gang. I'm so down for this. Yes, forget the car, mount gang.
Everybody else is leaving him in the dust here.
That's fine. I'm not crashing into the buildings. This is perfect.
Slow and steady may win the race here, but yeah, this is something that's going to take him a little while here, perhaps. But yeah, it looks like they're heading over maybe towards Cauldron of Carnage.
I feel like Cauldron will be the next go-to here, probably. It didn't seem like it was really that much of a step up.
A little bit of trash pull.
Retesting at all.
Oopsie.
Yeah, this could be a little death run action possibly here as well. But, I mean, so at the same time, we're going to be running a lot of heroic splits, like Ratner's mentioned here too. But there's also a bit of that behind-the-scenes element of you are trying to formulate what comp you think you might want to be playing on later bosses on Mythic to try to prioritize with gear. We saw that Jasper Diamond drop off of Gallywix, and where does it go? Does it go to like THG on maybe his main here? We're not even sure who's going to be maining what, but is your comp more execute heavy for one-arm bandit, Mugsy, and Gallywix? You're looking for more of a cleave comp, so now that we're in heroic, that's taken more into account here as well. But
I think with 30-plus players on your roster and almost limitless comps, though, you can kind of flex into anything if you need it. So I think you just look on trying to make sure that everybody has that character prioritized, and I think that a lot of the research into what comp you're potentially going to be playing was done in advance, and then you allocated the correct people on the correct specializations or correct classes.
We've seen them also go back in previous tiers, like getting somebody gearing on a character they hadn't played.
That's fair.
Most of that raid tier, so I guess there's multiple avenues of approaching that, but let's see. 5 splits at once is impressive, though, to be fair.
Yeah, that was a normal, right? Now
Yeah.
we're down to, we think, 2 of Heroic, which makes more sense for Heroic, right? Heroic, day 1, you know, we're talking about everybody being in effectively, if you're full Mythic gear from last tier, you're in LFR gear from this tier. So doing Heroic, you are substantially under the item level that Heroic drops, even before those upgrades get applied to it. So even being able to split this at all with helpers is going to be great. As many bosses as they can, they'd like to do that. I mean, because the thing is, there's always this tension between, well, if we could run 3 groups instead of 2, we'd get 50% more loot, right? But then if we're ever wiping, if we're taking longer, if there are bosses we can't kill, we're losing time. So there's always that kind of potential versus an actual reality trade-off.
Well, while the Raiders are looking for loot, if you're also looking for loot in the form of apparel, you can join TL.gg/RWF and be able to buy some apparel there.
Yeah, check it out. There's some pretty sick apparel.
That jersey's fire that Atlas is wearing.
It is. Yeah, the jersey's fire. A lot of the apparel here is really sick, too.
They put Cauldron of Carnage on a bunch of the stuff,
They did.
too.
I had the
and
King of Trade shirt on.
That is so sick. I am a big fan. You can even see the mouse mat that's got Cauldron of Carnage on it.
I actually have that. It's very, very cool.
You want to trade?
Are those swim trunks as well?
I think they are. I'm pretty sure they are.
That goes crazy, yeah.
They are. I wear those as regular pants.
Yeah.
Yeah, the store. Let's go.
Average Florida moment right
I mean, yeah. Next time a hurricane rolls in, you're just you're out there, you're prepped for it.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Top tier. Top tier.
Yeah.
Was it last year that you like flew home into the hurricane?
There were 2 hurricanes last year.
I think I flew home right before the hurricane got there. Yeah.
Well, it was right after one, and it was right before the other one.
Yes, I think that was it. Yeah, because I mean, like, I want to be. I gotta be there.
Yeah.
There's looting and things. You gotta protect.
your potted plants.
That's true. I have 18 now. They split off into others.
Wait, what?
I have 18.
They
plants
mitosis.
in the patio. Yeah.
Wow.
Started getting real big. I took a serrated bread knife and cut them up and put them in other pots. And I have 18.
Kind of like jailer soaks.
Yeah, they're just expanding.
It's like that famous. I don't know if you guys know the famous guild interview question about debuff that. It's like a debuff that kills somebody and splits in half.
Yeah.
Splits to 2 more people, and like, how long do you have before your raid wipes? Actually, pretty similar to the jailer P4 mechanic. Yeah.
Dude, I haven't thought about that in so long. So they're just killing more treasure. Are we back at Styx?
This is.
It is Styx again.
Maybe.
I think this might be a different split though. Where's Atlas?
Oh yeah, this could be. I don't see Atlas in this split.
But they are this split. The Jug Juicers are at 6 Bunk Junker for sure.
Yeah, that does look like 6 Bunk Junker for them. We've got Nick here on a Prez Evoker.
The question is, how difficult is Styx going to be with a bit of helpers in here? Or what is the ratio of helpers to actual like raiders here as well? Do we know? Or we're not sure.
Nick just like he took 3 big gulps out of that monster there. That was crazy.
Yeah, quick juice up. You know why not?
Yeah,
popping him has
maybe
been
that's
called.
why they're called the Jug Juicers.
Yeah, there we go. Quick little juice break. There you go.
Okay.
5,
Here we go.
4.
All right, boss
3,
getting pulled here. It is going to be 6 Bunk Junker Heroic for the Jug Juicers.
Yeah, big difference here on Styx is you have these territorial bombshells that are going to be active on Heroic and higher, which you can't really kill with the rolling ball of garbage drawn until they reach 75% health and the shield is removed, correct?
Yeah, they spawn clamped onto a garbage pile, and you need to damage them enough that they detach from it, and then you cleave them down. You don't want to roll into them. If you roll into them, you'll explode, you'll lose your bomb, and you'll create more fire garbage, which it's not a one-shot or anything like that, but it is bad, so they're hoping to break those all out. There you can see that big bomb as well that they need to roll into with a big pile of garbage before it explodes. And also rolling into the boss whenever possible is great. You can see they have ignited a little bit of the ground here. We've got a couple of burning trash piles.
And there's 1 large tank bomb per set. You have to roll into, correct? Is that?
Yes. So I also had a conversation with THD. In the final phase of this fight, you actually get 2 of the tank bombs.
Yeah.
And he was expressing concern that if it's not one of the liquid raiders that ends up getting the ball that has to run into that bomb, it could potentially be a problem because, you know, the tank is always assigned one, so they can be able to run into it. Are you worried about the final phase here with that junk rolling? Now, it seems like Liquid has all of their helpers, at least in Discord and as well, and they're attentively listening. But like, is this something that you would be concerned about, Dratnus?
Yeah, I think absolutely. It's something where that's part of the reason, right? You definitely want all of your helpers in Discord, and it's one of the big advantages that Liquid has is that the helpers are actually, they got a lot of really good helpers. So big thank you to everybody who's helping out, especially with Heroic here, because it's actually pretty skill intensive. Being a helper in one of these split runs on day one is, you have to do a lot of these mechanics. There's just no avoiding it. If you get targeted by that bomb, only basically one person can screw up that bomb before you start running out of them in P2.
Right, you're not getting gear either. You're basically, I mean, for the most part, you're like in LFR gear.
You're getting a bunch of crests.
Right?
You're getting you're getting vault slots. You're getting gold. So it is a good deal if you're not, if you're not raiding today, for instance. I think it's
right. I mean,
a great
point
place
being,
to be,
like week 1 gearing here that was very, very challenging compared to like week 2 or 3 reclear, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like when we come back next week, they could probably do like 5 splits instead of 2 of this.
What eye level do you think that you're kind of looking to expect coming out of splits? Like 660 something?
Something like that, yeah.
Do you craft? Do you spend crests? What do you do?
So interestingly, this time around, you're only going to have 1 spark available to you this week. You don't get your second until week 3 of Mythic.
Do you craft a main hand?
Maybe.
Depends which loot.
Maybe. So if you craft a main hand, then you could craft like you could make, I think, a like 650 socketed PvP belt or bracers if you run a battleground. So that might be the vibe.
Crafting, interestingly enough, is only 60 of your crests, 60 of your 90 weekly crests.
It's how it was back
gilded.
in Dragonflight, yeah. Only the War Within Season 1 had those nerfed costs on it, like buffed costs, right? More expensive.
Yeah.
What is our cap for Heroic and Mythic crest this week? 90 or 180?
90.
Yeah. 90? Has anybody looked at it?
I don't know. So I'm saying last season we thought it'd be 90 when
right, but we actually had 180.
But it was 180.
I need
chat.
Yeah, chat.
What is the cap on Gilded Crests?
It's 180.
180.
Someone said 180 and someone says 90.
Okay.
What is it? Don't lie to me. Come on.
Chat. Pop open if you've got any of those crests. I guess you'd have to have a ruined crest or
tab in and type right
crest.
now.
90.
Somebody says 90?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. 90.
Okay.
So
chat knows saying 90. Yeah. So
season 1 you had 180 this week.
Yeah. Because Heroic Week was when it started going up, but this time around, I think that makes more sense as well. But it does mean that if you want to craft a piece with Gilded, that's going to cost you 60 of your 90, which I think is probably worth, but it is pricey.
You're supposed to craft on CD with the changes to cost, just in terms of crest efficiency, because last patch it was a little bit weird where you didn't want to craft very many pieces.
The thing is, though, if you only have 90 and say you want to upgrade like an Eye of Kazan Heroic that gets dropped for you or something like that, right? Like you want to upgrade some really high value pieces from the raid that drop. You can only do 2 upgrades before you then are out of upgrades.
But if you get something from Mythic,
if you get something from Mythic and you want to upgrade it, for instance, like say you got a Mythic weapon from an early boss and you want to throw some upgrades at it, then you wouldn't be able to craft with an enchanted Mythic crest.
Yeah.
This boss's health is real.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of the reason why you could really feel that it's heroic, not normal now. This boss is living so much longer.
We were sitting here before we came back from the Monster Energy listen, and we were like, wait, are they in heroic? And then we couldn't really tell, and then they started raid leading like it was very much
exactly,
heroic.
Yeah, they were talking about optimizing damage cooldowns on Vexy, and I was like, okay, this wouldn't be that important on normal.
Exactly.
I think we're about 5 minutes into this poll. The boss is at 40%. This is like an 8-minute boss, and this boss ramps in difficulty as well, like with more and more ads spawning, I believe, later on in the fight.
When is the final? When's
after
the final phase spawn?
cast, right? After it goes into P2, it starts spawning more ads.
Subtitles?
When does it start, the final phase?
Yeah, I think it's like 90 seconds in on Heroic and like 45 on Mythic.
It's just like, it phases and like ramps. Like you're flying in the air with a large like blue drop-down circle.
But that only happens, like it only increases the spawns of stuff once, I think.
Oh, gotcha.
After the first time it does it, I think.
Okay.
I'm not 100%
that might
sure.
be accurate, okay.
Does definitely look like there are a lot of ads out here.
Is that bomb going to get soaked? I mean,
yeah, there's plenty of time for it. So you can see there are indeed 2 bombs. One of them gets rolled into, the other one gets rolled into, and then the last person with the garbage gets to roll right into the boss. Bang! Rolling into the boss does a bunch of damage as well.
It also spawns the ads very close to the boss. You really don't want them to be too far away.
So yeah, basically any ad you roll over, you pick up, and then you deposit it when you stop rolling your garbage. So getting them under the boss is great because they do take double damage for a few seconds after they come out.
That's why a couple specs looked really, really good on this fight during raid testing, and I'm kind of interested in seeing if they're going to be as good during...
Like Arcane, for instance, can be really sick if you get all the ads nice and and stacked.
Turn this into the meat grinder style fight as opposed to the spread cleave fight.
This is one of the few that they could definitely do this on for sure.
Yeah, right. If you don't successfully pick up all the ads, then something like Moonkid could be really great. Just starfalling all of them even when they're far away.
Shadow Priest Aflock as well.
Yeah. On Mythic, you actually get these ads that you have to pick up as well. They like start channeling a laser on somebody, and if they finish, they one-shot them.
Yeah.
And they're like medium-sized as well, so you can't pick them up immediately. You have to roll over enough trash to become medium-sized first. That's the way it works, right? You start off as a small ball, you roll over 3 or 4 things, you become a medium ball, and then you can roll over the medium trash and the medium ads. And then once you get super big, you can actually blow up the bombs that need to blow up.
Right.
Boss pretty low here.
Yeah, you can see 7 stacks of that burning garbage, 8 now. They have a lot of that burning garbage around, but it doesn't actually look that deadly on the raid frames. So that
I'm
was
surprised.
some
Yeah,
healing ramp
I
coming
thought I was
out.
afraid of this fight going so long, just so many burning piles of trash. But
Yeah, I
it's
mean, they're
actually
almost
not
7 minutes in now.
Yeah.
But it doesn't look that bad, even with an 8 stack or a 7 stacker here. Oh, I guess there's 7 garbage is active, and there's some burning garbage that is not showing a debuff. But it is definitely out there and burning.
It looks like there's 7 healing this. Oh, no,
that makes sense. Yeah, you play a lot. Overhealing heroic makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, bolt. They hit the bomb in the back right there? Yeah, they declared. Okay, they cleared it. We're good.
All right.
Oh, boss dead.
Yep, boss should die here. Link comes down to that breath at the end of the fight. Very impactful there. There we go.
Yips on a prop paladin. Not giving us too much information, though, because tanks do tend to gear multiple different options.
I think Yips and Scott, like, you know, we were kind of talking about, you know, making one of the same class like 15, 16, 17, 18 times for some of these DPS players and healers. Tanks, I think,
tend to at least have one of everything, and then they may still stack a couple of whatever they're most sure about playing.
But that we're talking about stacking in terms of, okay, they might make like 10.
Yeah, or even like 5 or something.
Exactly.
Looking at his damage there. Garbage dump, a big source of your damage on this fight, does show up on details. It is when you roll into the boss with a bomb.
How long until the bikers from the first boss as well stop showing up on details? What do you think?
I wouldn't be surprised that gets removed at some point.
Chat, if you're trying to do this boss and you want to look impressive on the damage meter, if you actually get in the bike on Vexy, the first boss of the raid, and you shoot the bike into the boss, it does insane damage on the damage meter.
Yeah. All right, so looks like this group, the Jug Juicers, is now 2 out of 8 heroic, having killed Styx second. The other group as well, I could see, are working on Cauldron of Carnage. I'm not sure if they already got Styx Bunk Junker down. It does look like the Juicers are going to the Cauldron second. The other group is also just at the start of Cauldron of Carnage, so yeah, this is going to be boss number 3 for the Jug Juicers.
The mythic mechanic of this is the teddy bears that you have to knock into one another, right?
That's mythic, yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
so
it's
basically,
the dinosaur monkey.
They're like little versions of each side. So you'll get little dinosaurs on the dinosaur side, little gorillas on the gorilla side, and you need to kick them towards the middle so that they'll run into each other. And each time they do, you get a stacking debuff. If you don't do all of them, they all will explode in when the bosses clash, and that will wipe you if there's more than a stack or 2.
Yeah, so the main mechanics on this fight are then just going to be you're gonna have to swap sides periodically, basically after
every clash you go to the opposite side.
Exactly, and then on the dinosaur side you see here this big bomb that has to be soaked. That's important, but also you can't hit the bomb with the frontal from the boss, otherwise you're going to end up blowing up the bomb and wiping. On the gorilla side, it has a bar that's above your screen, and if you move too much, you end up getting stunned.
Yeah. That's what makes multi-dotting really hard in this fight, too. If you're on the fire side, you're constantly soaking the fire bombs, or you get a fire spread on you. If you're lightning, you can't move as much either.
I don't think you can multi-dot.
You can, but I don't see a point to, honestly, either in this fight. I think
you can maybe squeeze a little bit of value out, but they are pretty far apart. They have to be like 70+ yards away.
Right. You stack opposite side debuffs on you the longer you're on that side, though, don't you?
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
But you could maybe, greed a little bit if you time it right. Because, yeah, basically each time, every second, or as you're standing on one side or the other, you are gaining stacks of a damage thing. That's what's forcing you to swap after every clash is resetting that.
Yeah. So the problem is, like, if you dual the multi-dot and you get 1 stack of the fire effect, you can have a chance of spawning a fire effect on the lightning side.
During Mythic testing as well, whenever the ads that you see tethered to people were CC'd with like a hard CC, I think they exploded immediately, but it looks like that's no longer the case.
I think that's not true on the lower difficulties, yeah.
Oh, was that a Mythic only thing?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Because they explode and they leave behind that ground effect, whereas here, if they expire, they don't leave behind the ground effect.
Where did this ground effect come from then?
Yeah, so that's the ads. If the ads reach their target, they leave that ground effect behind. And on Mythic, if they get CC'd or expire, they also leave it behind.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Afflock copy leaders here. Oh.
Yeah, Afflock pumping. He is probably getting some value out of doing some greedy multi-dotting. I wouldn't be surprised if he's able to get a little bit of that. Although
There's somebody dancing in the middle right there.
He's just over on blue side, so
yeah.
I guess if you just get good CDs when they're both in range here, that can also be really nice.
He's probably getting power infusion too. I saw this in the Kalamazoo YouTube video.
That's true. They do want power infusion
as well as some permanent dots, which are both in effect in this fight. Very exciting times.
Yeah, we can see a little bit of information about maybe some of the kind of comp stuff. At least we can see that we've got Dryny on a Holy Pally, we've got Trill on a Windwalker.
Firewing on top here, actually.
Yeah, KSP playing a Rogue, and Lip's Shaman is in this run, although we, of course, know that Lip has multiple different characters. different classes that he's prepping.
Oh, a Kingfly on a Dosu not
dead on
Ho.
this
Yeah,
run.
I don't know what happened there exactly. If it was the clash that took them out there, I'm not really sure. We have staggered through this boss for a long time with people being dead, but with this boss having a lot of health on heroic, it might just be a go again angle.
Yeah, still 28% here on this boss, and
It's gonna snowball with these fire soaks.
yeah, things do get nasty here. There's a lot of damage in this, and they have a lot of people dead. So, but it is mostly Liquid Raiders, of course, that are still alive. So hopefully they can survive. You do need to kill the two bosses within a few seconds of each other as well. It does. Once you kill one, the other will start getting nastier.
Can you solo immune soak that bomb anymore?
I think you need to put 4 people in it.
I think you used to be able to.
Yeah, during PTR, during all of PTR testing, you could.
Yeah, exactly. I remember doing that during PTR. I didn't know if they changed exactly how that mechanic was functioning.
All right, so this beam, you want to make sure you're not aiming it. So one problem with aiming it like this is it's going to hit some people over on the lightning side if they don't dodge.
Which can't move.
Yeah, I mean, the static charge is a lot more forgiving. During PTR testing, it was really unforgiving. It is a lot more forgiving than it was during testing, so you can move quite a bit.
They might actually be able to stagger through here. The bosses are 18%. We have big leads coming up here as well, though.
Yeah.
If they can make it through, this might actually be a kill.
I love this THD WeakCore that you see on like the top left-hand side of the screen, where it's telling him how much damage per 2 seconds he's actually taking from each side of the dots from each side.
Actually, that's pretty nice. All right, if we can make it through this, we should actually be okay here. Bosses are about. It's a bit of a disparity here. Torque's at 17 and Florendo's at 12. Like Tritos mentioned, they do enrage if the other one dies. Like,
yeah.
With one die, the other one will enrage.
It's not that bad, right? It ramps up, so it's okay if you get like 5 or 10 seconds. I think as you get much longer than that, things are going to start getting sketchy. But you can see a gateway is coming down here from THD. He's getting ready to go and equalize if need be. I think even though Torque is a little higher, they have more damage on this side. So it's actually going to be Torque that's in danger of dying first. Torque is now lower than Florendo. This is going to be a photo finish, though, as they have been having more and more players bleeding out. THD actually going to gateway over now.
Wait. Multi-dot.
Maybe a quick little multi-dot, yeah. You can see Florendo picked up the Wither, or the Agony, rather.
Yeah, both should be dying. You're going to have Florendo living for a bit longer here, but that's going to empower those actual bombs, I believe, as well, if that actually ends up ticking through.
Yeah, we are going to get the next clash here in a little bit. They still got some time before then. I wonder what would happen if there was a clash when one of them is dead. Looks like they've kind of just stopped damage on Torque.
Yeah.
THD is now focusing Florendo. Although he does have stacks now.
Here's the clash.
Yeah, here comes that clash. Bang! And this should be very easy now. The clash is going to end as soon as one dies. Torque's starting to enrage, but they have enough damage to finish it. Cauldron of Carnage goes down. Severed Splits picks up another boss. And not too relevant loot off of these early bosses. There is tier off of several of the bosses. But beyond that, I think Cauldron of Carnage has some of the least exciting loot in the raid.
We got a Zenith and a Dreadful piece, it looks like.
Yeah, that's terrible.
Yeah, the other stuff you're looking for off of Cauldron of Carnage, there's a Crit Haste ring, very heavy crit ring. It doesn't look like that's dropped here.
I don't believe so.
That Tournament Arc is a bow, so that's going to go to Dosu's Hunter there, it looks like. And then there are a couple of... So there's the Pilot Light and the Big Red Button. And it does look like we did have the Big Red Button drop there. That is a Strength Trinket. It's Mastery all the time. And it has a 2-minute on-use that gives you 15 seconds of a bunch of Strength. So potentially can be quite good for 2-minute Strength users, which is a lot of them.
Is it good stat budget-wise?
I don't know.
Oh.
Nobody tells me nothing.
Big Red Button, hit it.
That's fair.
Let's go, yeah.
It's probably better than whatever they've got coming into the season, that's for sure.
Yeah, there you go.
I don't know if it's BIS.
But there's a lot of melee DPS trinkets from Mythic Plus that are pretty good. So whenever we were talking about the caster trinkets earlier, we were talking about those being really good from raid. I think the melee DPS have a decent amount of Mythic Plus options that are solid.
Fair.
Looks like a death skip is going to be the strat here too. Is this Styx Bunk Junkers?
It is. This is Styx Bunk Junkers.
Okay, so Severed Splits ran in a slightly different order than the Jug Juicers, where they went to the Cauldron versus Styx second, respectively, between those teams.
I want to see Reverb. Why are they all afraid of Reverb here?
Reverb makes sense to me as being the hardest of the ones.
I think it is too. Why
at least harder than Cauldron and Styx.
Richard Reverb, of course.
Yeah, Richard Reverberations.
Yeah. That's the full name, just to clarify.
That is.
Richard was his father. He goes by Rick.
What's the difference on Heroic, actually, in Rick Reverb? Do you know?
No. I only really know the Mythic differences.
Well, the difference between Mythic is that you don't have to have the 2 circles contact
one another. Yeah, the 2 circles have to clap to... And also there's the Soak cannon on Mythic.
Yeah. I don't know the difference between normal and Heroic.
Normal and Heroic, yeah.
Oh, the barrels.
The
barrels aren't present on normal.
Oh, okay.
So the DPS barrels, Yeah,
so the like fireworks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They spawn in, you have to kill them quickly, they explode. Hitting them gives you a damage and haste buff, I believe, as well.
The ads that the melee
there's
hate to
spark
see.
blast ignition, the 5 barrels that need to be killed before they explode, and you do get a haste buff when you hit them.
Yeah, which is nice.
A small one,
So,
but better than nothing.
on PTR, they weren't totally... They would spawn stacked at times. Sometimes they would spawn in the back of the room.
Yeah, you could
It was
sometimes get a far
far-fetched.
spawn, and that felt pretty unlucky. I think they have a little bit less health than they maybe did in testing.
This during testing was like a fight that Destruction, Warlock, Moonkin, Shadow Priest all looked very good on because of how spread some of those ads could be.
Yeah,
because like you
exactly.
said, it's just not consistent. If it was more consistent, then the melee DPS would maybe be a little bit better. You'd have potentially better melee options. But it looked really good during PTR testing for those range specializations.
Yeah, we harped a lot on a spread cleave profile of this tier, which does indeed seem pretty important and like relevant early on here, like Cauldron Carnage on Reverb. But the later we go, I mean, you see some on One Arm Bandit, but then Mugsy
single target
not
mostly.
as much. I mean, some cleave in certain
Yeah, there are
parts,
the two
like with
ads on the on one of the sides, and on the actually both sides. Oh, but some of them you can't hit.
You know, it's
Right.
mostly single target.
And then Gallywix, you have some cleave, but it's a lot of like...
I think that looks like melee meat grinder cleave rather than range spread cleave.
Those are. I feel like that's the cleave where you don't talent into the cleave. You just have cleave. From
Yeah,
the
exactly. Like
specializations.
some people are incidentally able to cleave that, like your Havoc Demon Hunters or whatever.
Most specs in the game can incidentally.
The
cleave these
disparity in
days,
class
too.
design, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
All right, so Styx Bunk Chunker getting pulled by the Severed Splits now. Meanwhile, I can report in that the Jug Juicers are clearing some trash, so hopefully that means they were able to get Cauldron down and maybe are moving towards Rick Reverb.
Oh my God, Richard!
Might get a chance
Ricky
to take a look
himself.
at that.
I don't think it'll be that bad, but we'll see. Oh, goodness. So wait, so can you run over those dog packs with the rolling ball of trash?
Yeah,
yeah, you can pick up any. You can pick up any,
and then they'll get
mob.
deposited when you explode.
I didn't
your
even know
trash.
that, actually. It's interesting. Okay.
I love this weak aura that you see on screen right there from Dryny that was telling him how much longer he had during his duration
Yeah.
and how many more piles he could pick up.
Right.
And so that actually allows him to immediately be able to determine, is he small, is he medium, is he large-sized orb.
Yeah, right, exactly, right. Yeah, because on the screen, you have the energy bar.
Exactly.
When you reach, before you reach half, you got to soak the small piles of trash. You get the halfway point, you can soak the medium orbs. When you get to the very end, you can soak the big balls, and you're good to go.
Exactly.
Yeah, see, or the one or two that are out there at least.
Yeah, or you can
bombs.
run into the boss and do big
damage. Yeah.
How much damage does it do to the boss?
It does like 1.5% of its health or
a
something.
good
It's
bit.
crazy. Yeah. When you're fully charged up.
That
is something. Yeah.
Oh, damn. The damage from that also, by the way, for those at home watching, shows up on the damage meter. Very important.
Very important indeed. Dryny looks like dying to the heroic dog.
my God.
When the dogs attack you, they put a heal of reduction dot on you. Something that hopefully your tanks are able to pick up fully. But yeah, Dryny actually ended up having to go down and soulstone that.
Bringing back Necrotic just for Styx Bunk Chunker.
Yeah,
very
pretty much.
exciting
Only
here,
on
yeah.
heroic and higher as well. That specific mechanic.
But you can't escape. All right, this is going to be that intermission, right?
Yeah, this is the intermission. After this, we're going to get more spawns of bombs, more spawns of the ads as well.
Mm-hmm. Boss is landing here. You can hit the boss in the air for full damage here?
I think it's 99% reduced damage while
Okay.
it's flying around.
There's also a lot of passive AoE based on the amount of trash that's on the ground. Correct? That's one of the big damage sources on this.
Yeah,
fight?
although again, looking at the actual raid frames, it looks pretty tame, even with a bunch of trash on the ground.
Right.
It's never looked that scary.
I mean, kind of something to be looking forward to for Mythic.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that does a lot more damage on Mythic.
Yeah.
It is a pretty early boss though, so that it might even be a little bit less than we're worried about even on Mythic, just because it is. You know, we're thinking about a boss that's in like sick rand spot in the raid,
Absolutely.
right? Where you're kind of theorizing that it's scary, but then it ends up not being that bad.
Would you ever 5-heal this kind of like Roshanon?
Oh yeah, I think that's absolutely a possibility if the damage check is not there.
That's the question, though. Is the damage check like super hard this boss or not, right? Like, both this boss and Rich Reverberations can be really tough in Mythic, too. Just depending on how tuning is.
Dude, Rick Reaver was nasty on testing, yeah.
That's what I'm saying, yeah. It was nasty. It was not a fun fight, and it was tuned pretty tightly.
We had people getting mind controlled a lot.
Yeah, that's
on
true.
boss
That was the
during
Mythic
testing.
mechanic. I think that might be on the lower difficulties as well, right? That is if you get hit by 2 of the sonic waves.
I think that is the Mythic mechanic.
Okay,
yeah.
and then also there's the sound cannon that charms you if it drops you below 75% health.
Plus, you need to break the shields and the pylons with static charges, which is really annoying, too.
Very mechanically intensive third boss or fourth boss on Mythic.
They retested that fight in Mugsy pretty late during testing.
I didn't even do it again. I had
I didn't either, but
I had enough of that
'cause
fight.
I think there were also a lot of bugs
So
in the
that
testing
makes 3
that I
of
wouldn't be
us
surprised if they were fixing.
that didn't do it a second time.
I think it was the third time for me. Yeah. We'll see, though. Hey.
Yeah, Styx was actually very buggy during testing, but it looks like those have been resolved during the release here. You could roll over stuff and not actually pick it up, which was frustrating.
That was annoying.
They have improved a lot of things visually in these fights, though. Arm Bandit's a lot better. Richard does look a lot better visually. You can see the actual like pylons a bit clearer, but the actual like line control line telegraph much better. So
all the swirlies this tier are so visually readable.
One of the best
I love
changes
it
in this
so
game.
much. It's so great.
It's so great, yeah.
Although it removes one of the excuses you can have for dying.
Lag.
Yeah, lag is the go-to, of course, the classic.
How you feel about the music this tier, Dratty?
Oh, it's really good, yeah.
Are you gonna play with music on?
I already do.
Okay, you are an actual RPer.
Dude, music on during raid fights is like it's sort of like an automatic weakcore on some of the fights as well, because there are some fights where you sort of learn like, oh, when the music does this, it's this phase. Like Jailer, for instance, it was kind of OP. And Anduin as well. Like they would shift to different bits in the track, and you got used to it.
Yeah, like, people don't play with sound. Some people don't.
Yeah.
That's like diabolical behavior. Like, what is wrong with you? Like, like you're just playing in silence. Like, no chance.
Yeah, or listen to your music. I don't know. I mean,
no, dude.
you're missing out on one of the senses that you can have telling you what's going on in the fight.
Yeah, exactly.
If we can maybe swap over to the other split, it does look like we are going to see Rick Reverb.
Oh yeah.
In the jug juicers getting pulled. Although we are pretty low here on Styx for the severed split. So okay, here's Rick Reverb.
So
first time seeing this one on
were
Heroic.
Indeed baitable in raid testing. You had the raid stacked behind the boss here. You should see the two pylons spawning initially on the raid, which then shift towards the diamond markers.
Your ranged would also be pretty tightly stacked as well to bait the other pylon spawn.
Yeah, it looks like we only got one
Look at the
pylon
bombs.
here, or
it's
those
across
two
the room.
stacked?
See, so the spawning is still RNG. One spawns way in the back of the room there, which if it explodes and isn't killed, there's a lot of raid damage coming in.
You can live. Okay, you could live one during Mythic testing. I suspect you're able to live one during Heroic testing as well.
Probably. Let's not find out, but probably.
Okay, so yeah, the amps, it looks like it's only dropping one at a time. Rather on testing, it drops two. Even on Heroic here.
Oh, so we have one on Star already, yeah. Where's number 2 being baited? Did we see it?
It looks like that got baited on range there in the middle of the room.
Okay.
They were trying to bait it on the world markers, but yeah. So it looks like it's alternating. Oh no, that time the bot dropped one as well. So this time it dropped two amps.
Dropped two, yeah.
And those are going to now be, basically the more of them that are active, the more mechanics are going on.
Good spawn
You can see for Fired Up on his raid frames, those amplifiers are gaining energy. If any of them reach full energy, it's bad. You can go and channel on them to drain the energy, but each time you do, you get a stacking vulnerability to the damage from it.
Yeah,
it lasts 45 seconds.
It puts a dot on you too.
Yeah, so the amplifier there, Star, is going to need to, there it's 100 energy, so now it's going haywire, but you can see they've managed to actually drain it. Second amplifier is going haywire as well, though. And so everybody, you can see actually taking a reasonable amount of damage.
Yep, this is where it gets tough. You're going to have 4 amplifiers down, all shooting a sonic disc out. While dodging those, you have to also soak this frontal for the split soak there. You have to alternate between the tanks.
But now we're about to go into the intermission where all of the amplifiers, I would describe them as activating. They put the one that you need to be in immediately spawns a circle around it so you kind of know where to go. And then Rick Reverb starts to shoot this wave out, kind of similar to Queen Ansarek-esque, and you get knocked over the wave, and then you have to go to the next amplifier to be able to get knocked over the next wave.
Okay, here we go. Boss shields, 99% damage reduction, and we got to get over to that far one without getting hit by a bunch of these. Here comes that wave, and the amplifier is going to knock us over it, and now we can see the next one we need to get to while we're still dodging these echoes as well. Next amplifier in the AMZ, and out comes the knock. And then the next one, and then they'll probably get one more after this, and we'll leave one amplifier to go into the next phase. And that's sort of the ramping difficulty increase, is that each phase you carry over one extra amplifier.
So not relevant on Heroic, but a very relevant Mythic mechanic is that you see those white waves that keep coming out of the amplifier. Those mind control you on Mythic. On
If you get hit by 2,
yeah, if you get hit by 2, they mind control you on Mythic. If you get hit by them on Heroic, it's just going to be some damage, but it's a lot more punishing on as a Mythic mechanic just in general.
Very punishing. It was so easy to get hit by 2 of them on Mythic. Every pull we would have people getting MC'd. You can break them out, but it's still not good.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's not a permanent MC, but it's like 80% of your health, I believe, is broken out or something. It's a lot.
You have to, and it's very scary. Very likely you're going to die if that happens to you. There you can see Resonant Echoes, so that's just a dot. And the way it works on Mythic is if you get hit by another one while you already have that dot, you get MC'd. So it's only like, you have to get hit within a 5-second window. But yeah, and then that cannon that gets shot out is a soak on Mythic. It does split damage, and anybody hit below 75% by it gets MC'd. So you gotta do some soaking of that.
So they got the Chain Lightning out here. It looks like they're dropping some more amps.
You're gonna have 2 amps here, so you're gonna have 4, and you're gonna have 5 going in the next phase.
Yeah, they have 2 basically stacked on each other there. That's kind of
that's Nice. Sketchy.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit
disc as
scary,
well.
potentially, if you have to be close to it, but it's nice that they're just right on top of each other.
That does work.
They are marking the amps as well. I think with a mouse over marker.
Could be a boss mod as well that auto marks it.
Yeah.
I actually like how they, so whenever you're looking at the energy of the amplifier, it's actually attached, the energy is attached to the HP of the amplifier on the boss frames.
Yeah.
This isn't just something that's unique to Goop's UI, it's basic.
If you have boss frames, they'll show you the energy. Yeah, you can also get it on nameplates above these if you want.
But yeah, that'll actually, if you're looking to ever progress this fight, that will actually be able to allow you to assess what amp you should be going to look to soak, if any.
Yeah, I think this is going to be one of those fights where a good interface is half the battle.
Yeah.
Yeah, Goop drains that one. You can see a couple of them are getting pretty high on energy here.
Should be phasing sooner too. So we keep that second one a bit lower here. I think we should be okay, actually.
Probably last wave of pyrotechnics before the intermission.
We need to drain number 2 here. We should be okay on 5 and 6, or 4 and 5, I think.
Yeah, here comes the sound cloud intermission.
Okay, perfect.
Oh, blaring drop.
So how many knocks are here? There's still 4?
It's 4, yeah, so they're going to be left with 2 amplifiers going into the next phase now.
Okay. You can angle out of these as well, similar to Antrek, correct? Face that way.
It knocks you away from the middle of it, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So you can kind of get knocked in whichever direction you want.
Oh, the whole rig gets cleaved by an amp there.
Well, I mean, that's the downside of having 2 amps stacked together.
The other one's going to be
Exactly,
shooting projectiles while the first one is exploding. So, yeah, that is a little sketchy if you carry that strategy over to Mythic.
Yeah.
Boss now sub 20%, though. It should be a fairly simple burn from this point. And this will be 4 out of 8 heroic without any wipes for the Jug Juicers.
Yeah, not too bad.
Definitely good, although we're about to now move in to Sprocketmonger, Lock and Stock, and the One-Armed Bandit, which I think are both going to represent a serious difficulty increase over these first 4.
Sprocketmonger I would describe as a lot of mechanics very, very quickly. Some people will call it maybe mechanic vomit.
Yeah.
There are. I think it's a good boss as well, but
I love it.
Visually, it's a lot to watch.
Sprocketmonger Lock and Stock, one of the things about it is it would be really hard, except there's not a lot of RNG to it. It does basically the same cast sequence every single pull in the same places. So
on heroic.
On Mythic as well, it was doing that.
Well,
there's randomness about which color you're assigned.
Right, yeah.
But it's still a dance, right? It's a dance you can learn.
That's fair.
And that makes the mechanics, even though they look really hard, be a lot less brutal.
Looks like we got a reverb radio and then some tier tokens.
Okay.
On that.
Yeah, for the severed splits.
Yeah, for the Rick reverb.
Right. Yeah, not a huge hit there. I guess the radio, if it's, but I'm not sure if that thing's gonna be good.
Reverb radio is good.
I don't think it's bad.
I don't think it's BIS.
Other than that, Rick Reverb basically doesn't drop anything except for just generic gear and the tier shoulders. There is a very haste heavy with a little bit of crit necklace that may also be of interest to some.
I think that most casters are probably going to want some variant of like House of Cards and Aya Kazan, right?
Yeah, I think that again, the thing is,
Jar,
everybody wants House of Cards, Aya Kazan, so I think a lot of people are going to have to settle for a second best option in at least one of those spots.
Exactly. There's also Priory of the Sacred Flame on use trinket, which is
Priory's
also very good.
Soul Letting Ruby as well, if you want. Although Priory is a lot easier.
You just go Priory.
That thing is very bad now. Yeah.
That's good.
Okay, there are 5 bosses in Theater.
Yeah.
With, I think 13 items in the loot table.
Yeah.
There are 3 bosses in Priory with 5 items in the loot table. You go to Priory and farm the trinket up. You don't go near Theater of Pain. I would not go anywhere near that place. I'm still scarred.
Funnily enough, Theater of Pain I think also has 3 rings.
Ooh.
I remember that. Yeah.
I think it's 3.
Yeah, Theater is definitely. I mean, if Ruby was good, it's fine, but there are better applications out there. And like when you can infinitely farm Priory with 3 bosses and also being better, just go Priory, right? I think Priory is actually almost arguably more beneficial.
Yeah, that sounds better.
And also cards at times.
Oh, you mean like just comparing the trinkets?
It probably depends on your specialization. I know that for Moonkin, a mastery heavy spec House of Cards was much better than Priory, but
Priory is just your highest secondary stat. If you stack mastery, you would do that. Could be.
I mean, House of Cards is just way over budget.
That's fair. That's fair. Fair enough.
And you don't care about the 1.5 versus 2 minute thing as Moonkin.
I don't think many do.
So it's like whatever.
Ooh, we got a little bit of a Windwalker POV here from Trill. A season where he doesn't have to PvP, at least, it looks like.
Yet,
yeah. I remember, I guess it was last season he had to leave after the first week, right? To go.
Well, AWC was so closely attached to the Race to World First.
That's not true this time, right? So, is he able to do the full race this time?
I think AWC starts next month or something.
Okay, yeah.
He could be here.
That's exciting.
The people's Twitch Primes also would expire probably if we made it that far.
That's true.
That's true.
Have to re-up. Stand in Earthen Wall. Big. That's a PvP weak orb if I've ever seen it.
Okay, Earthen Wall is overpowered, very overpowered in PvP. I don't say completely useless, but much less good in PvE.
Definitely not warranting an emphasis of that size in PvE.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot. This is actually going to be a little bit close here, as we are having about a third of the raid now on the floor.
I don't think it's too bad if you have a bunch of your helpers dead at the
Yeah,
very
the good
end
news
of
is
this
you still got 3 garbage rollers, even if half the raid is dead. So
yeah,
as long as those players don't die, which you can die as you're getting put on your garbage, that's very bad. Ooh, luckily Trill does get targeted here, so he's going to be able to do this mechanic. Making sure not to roll that bombshell.
Oh, gets yoinked. Oh, double
three of them are in the same quadrant. That's a little bit scary now.
He's got a whole field of garbage here, though. It's okay.
Yeah. Actually, looks like they have 4 garbage rollers here as well. So
that's what I was looking at.
He might be the boss bomb here, depending how long it goes.
Yeah, he's not big enough to hit that one. He's
not.
Gotta get some more trash.
He's gotta get to 200 to be able to hit that.
He's juiced. He's juiced. Hit it. Come on, Trill.
Boom.
He got it.
Oh, they got it. Okay, that was
close.
That was very close.
No reaction. Stoic. That happens though.
Yeah.
Like at times you just miss like small pools. People yoink them up in front of you, and like, well.
Yeah, if all 3 people are in the same area, it's very bad because like 2 people will be getting a couple of small ones each. Nobody gets to medium sized. It's very, very potentially deadly.
It looks like it scales with raid size a lot, and you get, it's a lot more lenient the more people that you get on this fight.
Well, if there's less people but similar amounts of garbage, then you get more garbage per person, perhaps, right? Might be a little bit less. I don't know what the optimal raid size would be for this. That's one of the big difficulties. Like, imagine trying to make this fight for Flex Mythic. It would be almost impossible. But yeah, there's only about 10 of them left. Trill taking a lot of damage here. Gets stunned. Somebody rolls over him. 3% on the boss. I think it is a wipe. Oh, no. It's a 3% wipe there. 10 minutes of time during the Race World First. Gone on Heroic. These things add up. That's going to hurt.
That'd be terrible in the TGP.
Not true.
These bosses aren't mechanically that challenging, I feel like, but their health is
that's a lot of health
on Heroic for every boss. Like, walking in the normal, they steamrolled these. Heroic's a step up for sure. I can see why Melee Mechanics said, hey, whatever, to one-arm bandit.
Yeah.
Looking at this.
30-man splits at 639 item level is... It's a lot.
It's as hard as it's ever going to be.
Staring into some Sprocketmonger pre-pull.
Oh, yeah, we could go take a look at the other split now.
Yeah, I believe Sprocketmonger is being pulled here as well.
There it is, Sprocketmonger lock and stock.
Yeah, so, I mean, this fight...
boss that they're fighting here.
Painsmith, Hans and Franz, Black Fuse-esque bomb spawning here. So these 4 circles on the floor here, these are the foot bomb boots, correct? I believe, Dratton, is what they're called?
Yeah, so
Blasters,
basically,
I think.
you need to explode these, and you need to not explode 2 at the same time, and you can only explode 1 per, like, phase. You got a vulnerability that prevents you from being able to do another until after the next intermission, basically, or until 2 minutes pass.
Right, so you can assign these for the most part in Heroic to the same 4 people popping them in the phase, right? Or same 8, depending whenever the boss phases, give or take.
Yeah, you can have you need 12 total people,
12,
I think, to do the exploding
but
on Heroic.
You can assign them for the most part, and it's not a big deal.
Whereas on Mythic, you get polarities assigned to you that change throughout the fight, and so you're going to have to be a little bit more reactive. Although there's still a lot of opportunity to have sort of a general timing of when you're going to go that, you 90% of pulls, you might be able to do the same one.
Yeah. And besides that, you're dodging rockets. These screws in the back are called screw-ups, which if you get hit by one, you're literally labeled a screw-up for 10 seconds and are stunned. Rockets are coming in. The magnets in the belt here will pull you in one direction when these rockets are firing at you, so you have to, like, dodge with that. There are just holes in the floor, which I've fallen through during raid testing at times. Bombs to dodge. It's intense.
I mean, there's also an intermission phase that you didn't even talk about where the boss leaps to the end of the conveyor belt, and you have to, especially whenever you have the polarity mechanic, which knocks players back, it's a lot more difficult, but you're going to probably see all of the melee DPS run to the far right side here, and the range DPS are probably going to run straight at the middle, and then be able to hit the boss from afar.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. On Mythic, there are some foot bombs that spawn on the opposite side of the room as well when you get pulled in the intermission, and the question is, how are you going to pop those? So that's going to be a puzzle to solve when you get there. Maybe Gateway solve that, because mages can't blink one every time, depending on what polarity they have assigned to them. So
Mythic, I think, is something that a weak or is going to
screw up.
Do a lot of heavy lifting in terms of telling players who is going to go soak which mine where. And a lot of people... Oh, wow. A lot of people are actually getting killed off by the ground effect, actually, just during this intermission phase.
Yeah, those swirlies do disorient you for 2 seconds when they hit you as well, so it can be pretty nasty. You can see the healing requirement is non-zero on anybody who's taking extra damage in this phase. Big healing absorbs on everybody right now as well, which makes this even more lethal. Does look like they're going to get out of this intermission, but yeah, a lot of players dead. You can see disproportionately from groups 4, 5, and 6, which are the helper groups.
Yeah. All the helpers going down, I mean, is that going to... That feels like that's going to stunt our boss damage by a substantial amount.
Yeah, it's a question of now what sort of damage check are we looking at on this fight on Heroic.
Yeah, boss is at 60% right now. That's easily 2 more intermissions. Keep in mind, every intermission the boss stacks, I believe it's 15% damage increase on himself. So
and also an ability gets empowered after each intermission. So those lasers, the little red lasers we had in the previous phase are now these big purple lasers.
Yep.
A lot more difficult to dodge.
Now, there's also an issue of you're going to run out of people that can potentially soak mines as well because of the 2-minute debuff, right?
As long as you have, I mean, they're probably just having Liquid Raiders do that anyways, and you just need 12, so I think they're still going to be okay with that.
Okay, so it's just 12 that they're going to need?
Yeah, like you only ever need 12 on Heroic, I think.
Looks like they have about 15 Liquid Raiders still alive here, so should be... It's doable. You know, it's gonna be hard to coordinate that kind of thing on the fly, but it should be...
It's also the first pull, but I mean, like I feel like you can probably stagger along a good bit here, as long as there's no hardened rage in the boss. I don't
that
know
is the question, because I worry about the DPS check with this many players dead for sure, especially at this level of gear, right? This is the kind of thing where maybe if we did this in a couple days, you know, a bunch of people just have random upgrades and stuff that make this easier, but as a day 1 endeavor, that is the question. We do still have like 6 helpers alive, trying to get us through this.
Not bad.
Check out the big bang.
Boomy there, currently DPSing this split on a Prot Warrior, or tanking the split rather on a Prot Warrior, and DPSing.
DPSing the split, yeah, good comms.
Yeah, a lot of damage on the Prot Warrior. We've got a couple more deaths, it looks like. Tobo in some danger here as well.
Probably going to be a
survive.
Yeah, I mean, we should see the intermission coming up in a minute here when that boss...
Actually, I don't even know if we had any more deaths. I think it was just the group switch from horizontal to vertical.
Yeah, this tour is going to get tough. This boss is going to jump basically right now.
Yeah, here comes this next intermission.
Yep, this is where that big damage is coming in those orbs as well. We need to get through here.
Ooh, they changed the knockback from testing. On testing, it would knock you to the wall.
Yeah.
Whereas here, it just knocks you away from the boss.
This is actually this is honestly even scarier because whenever you're getting knocked back from the boss, like you said, during testing, you get knocked to the wall and you wouldn't take ground effect damage almost immediately. Where now the ground effect spawns instantly, and so you can take a couple of ticks of that ground effect the moment you get knocked back.
That changes things a lot. Mythic, go ahead, Dranos.
So now we have another empowered ability. I think it's the rockets that are now empowered in this phase. And when they hit somebody, I think they're going to do AoE raid damage now.
Oh, like a lot of AoE raid damage or like a medium amount of AoE raid damage?
That's a great question, Tuttles. I haven't done this raid yet, so we'll have to see.
We did it during testing, right?
Well, we killed the boss at this point before the rockets came out during our heroic testing. So yeah, I'm not sure what that mechanic's going to look like. Here come the inventions. Let's see what we got. This should still be the lasers first.
It's going to be lasers into Void Barrage. Yes, the fires, they're rockets that are...
Okay, here we go. Yeah, the
there
Void
you go, right there.
So instead of rockets, now we have these lasers. And each time they hit somebody, they're pulsing, yeah.
Oh, that's a lot of radiation. Wait a second.
And somebody's a screw up. Oh my gosh. No, I know the feeling.
This is going to be a real tight finish here. We now have a couple of Liquid Raiders dead as well. 3 helpers alive, 4 Liquid Raiders dead. Any more players starting to die here, and we're just going to not have enough. More of these orbs now being shot at the raid.
Well, so the boss was at 45% HP going, like, during that last phase, during that last down phase after the first intermission. And, you know, I think that we only conquered 20-ish% during that last phase. I think we're going to get another intermission even.
I mean, the question is, what happens in the intermission? Is the boss become empowered? Because there's no third ability that's empowered here, from what I'm seeing in this journal. Like, the lasers and the rockets are empowered. There's no third ability being empowered after the intermission.
Might be unprecedented,
I don't think we're going to see that here either way, because we're slowly bleeding out, but...
Yeah, this is so sketchy. The magnets and those void orbs at the same time here. Imagine doing this with 30 players alive as well. That would be so much dodging to do.
This is one of those bosses where a large raid comp is definitely more punishing than others, for sure.
Didn't see that coming.
I mean, it's close pull.
Yeah, I mean, for a first pull, 20% in the boss like this is not bad.
I think that's something that as well, like, you know, a second pull after everybody's seen that, they lost so many people to that first intermission phase.
And even if you still end up dying later in that fight, if you live for an extra minute or two, that's, you know, a couple more million damage done to the boss. It's very nice.
Precisely.
And the knockback has changed from PTR. which is actually the intermission phase, which is really different. That knockback was previously, it would like
Yeah, it would
pull
take you to
front
the
of room.
wall.
Yeah, so that changes Mythic strategy probably a crazy amount. You can totally angle where you're being knocked with your polarity. So
I think it's going to allow for
see.
a lot more melee uptime.
Yeah, and you can
Which is
have
neat in this
your
fight,
whole
yeah.
red group and whole blue group getting knocked to the same spot, which will be nice.
All right, now speaking about uptime, I think our time is up. Yes, but that's not going to stop us from shouting out our sponsors for this great event. We have Coinbase, Honda, Secret Lab, Monster Energy, Alienware, MyBlue, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, and DungeonDojo. I was Tettles, this was Kalamazzi, that was Dratnos, and we are out of here. We will be right back with a caster swap right after this break.
This guy's really tanking bombshells.
We're going to bombs. Pop a defensive, pop anything.
Something here, big damn. Oh, new garbage. Okay, there's gonna be a spread right after this. So there's a spread right now. And then yeah, do not touch trash. Do not burn trash. We burned so much trash. Get boss campy here. This is the worst spot ever. Okay, try to figure it out. This is Shaq. Shaq and Exile do bomb. Fly back up.
I'll get the one I'm pinging.
Okay, good.
Kill the bombshells, guys. Kill the bombshells. One of them came out, so Shaq, Exile, and Kingfire are still in. That's fine.
Good. Got mine.
Back up. Let's get this one.
I got mine. Oh,
Someone
else got mine. I'm running the
Yeah,
boss.
it was Kingfly on purpose. Yeah. That definitely didn't do. Is it a dot that goes on the boss when you hit it with that?
If they're not big enough, damage.
All right, I think we're chilling. Big enough. Boss is hard, man.
Did someone hit me while I was a bomb?
Yeah, I had
Into a
that.
bombshell.
Yeah, I had that. I mean, I literally had someone just go straight in front of me, and I literally could not do anything because I was just getting knocked back.
Scott, your bomb, the last one you did, was so fucking close. Like it was full on my screen.
Yeah, I mean, we're supposed to milk them.
Yeah.
I mean, low-key, the MVP was great on that.
W, good job, everybody.
Last second hit.
Would it be good to maybe 3 tank this instead of 1 tank just running around picking up everything, getting it in?
I mean, I think range just have to try and go across the boss instead of stand like between the boss and hyenas.
I also think.
No, it's
I think we're
bombs as
dead
well.
giving
It's really hard when we're tanking next to the bot. Like,
So we talked about this already. We need to just, as soon as the hyenas spawn, you don't DPS them at all, and you just shoot them. You don't touch them.
I have a soul stone already.
You literally let them sit in a full root until they are either rolled over.
Orange.
Nice one.
Nice.
You let the ads sit in a whole root until they are rolled over, or like the phase is over, and then you just kill them after. You should, like, them just running into the group unCC'd is why it's a problem.
Need Baboom to make it.
Yeah, but I also
I got dismounted like
Scrap
0.1 in, so it's good. I think I'm good though.
Just everyone keep running, try to get as close.
Skirt.
Shroud car goes hard.
I made it to the boss.
Wonder if the car is like a bait running death lane. You can just
It is.
go on a regular.
Yeah,
mount
I got
and
point to
death
the
lane.
regular mount.
I mean,
maybe.
skipping sticks is gonna feel fucking great.
We might want to add an extra healer. We'll see how this boss goes, but
I mean, if you guys have healers that aren't healing, wouldn't you just slash motivate and then just get new ones? Is that the whole point? Prorate, you don't have to keep them healed, right? Yeah. If you like see some people on the first few bosses doing negative healing, that's just when you replace.
Okay, if you don't get the res here, you probably will have to release and we'll summon. Res is about to happen. Drop a summoning stone.
Our log's broken right now.
And then
Here's the
we can
site, is
summon-
yeah.
Summon the heal deal and BKG. And Alistair.
Oh, never mind.
It's a Hearthstone.
Yeah.
If there are prunable healers, you will want to do it before this boss does a ton of damage. But also just for future runs, just do that before this point.
I'm ready to put it up. I'm letting the healers vet them.
Yo, sorry, can you go Soul Harvester for a second?
Oh yeah, it's...
Copy your tools. Can you go Soul Harvester? I want to import.
yeah.
Yeah, Alistair was not doing much, so... So that's like all the bosses.
This boss is a pure single target, everybody. So make sure you're doing that. This boss is going to spawn some mines on the ground. It's important you never touch them ever for any reason, unless you're someone in our guild. If you're in our guild, just call who's going next. We have... also, you should put the marks down, right? As they're supposed to be in Mythic in order. So you're used to that terminology. It also helps call which one you're doing. Is someone doing that?
The markers for the bombs.
Yep. It's star, orange, diamond, triangle in order, starting from the bottom left going to the top left, and starting from the bottom right going to the top right. It is square, moon, X, skull.
Yeah. Can you just link a graphic?
Yeah, we just need to get to healers now.
It's in the...
The other group's up.
Probably in the channel.
We gotta get Papa Pumper.
Yeah, it's the Yuri's heroic raid plan in the channel. I'll repost it.
Is Warcraft Logs fucked?
Yeah.
Are we... Teach, do you have to show the group?
Locks are down, yeah.
I DDoSed them.
Is this same group doing the next 3 heroics? It's all the same people?
This giant just motivated me.
I'm guessing it is, yeah.
Just make sure you guys have roles for vetting and stuff on heroics since the bosses are a little harder. Know who's doing what?
We had them in our old group, but I don't know about this new group.
Yeah, so I'm saying figure it out.
Yep, figure it out, Jordan.
I'm on it.
I guess we can get this first droid. Nobody want more? One more pumper healer.
650 preferred.
Did we not get Papa Pumper?
No, fuck that. He's like 10 levels lower. Summoning?
I guess we kind of needed a priest, huh?
Yep.
Yep.
Ideal.
Alright, get them in. I don't know if they have the weak aura or not. Always try to get people that have weak aura in note. That way you know you don't have to wait on them.
Just one person.
We couldn't even get someone to queue up, so we have to take what we could right now.
So this fight does a few things. There's going to be these mines on the ground, never touch them. The floor will sometimes look like it's about to turn lightning. If you are ever standing there, you are so dead. Don't do that. There's rockets you have to dodge, and in the last phase, you turbo kill everyone if you get hit by the rockets. So it might take one time of seeing it. It's very hard. Very important to not touch mines. We should have a note we could set to make sure that you guys have assigned soaks. On heroic, but I don't know how to set that up. I only worked on the back end of that one.
Has anyone got a message from this guy?
He says link is broken, yours was for me.
That doesn't make sense. Just copy the link.
So Loop's gonna give it to everyone.
Copy here. Copy the link.
Bro, what the fuck did I just do?
It's in raid chat. If you can hear us right now and you're in Discord, maybe, or maybe you can hear on stream. It's pinned in the stream too, the same thing. If for whatever reason you don't have a WoW add-on that allows you to copy and paste links. Case sensitive as well.
He says done, so we'll see the next check.
Yeah,
I'll check fast.
That's good.
That's good. Alright.
Okay, I think you go to where the boss is. I'm pretty sure it's the area you're in now that's going to get covered. So everyone, make sure you're on the half of the room with the diamond, triangle, skull, and X markers, or you're going to die.
I'm popping X first.
Okay, make sure you guys communicate pops. People in our guild. If you're not in our guild, do not be on the raid markers right now. Do not touch those mines. Do not touch the mines.
I'll go next.
Okay, good.
Me.
Okay, and Pyro Party Pack, tank, run away.
Last fucking blow up, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll let it blow up.
That is a full 30-yard fall off, by the way, so
Watch
try
the
to go as
beams
far
here.
as
There's
you
gonna
can
be
with
fire
those.
beams. Get out, get out, get out.
Watch the beams. Little raid dam as well. Okay, now get ready to move, everybody. Roar, Zevi. And go to the other side of the room, guys. Go to the other side of the room or you're dead.
2, 1. Didn't see that coming.
Good. New mines are spawning.
I'll get that first one here.
Do not be on the markers, and get with drills, you just run them out. If you have those circles on you, get them out. Tank fall off damage, you can go to the other side of the room. Yeah.
I'll do second on blue.
Beautiful.
Dodge rockets.
Watch rockets, guys. In the last phase, they're going to be purple, and if you get hit by them, everyone dies.
First here, me.
3, 2, 1.
I can do orange now.
Didn't someone else call second?
I'll do blue next.
That was fucking terrifying. Holy shit.
Yeah, that's fine.
We're letting the last one blow up. We do have 3 more guildies that are off cooldown, right? Good.
Yes.
Okay, don't be on the conveyor belt or you die. I'm trying to suck you in. Don't get sucked.
Get to the side where the boss
Get on the
is.
boss side. Get on the boss side.
Get on the boss side or you're dead.
Rescuing someone.
Good job.
We can do fire here.
Good drills soon. Range, get away from the raid. And if you don't have the drills on you, you just go back in. If you have the screws, you stay out. Wire transfer. Ready to move again after this. It's going to phase, actually. Pull the boss in the middle of the room. Pull the boss in the middle of the room. Everyone else get on the conveyor belt. The boss is going to do a knockback here. Make sure you knock back on the conveyor belt. Make sure you stay on the conveyor belt. Do not be anywhere else or you're dead. Oh, it changes spots? Why?
Wait,
okay.
Normal, yeah,
W design.
Riley here,
That's actually fucking terrible. That's insane.
Can you get way over?
Guys, dodge here or you die. Dodge or you die.
There you can rally.
Unfortunately, we're doing not great damage here because we're just away from the boss, but it's... What an awful design. That's insane. Be on the boss here. Guys,
first.
some range should probably go to the other side. Right? It's probably going to spawn. It's going to spawn long ways, yeah. Okay, Kingfly's popping first. Kingfly's popping
I'll do
first.
second. I'm doing second.
You don't have to do any forms.
I will do third.
Okay, and tank thing's going far. Everyone else get on the boss here. Oh, don't fall, don't fall. It's going to hit so hard.
Oh, it's on a jury.
Yeah.
Watch the beams, watch the beams, watch the beams. Is the healer doing any healing whatsoever? He looks flip. Guys, get off the lightning, get off the lightning or you're dead. Get off the lightning or you're dead.
You might as well res him. Doing okay.
Okay, tank bomb needs to go to the far side of the room, and you guys should be on this side here.
I can do first bomb here.
I will get second one. It'll be on second one.
Okay, watch lasers.
And rockets.
Yeah, dodge rockets, guys. Dodge rockets during this. Okay, mines are spawning. Do not touch mines. And then range, you're getting screws. Okay, watch the lightning here. You might have to move.
I'm second here. Popping now.
Okay, who's doing third?
I'll run and get third.
Yep, W. Okay, he's doing it. Shaq has a blow up. Watch Exile.
These are magnets. They're
Watch the
magnets.
laser, and you might have to do rocket dodges at the same time.
It's magnets in the
and
middle of my
suck.
screen.
Yep. Okay, Lip can onk as well. Get out of the lightning, guys. Get out of the lightning, or you're dead. Ah, our players are dying. That's insane. Okay, Lip can res. We have 2 reses. Res Rivens. Onk, Alacia, if you're not in lightning. You're about to get sucked, by the way. Screw up and sucked. Watch the drills, and you're about to get sucked in the middle.
Intermission.
And intermission, yeah. Who knows? Get knocked on a conveyor belt. You're getting knocked back from the boss. Make sure you end on a conveyor belt.
What? That's sick. Where's me?
We can res. We can res Scott. We have to res Scott. We have to res Scott.
No, it's me. Okay, sorry.
Watch your HP here, guys. Boss is coming to you now. Don't be on the far side. Be close to boss here.
I'll do first.
I'll do third.
I'll just like
Okay, mines are spawning.
Trav on these bombs that are blowing up. The
Do
mines.
not touch these mines, guys. Do not touch these mines.
I'm doing in a second. I'm waiting a bit.
So hard. Pop 2. Whoever's doing 2. Nice. And then who's 3?
We beat.
Get the fuck away from us, Shaq. Okay, get near the boss. Nice. Now inventions are happening. So there's an extra, so probably lasers here.
It's just beams.
Watch beams, watch beams, watch beams. Oh, watch. Okay, do not touch these orbs. If you touch these orbs, we die. Do not touch these fucking orbs. You ready to move as well? Wire transfer. Get the other side of the room. Get away, get away, get away, get away.
Back to the entrance.
Scott's dead. So we need to have the boss in the middle there.
I can tote this bomb maybe for sure.
That's fine. Yeah, that sounds good. Pyro party pack. This is he's got it. Shay's going far.
Zero flare, can you run?
Good. Okay, raid damage here, and then you're gonna
rockets
dodge.
again.
Rockets again. Guys, dodge orbs.
Rally 0.
Okay, there's new mines spawning. Call the mines.
I'll get first on orange.
Okay, I will get second.
Good. Screw up as well. Mines. Do not touch mines, guys. Who can taunt the next one? In 5 seconds, who can taunt it?
Someone needs to taunt the tank mech.
I'm popping a mine on mid now.
Okay. Fine. Someone pop the tank mech.
You could taunt during, but...
Oh, fuck. You just had to jump out last second. You have to jump out last second.
I saw the boss.
Nice. Get it back. Dodge. And you have to dodge orbs in time.
Rockets as well. Rockets as well.
In time. We're dead.
Yeah, we didn't.
I mean, we'll do that with one more pull, though.
Yeah.
We have to have the boss, like, in much better positions for, like, moving. Like, we had to... Now that we know where it changes, we need to make sure the boss is, like, near the middle when we know we're getting another shift. This boss is sick, though. Except for the intermission, which is just...
When you get knocked, is it based off where the boss is? Like, between you and the boss? Yeah.
Yeah, so you get knocked away from the boss. Okay, so the first intermission, we want to get knocked to, like, the far conveyor belt, and it's the X marker, right? So we can hit boss.
I got an Onk.
It seems like the 2 intermissions are on... Like the first.
Welcome back here at the Team Liquid Race to World First, presented by Coinbase. My name is Mix, and I'm joined today by Cyronic and Automatic Jack. I hope you guys are doing well.
I've been having a blast. It's been really great to see the fights at first on normal. Now we're getting to see how much more difficult they're going to be onto heroic, and we already had some tuning at the beginning of the day to start buffing up some of these fights. So now we get to see the grind.
And we're already seeing them wipe to heroic bosses too, which means the Mythic version is going to be quite a bit more exciting.
It
I mean, I feel like it's good that we're not blazing through heroic just yet. But before we continue, let me thank all of our sponsors that are making this event possible, because they are a big part of this, of course. So a huge shout out to Coinbase, our presenting partner, as well as Honda, Secret Lab, Monster Energy, Alienware, MyBlue, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, the DungeonDojo, as well as our charity partner this time around. That's going to be the Pasadena Humane Society. I'm still practicing that name. And they're helping with a lot of the displaced animal from the Eaton fire. So many of their owners displaced themselves, ended up in shelters, can't always take animals there. So the Pasadena Humane Society is doing a lot of work in trying to reunify them with their owners and like helping all of these animals make it through that as well. So great cause.
Absolutely, and we have some great incentives if we're continuing to hit some of those big stretch goals. I know my bingo list, which is our first goal, I've been filling out pretty quick.
You have it already?
Well, I gave it to them, and I just have like a mental check of
I've been waiting
knocking off my
for
list.
my bingo list, because I already have some like bingos to cross.
Yeah,
and, like,
absolutely.
What's your favorite bingo you put on yours?
Mine, I can't tell you because it hasn't happened yet.
Okay.
Well, so it's like Dratnos does X.
Okay.
And I've been keeping an eye on him throughout his casting, but there's one thing that I'm like waiting for him to say that'll knock off the bingo list. But if I say it, I can't say it.
No way they die from here?
No.
No way they wipe. That's a
Nope.
good one.
Nope. You will not guess it.
Is it?
Okay.
Guys, my name is Dratnos.
You will not guess
And I'm
guess
back
it.
with another 2 list.
You could keep, nope. That's not
What
it.
about you, Zyro?
It's a rare one.
I actually forget what like most of them are on. Don't tell production this, but I kind of forgot to do my bingo card
Oh,
until
no.
like Sunday. And then I turned my stream on. I'm like, guys, I need help with this. I need to help filling this out.
What's the NPC stream? Is that like the TikTok NPC trend type deal?
Yes. It's like the
Things on our
reacting to. Well, I assume it's going to be fake donations just coming in, and you have to like act out the Rose or like the Spider-Man or whatever.
We need to have Aya on the broadcast for
Yes.
that, doing the Peekaboo cosplay.
Ah, there you go.
That would be great. But yeah, lots and lots of fun things. I would personally love to see the Goblin music video. Music this time, we were just talking about it, on fire.
So, we're doing a WoW TCG unboxing.
Yes.
If I unbox...
No, you can't keep it.
What?
Wait, who actually does get to keep the card?
Well, that's what I'm asking. That's what I'd love to know. We get, some rare mounts and...
What if we get a rare card and I just rip it in half?
No. You
that
can't
would be
do
deplorable.
that. That's rage
My
bait.
grandfather gave me those cards.
My grandfather's deck has no pathetic cards, Kyla.
But jumping back in here, before it all escalates.
Before I start talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! For the next hour.
That is right. We are checking in here with one of the bosses that I feel like are the greatest this time around. I think this is like a Painsmith 2.0 potentially, which I would love.
Me too, and I love it for multiple reasons. One, Ronnie's not playing Prop Paladin anymore, thank goodness. He's back in the saddle playing some Holy Paladin, and Rocketmonger has been really, really fun to test on PTR. It went through a couple different iterations too, and now we're getting to see it on Heroic, and it's not just falling over either. Big thing, you're gonna see a huge burst of raid damage just a sec. That was from the Rocket Party pack that debuffs tanks, caused them to run away, huge AoE explosion. The Void Lines are kind of this empowered effect. We just went through the first intermission, and after each intermission, he increases his damage and also empowers some major abilities. So those fire lines, which are thin lines, you had a lot of space to dodge, now become massive Void Lines, which are taking up way more space.
Yeah, it's going to be a really cool style of encounter. I mean, the last time we had something to this degree,
right?
It takes me back to like the Siegecraft or Black Forest. You know, you got the carousels bringing in different weapons that the boss is going to use on you. Obviously, I think there's a little bit less player agency than was in Siegecraft or back. I like the idea of just having a whole bunch of different mechanics thrown at you at the same time. You have to figure out how to deal with all those mechanics at the same time.
It's so fun because it's also presenting a mechanic well before it happens. You can see those magnets that are in the middle lane just to the left of the angel as they're about to wipe. That's kind of presenting that we're about to have the magnet mechanic drawing players into the middle of the room, which would stun them if they stand in it. Plus, we're going to have the void turrets on the sides of the room coming from the conveyor belt, so you got to watch out for that. And I love how the mechanics are broadcasted well in advance. And it's this like deep foreboding of like, we're about to deal with this, get ready.
Yeah, I think that's great because, you know, a lot of WoW has been relying on add-ons and weak auras, of course. And this is basically similar to a DBM telling you, like, this mechanic is incoming now. So I love the point that you're making there, Jack. I think that's great.
And otherwise, you just have to watch boss casts.
Yep.
You know, so many things kind of coming from boss casts. We saw a little bit of normal Gallywix earlier, and it was really cool that you were seeing some crates just drop from the sky, and you could see the indicators, you need to get out of them, but they don't actually detonate until the boss sets them on fire and detonates them. And so you have a lot of projection of what's about to happen, sets it up in advance. I think it's a much more clear direction beyond just circles looking better. It's a lot more clear of a direction as to what's going to happen next.
Yeah, a lot more concrete indicators is definitely one of the big things with this patch, though. They wanted to make sure there was no ambiguity whenever you saw, you know, a circle on the ground,
right.
Which is really, really nice for the players.
Especially for caster players, moving right out of the circle and like, no way I was in that.
Yeah.
Look at my body.
Relatable.
Been there. Been there many times.
Zooming in, saying, I was not in that clip at chat.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Every single time.
Do you know what this fight also reminds me of? Just because we have like these conveyor belts. Hunts and fronts back in Worlds of Draenor.
Love that fight as well. That was a fun fight because it had the stampas. Because each of the conveyor belts would also have a dedicated sort of panel to it. It slammed down onto that panel as you were trying to navigate the various conveyor belts moving up and down the path.
Yeah. When we were sitting here before our shift, we were watching the first couple of videos on the sun, talking about like, why aren't they doing the classic World of Warcraft conveyor belt technology where you stand like kind of just on the edge of it so you don't get pushed back? It looks like they actually have the void zones positioned perfectly on this fight so that you can't actually do that. So when you do actually have to go on the conveyor belt to dodge this electric field that's over the entire platform, you actually have to run along it, which is a lot more difficult, especially for caster players.
It is, and I'd love to see maybe like THG's point of view in the next like 30-40 seconds when we hit that first intermission, because I think they even went more aggressive with the conveyor belt. So you can see these kind of like gray and red lines that mark the edges of the conveyor belt. Like you said, seems like you could stand on those and you're still getting moved back. But it even seemed like you had to be entirely on this platform, even past that gray and red point, to actually be off the conveyor belt and not moving. It seemed like it was really not letting you at all avoid standing on those conveyor belts.
Yeah, no safe spaces, and you can see it here as well. If you look at the middle, those red and white lights the guys were pointing out, all of them are under lightning effects, and from what we saw in earlier polls, you also do take damage there, so not great to try and sneak by, at least won't happen.
Here we got the mega magnets coming into the middle of the room. Once they kind of reach the end of that conveyor belt, they start kind of drawing in players, and then there's a very long conveyor belt sequence where you can just see them getting off of that platform. So we're getting really close into that intermission as the beta launch #1 is coming out. Players are getting knocked back to the edge of that conveyor belt, and then they got to run over to the boss. So notably, in PTR testing, you got knocked to the back of the room, had to run to the front to be able to get to the boss, start DPSing. Now it seems like it's just a straight knock back from the boss's current location, and then he jumps into one position, and you got to keep on burning him.
You can see that's nasty, though. It's the knockback, and then that's the phase of the fight where only the conveyor belt's the safe spot. The electricity's covering the rest of the ground, so you have to stand on that little sliver in the middle of the room. Or I guess you could be on the edge of the room next to the boss if you're melee.
Look where he was actually on the edge of the conveyor belt, and he was just getting knocked back still.
Yep. Boom.
Oh,
Gotta
those are
deal
the
with those
foot
mines.
bombs.
Yep.
So on heroic difficulty, these foot bombs, you have to make sure, just like you would see out of the mines at a Painsmith, you got to knock down these mines, step on them, but you have to wait. You have to go wait for the explosion. You have about a 2-second window where you have to wait, otherwise you take like 200% more damage, 2,000% more damage. Happen right there, triggered a raid wipe. You have to trigger the detonation, then wait a sec. Trigger a detonation, then wait a sec.
I really love how this fight is just convoluted if you look at it, but it all like follows a very kind of clear pattern, and like we were mentioning, you can see things coming in and you know that it happens. But if you're just like, if you're zapping in and you're looking at the fight, you're like, whoa, what is going on here? And it's just really, really cool to watch. I suspect this is going to be like, I hope it's going to be a great fight on Mythic where you like get to spend a long time on looking at it. How are you feeling on this raid entirely?
I'm feeling really excited about it, and since you mentioned the difficulty, I'm feeling more confident about my higher pull count for this boss too, the more that we're spending time working on it. But I love how they're taking a lot of the old, as we've seen with other boss encounters, there's a lot of times mechanics get recycled, and that happens. There's only so many mechanics in the game they could make. But they've been adding a twist onto basically just a bit of everything. Every single time we see a mechanic that's like, oh, it's similar to this, there's another sort of twist. And following the Goblin theme, and even on this fight, they kind of incorporate the Black Blood and the Void themes of Xalatath in the expansion. It's a really nice sort of flavor to change things up from like the dark, foreboding Spider-Land we started the expansion with.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that I enjoy the most about raiding is when they kind of combine old ideas but in a new way that makes the fight super exciting. And they've done a really good job with that in this raid, it seems. Obviously, we'll have to see on Mythic testing. They've done a pretty good job so far, showing pretty clear encounters, even from just the normal.
And even more so than that, I feel like our PTR testing has gotten a lot more condensed.
Yep.
We've had a lot less time to test raid fights. We've had, 8 hours of PTR testing in 2 days, when usually you would have that much testing over the course of a month or more. They haven't given themselves as much time to let things breathe as they usually do, but I also think that the quality has been really good for this raid and pretty trending upwards pretty constantly since Dragonflight.
Yeah, it's definitely been on a faster pace. I was also a little bit worried when I saw the dates for the testing, right? Because they're like, oh, wow, that is a lot of testing in a very short amount of time. But everything I've been seeing thus far looks really, really great. And I will say, out of like the raids of the past years, this probably, like theme-wise, is one of my absolute favorites. It's like a little bit whimsical. It's like fun, but still on trend. I'm kind of over-staving the world from Old Gods for the 500th time. I know Xalatath is still here, but like it reminds me of like back in the very old days when MOP you had to like save places from giant bunnies and stuff like that. Like it's just cool.
Xalatath is part of the story?
Yeah.
Oh, is that who the Void Elf was in the like the cinematic beforehand? I couldn't tell because they didn't show the feet.
I knew something was coming like that. Yes, big part of Xalatath's story is getting to repair the Dark Soul. Gosh, I missed the name of it. Anyway, the soul that was taken by Galakron from.
Is that what's like in this little medallion?
Yeah. So
Okay.
Ridicron sucks up uses the time machine. This is a crazy story, by the way. They go back in
It
time.
sounds like it.
They suck the power of the best dragon ever, put it into a little disc. Daltas takes the disc, munches Khadgar apparently, and consumes him with it. Valyria shoots an arrow, cracks the disc, releases Khadgar. He's free. He's in recovery. But in the process of cracking this disc, they need Gallywix to go repair it.
Okay.
And that's
so
why
this
we're
is how
raiding.
we ended up here.
That's why we're here. Yeah.
All right. Thank you for explaining that. So, but can we talk about the post-rate cinematic that came out? Yes, right? Like by now, people have seen it?
Oh, I
haven't watched
seen
it.
I have no idea.
I haven't watched
No,
it.
I'm dead serious. I haven't seen it.
The Raiders skipped it. So
That's why you watch it on like your Wowhead.
well, I gotta go kill it before I can watch it.
Okay, well then we won't talk about it. It's
Yeah,
okay. I
that's
was
my
gonna
rule.
ask you
I mean, you can
questions
spoil
about
me, I
it,
don't care.
but like Jack cares. I'm not gonna spoiler Jack.
I think we might have killed Gallywix.
Oh.
Crazy.
Like actually killed him?
Yeah, pretty sure.
What?
Yeah.
That's actually kind of surprising.
Yeah.
Oh,
well,
it
I
doesn't
saw
happen a
the
lot.
NPCs being like, "Ah, well, he's dead," something like that. So that's my assumption.
Huh.
Yeah.
I'm
R.I.P. We killed the last boss for real though. It wasn't
I'm
just a game.
cautiously excited for like the Mythic cinematic because like I think that one's
Oh,
gonna
is
go hard. Hopefully.
When's the last time we got a different cinematic for a Mythic boss kill?
Well, this time around, the non-Mythic cinematic is so yes, girl, give us nothing. That like I feel like a Mythic cinematic would be pretty nice.
Maybe they should only have the cinematic for Mythic difficulty.
Yeah. Could you imagine?
Yeah,
how pissed
making
off-
friends,
Yeah,
Jack.
Don't come for me, guys. I'm just joking.
Jack just said he hates normal mode.
Clip it and
no that's true.
flame
Yeah,
him.
there's a story mode now too.
And story mode raiders, yeah. Is this other group with Yips in it doing heroic one-armed bandit right now as well?
It looks
I
like it.
think so. I'm always cautious to point out things on that screen because I never know if we should be seeing it. But yeah, here we go. We're going to be taking a look together with Yips at a boss fight that was named quite difficult because another guild went in here and then abandoned their attempts. Of course, Team Liquid is doing this with helpers. We're doing splits for gear here, and in order to do that, we need to maximize our options. Which means that that's going to be a little bit harder here, but let's take a look at the boss fight.
All of the middle bosses in the raid are like super intricately themed, and I think this is one of the cooler encounters that I've seen in quite a long time, similar to the other boss as well, where you kind of have this idea where the boss is going to spawn different ads, and you can choose which one you'll deal with by killing off all but one of the ads. At the same time, these jackpot chips coming out from the boss, rewarding you for standing close to them, but not too close to them.
Yup.
How many DPS players can you think of they just are gonna die just to standing too close to that chip over the course of progression?
Well, the craziest thing is, so on all the difficulties, you're going to have the pay line, which is going to spawn the coin, come from the boss, and you'll be able to see it. You can kind of position yourself along the line and the indicator, and it's super accurate for where you want to go. If you want to min-max on Mythic, that coin runs into a wall.
Yep.
What you can do is you just have to click on that coin, ram it into a wall again, coin despawns, easy game. If you don't, then the boss keeps this damage buff, and that can be horrible. So on a Mythic difficulty, you'd really want to send the coin back, get everybody with the high roller buff for damage and for healing again, then it crashes into the wall and despawns. It'd be really interesting to see people getting stomped by that on the comeback.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be a lot that's going on, but maybe let's go over the basics here first. So, as you were saying, each of these bosses has like a really intricate theme, and the one-armed bandit, as you can probably tell by now, is themed around like this gamba kind of style, right? You do have the coins that you're seeing here right now, by the way, coming in, that are rolling around like you would have to operate one of these one-armed bandits. So lots and lots of fun here. But a lot going on.
Yeah, you can also see in the background behind the boss, once Yips kind of moves his screen up a little bit, you're going to start seeing some markers above the coins or above the slot machines. You can see at the top left where you see the yellow and blue icons. These are indicators for which of the combinations that have not been completed yet. Once you kill any of these attendants, they all have a separate indicator. Some lightning, some coin, bomb, and then, help me onto this one, Zyro.
Remember,
Flame?
Flame,
Might be
thank you.
Flame.
Yeah, Flame.
So each combination is going to trigger another event by the boss. Sometimes it's going to be more void zones. Sometimes it's going to be, you know, flame debuffs that need to be dispelled that are sending these flame tornadoes across the room. Each of these debuffs does something a little bit different. AoE damage is really heavy when you combine coin and flame together. And so that's another area where, depending on your strategy, you got to adjust healing cooldowns. But if you repeat any of these combinations, the boss enrages and instantly kills you.
Hey, speaking of coin, did you guys know you can get free coin if you head on over to tl.gg/CoinbaseRWF?
How much free coin?
It's actually $20 in USDC. So Team Liquid 20 is the code if you want to check it out. !Coinbase in chat. All you have to do is sign up, verify that you are a real person, and then it's yours.
Not only that, but you also have some cool giveaways tied
That's
to it
true.
too.
There it is, our Coinbase jersey giveaway. Every single time the guild does kill a boss, you are participating in the giveaway, so signing up early, definitely helpful here. But there is a grand prize for the next Race to World First. One person will be flown out to the Race to World First to meet the raiders, check out how everything looks here, get a glimpse of behind the scenes, maybe even meet some of the casters. I heard we're putting Tettles away for the day, so they don't have to meet Tettles.
That'd
But
be a
NA and EU only, do check it out, and of course get that Coinbase account.
That's actually such a cool prize.
It is, yeah. It's
Being
very
here
high.
is very.
So I wonder over the time, would you want to have somebody come in the middle of the race, or maybe beforehand?
Probably before.
I feel like beforehand you'd be able to hang with the raiders some more, because obviously now that we don't have borrowed power, you don't have to worry about every raider farming neck levels days or the night before the raid. They're like, I got islands to do, bro. You don't have to worry about that.
What was it that THD was playing yesterday?
He was playing Lost Ark.
He was playing other games, but that never would have happened if borrowed power still existed. Okay.
True, true.
Yesterday they were doing damage testing raids pretty much all day. That's why none of them were streaming.
True.
And in between some of their damage test bosses, THD was just doing his dailies in Lost Ark.
Yeah, why not? I think it's good. You are allowed. I know that's going to sound controversial, but you are allowed to enjoy more than one game.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Come on, Jack.
agree to
At
disagree.
least you.
I've been playing a lot of Rivals. Don't worry.
I know.
I'm more of a TFT head.
Yes, you are.
I played way too many games this set. I think I'm over 1,000.
Well, the funniest thing to me is before race starts, seeing all of the high-end players posting their achievements for other games right before the new WoW season, and they're like, all right, I got to put this down for a little while. I got to suit up armor. But that's maybe a great reason for why they've been doing these damage testing before the raid came out. Kind of get everybody back into the same groove.
Krona, one of Fat Shark Yester's raiders.
Yeah.
He was top 50 on EU West.
Yeah, he actually plays in some tournaments. Do you know who's really good at TFT too? Nick.
Yeah, Nick.
Yep.
Nick, I've been trying to convince him to start competing because he totally could, but he's like, no, it's fine.
I'm good.
He's chilling.
He's too cool.
Fair enough. Too cool for TFT. Can't relate.
Yeah.
He's good
The
at everything.
difficulty
Let's be
curve
real.
On these middle bosses on Heroic really kind of scares me for Mythic, though, because...
I'm excited.
I'm excited and scared.
Yeah. I think the biggest thing, when we were thinking back to this encounter in particular with One Armed Bandit, the strategy is not rocket science. You have a limited amount of coins. You sort out how you're going to do them. Some of the coin combinations are dealing crazy raid damage. Okay, how do you sort out raid damage? Okay, we got cooldowns here. Wonderful. After a certain point, you're just kind of playing the mechanics for the fight, and it's requiring flawless execution, tons of damage and healing. And then we're getting into almost like a Nexus Princess Kaveza situation where, hey, if we had perfect tuning for that encounter, and you do the mechanics right, and you win, wonderful, amazing fight. A little harder than that, forcing that one tank strategy, and we saw how much more difficult it was as a result. So I'm hoping that we can kind of find the perfect sweet spot, but I know when you're trying to calculate how good World First Raiders are, that's not an easy task.
Yeah, One Armed Bandit you might not need rocket science for, but if we hop over to one of our other POVs for Sprocketmonger Lockenstock, a little bit of rocket science might help on this encounter to dodge those rockets. We might get a kill here pretty soon. This is sub 15% and would be a great start to the Heroic splits if they're able to get this one down and get that strategy hammered out.
Yeah, good catch, Zyro. Checking in with Sang here as they are trying to down Lock and Stock on Heroic. You can see, once again, the Magnets are being phased in. They're going to be starting in just a couple of seconds.
little bit of AoE damage as those magnets pull you in. Are we going to have to dodge as well? I didn't see what was on the other conveyor belt here. You got to dodge the orbs. Those do a ton of AoE damage if you get hit by any of them. Looks like they're able to get through that wave of them just fine. A set of traps are going to have to detonate here.
Right, you can start seeing Sangs going out into position. I believe we're going to have magnets. Okay, magnets are phasing out, and then we're going to have some of the void turrets coming out into position once again. Oh, and magnets right here. So you can see there's the magnets coming in, drawing players in, and you're going to have to start watching out for the rockets too. Yeah, they're now void balls. This is everything all at once at the very end of the fight.
Yeah, because just one thing would be boring. Why not do 10? But here is the kill. Let's take a look at what they're getting. We're just all zooming in. I'm seeing a Gigadeath.
I don't see any healer loot.
I don't see any loot that I would care about, so that means it's probably Hunter loot.
Fair enough, fair enough.
All right, though, good kill.
That was a great kill. That was a cool end to the fight, where you have empowered rockets, empowered void lines going out, and you have the empowered magnets.
I really wonder about like how often we're going to be seeing those kind of overlaps on Mythic when's to come, because I feel like that would be really, really fun.
It will be fun. You know what's also going to be fun? Raiding. I'm going to pass this on over to Aya and have a blast with raiding.
Enjoy your raid. Hope you get
Best
a bunch
of
loot.
luck,
Actually,
Jack.
No, you're a healer. I hope you don't get any.
I hope I get all the loot. Thank you. You can't take it back anyway. You said it first.
Enjoy your raid.
You're right. You're right.
Aya's going to be joining us shortly here, but what are you maining this tier, Zyro?
I am playing Warlock this tier. Warlock's it's in a really interesting spot because
yes.
I'll keep it brief. It's pretty bad at single target, but this raid doesn't seem like it has a whole bunch of single target outside of Sprocketmonger, which we just saw them take down. Most of these fights have sort of like spread cleave style damage profiles, which means Warlock should be really, really good, specifically Destro. Destro also just got buffed a few days ago as well, so I could see a realistic world where you could run 2 Warlocks on every encounter and have it be quite good.
I was talking to THD, and he said Warlock is pretty good at cleave situations because they do great single target while also cleaving, which is usually what you want. Like, you want a class that is good at nuking all of the smallies while still maintaining good single target. I had a little bit of a worry that Warlock was going to end up in a similar position to Frosty K, but seems like they got the better end of the deal somehow once more.
What's going on with Frosty K this year?
Let's not talk about the DKs.
No, the damage looks like it's good on the Sims, but is it still tied to breath cooldown?
So a lot of the DK issues is that you can bring a blood DK to cover everything a DK can do. A lot of the ads in this raid are not grippable. And then a lot of what they've been doing with the tier set, it's kind of okay for Frost. It's not very good for Unholy. And then it's just a rather melee unfriendly raid from everything I've been seeing. You don't need grips that much, so if you can cut a melee, it's probably the Frosty K, which is sad, of course, to me as a DK enjoyer, but we might see it on like the occasional boss, but I would think it's more an outlier this tier.
While we're talking about comp-related things, I mean, we can talk about the tuning sort of style of things that's been happening heading into the raid. They did a ton of different tiny little tuning passes up until yesterday, last week. Lots of things were getting changed at the last second. Hunter got nerfed. It turns out the nerf was actually like an 8% buff. That got removed and they made the buff a little smaller, which is still a tinier buff. They ended up nerfing Red Paladin yesterday by changing a lot of things. I think people were expecting to see a lot of Red Paladin in this raid. I'm not sure if that's still the case now after those changes. There's a lot of question marks in the comp. This might be the first raid tier since Evoker got added to the game that Evoker might actually not be seen in a raid.
Oh, I'd be very curious to see that, but somebody that we are seeing is Aya, who's joining us on the sofa here. Aya, how are you?
Oh my gosh, I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Doing great. We just saw Lock and Stock go down on Heroic, which was a great moment.
Good.
Hopefully more of that.
When I was on the desk earlier, some of these Heroic splits were, well, they were normal splits, were kind of struggling with Gallywix a little bit. How's that been going?
We haven't seen any of the normal Gallywix. They've been working on these 2 bosses on Heroic for a while now. We had one group working on Sprocketmonger.
Oh, they're just farming Sprocketmonger?
Well, they're still on the same split. The other group is on One-Armed Bandit. I think they're trying to get information about the bosses. We do have the other group. How low is One-Armed Bandit for them right now? Maybe we can see if they're working on that encounter
It's
while,
like
while this group is working on the trash.
Yeah. Lots of trash in this raid this time around. Aya, are you playing DK?
I am playing Demon Hunter.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I've been playing Demon Hunter. I've abandoned. It's so sad. What's up?
I'm not saying you're the Fodom. It's just the Fodom class right now.
Yeah, it's a great
Everyone
class.
loves Demon Hunter going into
Well,
this.
no, I mean that's like my main has been DK since Wrath, but like I've played Demon Hunter when I feel like I need to move faster, which is a lot now.
Fair.
I started playing at the beginning, even in the beginning of T-Dub, even when it was like not as good as DK. I was like, this is way more fun. I'm sorry. So.
Honestly, I think at the moment is a great time to play Demon Hunter because finally we can play Eldrazi Reaver, which is great fun. So lots and lots of new versions of Demon Hunter. Was good on the PTR when we had the War Within PTR. And for quite some time we were kind of like, what's going on with the Demon Hunter? What are we doing here? Weird play style. Now, pretty fun.
Yeah, it was lost for a little bit. The Demon Hunters were sad, but I think they are now less sad.
Yeah, that was another class that was like turbo buffed up until about 2 weeks ago, and then they actually got brought
Oh
back
yeah,
down
I
to
was sad about that.
Yeah.
They're still really, really good right
They
now.
could have been better.
They could have.
Mages get away with it. Why can't we?
Well, mages are the golden boy. Can't really.
It's not called Havoc Entertainment. It's called Blizzard Entertainment. Unfortunately.
You're right. So yeah, checking back in with this boss fight here. We're still on heroic splits, and we did see Lock and Stock go down. We're hoping that the one-armed bandit can go down as well. I'd be curious, Zyro, you're picking up the laptop there. Can you check if guilds have killed the one-armed bandit on heroic? Like, has any guild done that yet? Because obviously it is the first day, and the EU guilds, let me just quickly take a look at my little clock there. They're not free yet, so they're still waiting for servers to come up, which should be in like 2 to 3 hours, depending on when they're actually going to go up for reals.
Instant Dollars is the sole guild that has killed an armed bandit.
Ooh. How many tries? Is that there?
I have to check.
Okay,
Different website.
we'll try to find that out. But seems like this one is a little bit of a toughie.
Yeah, it definitely seems like a tough boss.
Can I say something? I don't like this end of the sofa.
Oh no.
What's wrong with it?
I don't know. It's weird. It's weird being over here. Every
Why?
once in a while I end up on a different spot than the host spot, and it like freaks me out a little bit.
Do you want to swap?
I feel like I'm driving on the other side of the car. I kind of do, but I won't do. I'm too lazy. It's okay. I'm good over here. I feel like I'm like wiggling a lot, and I feel like I'm probably bothering you a little, Zyro.
Doesn't bother me at all.
Sitting here like swinging my feet around because I'm too short for these couches.
Yeah.
Do you have this problem, Mix? Are you taller than me?
I am taller than you.
You should see this right now. Wait, can we swap? Can we show the camera really fast? Because
Like
this is
a
probably
picture in
really funny.
picture?
Sitting next to Zyro, what this looks like. Like you're like
I've
7
got,
feet
I've got
tall or
room
something,
to go.
right?
I can stretch out.
My feet are not touching the ground right now. I'm not even that short. I'm like average height. But so I just arrived, so I don't really know what you guys have talked about yet. But I would love to know what your guys' favorite bosses are in this tier.
I think a lot of us are huge fans of Sprocket Monger Stock.
Okay.
That's just a really cool encounter.
Yeah.
Usually when they do those sort of bullet hell mechanic vomit style encounters, it looks really cool, and it's challenging and rewarding as a player to keep playing them over and over again.
Yeah.
The question obviously is going to be where the difficulty is on Mythic, right? It's in the middle of the raid. It's one of the first bosses you can go to. You have a lot of choice in this raid after you kill the first boss.
Yeah, of course.
So I don't know if it's going to be too difficult, because it could be technically the second boss of the raid. I really wonder where their tuning's going to be. It could still end up being a really cool encounter if it's easy enough.
So that's something I was wondering about. You kill the first boss, and then you have 4 options. In a raid that only has 8 bosses, I feel like it doesn't make sense to make them all equally hard/easy. I feel like there should be some variance in how hard these bosses are. And if we're going by that, then Lock and Stock could be a middle of the raid tier kind of boss, which, bringing that back, would be kind of like Painsmith, right? And Painsmith was a rough boss. That was a hard boss. That was also rather early in the raid. So I'm really hoping the tuning on Lock and Stock, for better or for worse, is a tight one, and we're going to be seeing that go for a couple of tries.
So I've got the information here that Instant Dollar is actually 3-shot one-armed bandit on.
Wow.
Goodness.
And they actually only just now, 2 minutes ago, killed off Mugsy on Heroic as well.
Wow. Okay.
So I'm going to be keeping an eye on this here, because it looks like they might be pulling Gallywix on Heroic just to see how difficult it is, maybe. That would be very interesting to see how this boss looks on Heroic.
Minx, what's your favorite boss?
Oh yeah, also Lock and Stock.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry to I mean, I think generally this entire raid, I love that there's like strong themes. I love that it's whimsical. I love that it's fun. I love that each of the bosses has like their own little super team. Like we're seeing here with the one-armed bandit, like it's a gacha machine and there's combinations and there's coins and it's just like, I love that. Every single thing on these bosses feels, I'm sure that's the case for other raids too, but here you can really feel how intentional everything is.
Yeah.
And that to me is great fun because I can like
I agree.
tell somebody that made this is a big nerd and they enjoyed the heck out of making this.
Yes.
And therefore I am now also enjoying it.
Oh, that's true. That's a good way to put it. This one's my favorite. I like One-Armed Bandit. I think it's cool.
Another fight that I think is pretty cool is Styx Bug Jumper.
Yeah.
The one where you jump on piles of garbage and have to pick up bigger and bigger.
Yeah, you get to become garbage.
Yep.
That's going to be a hard voice line in some of the guilds.
What do you mean?
Voice comms. Become bigger
I'm garbage. I'm a big ball of garbage.
No, how many of those are going to be like saved for like?
No, during I was watching Max's chat during that, and I think they were saying a lot of like moments because I saw being spammed a lot in chat. So
yeah. I mean,
I'm sure we can imagine what the comms were like.
Yeah. There's a couple of bosses here where, you know, I always do the thing of trying to do like quick names that reminds me of what the boss is. So this is the gacha boss for me.
Okay.
There is a boss in this raid tier that's the big ball boss, and that is not a great name.
No.
Is that Styx?
Well, it could be worse. What was OK Mage calling that boss?
I have no idea.
I'm not gonna say it out loud, but it wasn't appropriate. I hope she's doing okay over there, not accidentally slipping that one out.
She'll be fine.
Yeah,
she'll
be great.
So yeah, I'm curious on how many more splits we're doing. I asked the analyst earlier today on how many characters each of the raiders is preparing for this raid, because I was like, that gives you an idea of how many we're going to be running. And they said the minimum this tier was 14.
Okay.
Sounds right.
So
not the worst, not the best.
Yeah, obviously some do more, but it is still a lot.
Okay, I'm
so
trying to be positive.
That's around the splits we're probably going to be seeing. Of course, both normal and heroic, depending on how it works out with the gearing. Normally, heroic is then a little bit less, but I'm curious because we are already in heroic. Yep. I was like, are we done with normal? This feels too fast. I don't think we are. So
fantastic.
We're probably going to be going back into normal.
When you think about it, the ideal way to get gear is to do the harder difficulty first. That way you can give somebody the higher level piece of gear and not accidentally overwrite the normal piece of gear of the same, the same item. So if they went into normal, realized, wow, this is really easy, we can just go through this really quickly, why not try to go into heroic first, see how difficult that is, so you can do it the more efficient way. So it seems like that's the case for them. And we saw them do like the first foray into normal. That seemed like it went okay. Obviously they had some issues on Galliwix, like they saw, but if they do heroic first, get that gear, and then go back, it should be easier. Also, they can remove normals if they know, okay, we only need to get this amount of characters, the particular gear they need.
Right.
So they can actually be more efficient. And that's really important because we're back to doing the simultaneous release now. They want to get into Mythic as soon as possible. They want to get all their gear from Heroic and Normal as soon as possible.
So when do you think are we going to be going into Mythic?
I heard Thursday.
Okay.
Thursday or Friday?
Thursday or Friday. Yes. Yeah, like midday Thursday maybe.
I hedged my bets onto Thursday as well, so I'm hoping Thursday stays true.
Should we do like an over-under?
I was going to ask an over-under on when you think the race is going to end.
Oh,
that's
it is like it is the Gamba tier. So
true.
Oh, it is the Gamba tier. Yeah.
What should we put on it? Probably not actual money. That might.
I can tell you mine, and then you can over-under me if you want to. But I said it's going to end Thursday late night.
4, 3.
Oh, the splits are going to end Thursday.
No,
before a reset.
The rate. Next week,
that's
Thursday.
literally tomorrow. Or the day after tomorrow. Okay.
Next ID,
Thursday.
Next ID, Thursday late night.
Okay.
So like probably like
that's
close to maybe calling it for the night kind of deal.
Okay. So.
If you were gonna ask me when I thought it would end, I would probably tell you Thursday or Friday next week. So that's like really close.
You need to be more specific.
I'll take the over on that. I'm gonna go over.
Okay, so
I'm just gonna take the entire over
you're
side.
saying like Friday morning, or?
At the earliest. Yeah.
Okay.
Friday morning. Ooh, wait, I don't know. I would have.
Who do you want to over under?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm thinking.
I'm sure
I'm
some
thinking
what
about the
chat
answer.
things.
Yeah, let
maybe.
us know, chat.
Maybe they have some good ideas. On
I'm
when
gonna
it's
go
gonna
Thursday also, but I'll do like midday Thursday.
All right, all right.
I also like Thursday.
Yeah.
I don't.
That, to me, is a good Thursday.
Yeah,
Friday is always
because it gives you a time to have a reset. Also.
Yes.
It's not like on a reset. It feels, relatively fair considering all the other variables. And more days that we get to cast together and hang out.
True. I heard Tettle say it could die this ID.
Well, Tettles also thinks. Have you seen his predictions?
No, actually not.
They're
I
very
haven't
low.
seen any predictions yet.
Oh,
Can you look at that real
maybe
quick?
we need to pull up the predictions to see who we can make fun of here.
I remember I was watching the stream earlier at the very start of the day when they covered a lot of these topics, like caster predictions and stuff. All of the other casters had pretty similar ideas. Like first 4 bosses, pretty quick kills.
Okay.
5th and 6th boss, we were all kind of like, okay, we're gonna go up from here.
Like a small wall.
Yeah. Not quite as tough as Nerebar Palace was, but just still a big jump up in difficulty. And then we all kind of had like 150 to 200 for 7th boss, and then like 250 to 300 for last boss. Tettles had the 5th and 6th boss at 15.
Oh.
Whereas we were all kind of like in the
Someone check him PC.
high
Is he
sub
okay?
100s
That's for this tier?
for this tier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Has he explained? I'm sure he did on the last one. Why they're so low?
No,
You just think they're all easy?
Maybe he just thinks they're going to be tuned easy.
That's
I don't know.
fair.
I could honestly see that happening if they get like really good splits and the bosses are a little undertuned.
Yeah.
The Blizzard's been pretty good with their tuning.
Yeah, I feel like it's been pretty good for the last couple of tiers. Like pretty tight.
And they tend to stick to the harder side of the tuning too, and they want to nerf it if it's too hard, rather than making a boss too easy and not really being able to panic buff the boss while they're pulling it.
Right.
Yeah. Was Aberrus the second tier of Dragonflight? Because this is the second tier of the War Within, and Aberrus was also kind of short, I feel like, in comparison of the other Dragonflight rates.
Aberrus was very undertuned.
Yeah.
They had like one difficult mid-raid boss fight.
So
in
maybe that's what he's
Skarn.
basing it on.
Yeah. Perhaps.
I'm just making stuff up.
Well, Aberrus was also an anomaly because it was the first time they used the crest upgrade system for their looting. And people got very looted very fast. If you were like super smart and super efficient with your crest upgrades, you could be fully upgraded heroic gear on the second week. So you could be like way higher gear level than you normally would be. And that's why they were able to kill it so quickly in that first week. After that, they kind of refined the process a little bit more, so it's not as easy to get super high gear. I don't know if we'll see that again. Based off the way these heroic fights are tuned right now, I would err on the more difficult side.
I am hoping so. I kind of don't like it when the raid is over too quickly.
Me
Probably
too.
also biased, but just out of personal opinion, I feel like over 1 ID is always like the fun spot. If it ends towards the end of the week of the second ID, that's where I want it to be personally.
ID?
Oh yeah, sorry, Germans say that like that.
Yeah,
And
raid
that's
ID.
actually something that I learned too.
Oh.
Because people here say lockout, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we say ID.
Oh.
And then another
haven't heard
thing, somebody came into my chat and asked me like, why do Europeans always say in fight rather than in combat? And it's
Oh.
also just like, it's a peculiarity of probably that word being easier for us. Like it's closer to what we know rather than combat. But yeah, it's just fun things.
Other little things like that, like in North America, people type 1 for summons. In EU, it's 1, 2, 3.
Yes. But we do have our predictions ready, so let's take a look while the Raiders are working on their splits and make fun of Tettles together. Oh, there's Max's count on
Max
here.
put it up.
Interesting.
Wow, mine are like
Alright.
almost exactly the same as Max's. They're like 30 off.
Huh. Yeah, ours are very close
We're
to
also
each other.
pretty close, yeah.
Okay, all right. I went a little bit higher on Mugsy than you did.
I like, so Jack thinks that one-armed bandit's going to be slightly harder, it looks like, than Mugsy, or at least more pulls than Mugsy.
Yeah.
Which is interesting.
I could see it.
I could see it. I think there's a lot to work out with the different combinations of the the slot machine and stuff. So it's chaotic, especially the end.
You make a great point, though. Nobody else is really valuing any boss higher than what comes after, which was how it used to be, and then Halandras happened.
Yeah. Remember when I predicted 8 pulls for that? I don't know how that happened.
Oh, that
I
was
really
great.
don't. I think I just put random numbers in there.
We were in Boston for so long.
You know what's crazy is I was
prepared for that raid.
No.
But yeah. I mean, I could see a world where Lock and Stock is actually a little wall. Honestly, I'd like it, but we'll see if it comes true. Overall, we do seem to kind of agree that there's like 3-4 bosses that are going to be easier.
Yeah.
And then that's where some pulls come in. But yeah, Tellsing, the penultimate boss, or no, well, the boss before the penultimate boss taking 15, that is very low.
He just wants to go home. Just wants to get back to Bert. Got stuff to do.
Honestly, can you blame him?
No,
I
I
can't
cannot.
blame him.
That is a sweet little kitty.
Poor Bird.
We were talking about
Poor
this
Bert.
early. You have to look at this and remember that after the first boss, the next 4, you can choose any one of those to go to next. So in my
That's
mind,
a good point.
it's
Yeah.
like they can't be too different in difficulty.
Yeah.
But
they can.
I guess they can. Maybe they'll all be a little bit harder, and things like Reverb or Cauldron of Carnage might actually end up taking a few pulls to get down. So we'll have to see.
Kalamazzi actually thought that that would be the order that they would go in for like the non-linear section. Is literally this
order?
this order here.
I think that makes sense. I would also expect that, I think. Just from how the bosses read in the mechanics, that is probably the order of what's easiest.
Yep.
Now, there could always be a change if they think one of the bosses gives better loot and they need that for something, but I do think in terms of wanting to move through the raid quickly, this order probably makes sense. What is for dinner today? I'm like smelling food.
It's, I think, brisket and mac and cheese or something like that.
Oh, is it the brisket mac again?
Stratnos said it. I forget now. I don't know where. Barbecue brisket and mac and cheese and something else.
It
but I can also smell it.
Phenomenal. I'm so hungry just sitting here.
I'm hungry too, and I just
smelling
sat
the
down.
kitchen.
Wait, when does this
It's
shift
so
end?
nice that we're just
Takes a while.
you can just sit here, do your job, whether you're raiding or casting, and just know that the food is handled. You don't have
That's
to worry
true.
about it
It's
at
very
all.
nice.
I eat a lot more vegetables when I'm here. Not because I don't like vegetables at home. I just don't bother cooking them a lot of the time.
What was it? Beans? Was it yesterday? No. Yesterday the beans? Or
Yesterday it was green beans.
Yeah, they were great.
And mashed potatoes. Oh my
I usually
god.
don't like beans, but
they're so good.
They were
Barbecue
I just like to
brisket,
chew,
mac
chew,
and
chew,
cheese,
like a little rabbit, you know.
dinner
Just-
vegetable.
yeah,
with the
they
green
had
beans.
great consistency.
Gotta crunch on them.
Okay, getting sidetracked here because we're
missing
smelling the
important
food.
split action, Makes.
Oh yeah.
Get us back on track.
I will. We're back here at the one-armed bandit, and from looking across my screens, I can tell you that both of the split groups have arrived at this boss. A big question is how far are they able to push it with helpers, of course. And we are doing splits. Now, maybe for the viewers that are watching for the first time, because that still happens, of course, welcome. What are splits, Syro?
Splits are a way for the guilds to kind of cheat the gearing system in game to make sure they can get as geared as possible. So normally when you head into a raid, let's say you're a group of 25 people, you go into the raid, you kill a boss, you get a certain amount of loot. You only get 5 pieces of loot to hand out to your 25 raiders, and you have to pick and choose. Okay, who gets the loot? Who are we going to gear? They kind of cheat around the system by saying, okay, we're only going to bring 15 of our raiders in, but we're going to make sure that only really 5 of those raiders are characters that we're worried about gearing in this raid. So you just get more loot per important character in the raid, which means your characters have a higher item level, which means when you get to Mythic, your item level as like a Liquid or an Echo, it's probably going to be at least 4 or 5 item levels higher than a typical guild that doesn't do any splits. Now, a lot of guilds do splits. Now, there's very few guilds
most
that
of them
actually
do
do
like
early Mythic raiding. that
2
don't.
to 3 if they're like try-hardy guilds.
Yeah, because it's just so efficient for gear. And also lets you gear up alts a little bit from your weekly boxes, so if you do need to make a swap mid-progress, you can do that more easily. But the basic idea is more pieces of loot for less players. Now, of course, they have to do a lot of raids to make up for that, because, like we were talking about earlier, every single person in the raid has She said a minimum of 14 characters, so some have even more than that.
Oh, that's true.
Yep.
So
well, because I think there are players that are doing multiple specs, just in case.
yes, just in case.
Yeah.
Which is that 28? You're making 28
It could be
characters?
up to
Oh
20.
lord.
Well, they're free to do as many as they like, but 14 is the minimum that they need for like. So there is a bunch of math that goes into it, right? The way that the gear drops work is based on your classes, your specs, and so on. So there is an optimized way to build these splits in order to guarantee certain items from these bosses, which is also why they're so reliant on having outside helpers that either sometimes already have some gear when we're going into the second ID, or reset, lockout, whatever.
I knew what you meant.
Yeah,
Okay.
there you go.
You taught us.
Or reliant on like them being specific classes, so more of these items can drop, or rather to exclude certain items from dropping. So a lot of mathing there. If you were to take a look at the split spreadsheets and the split planning spreadsheets, if you're somewhat closely to me when it comes to math, you'd probably lose the remaining brain cells that are there. They look crazy.
That's just a caster thing. We cannot do math, or we will just short circuit on the spot.
I didn't realize we had any brain cells to begin with.
Oh, there you go.
What's a brain cell?
Yeah, I don't know.
Time to find out. After our shift, of course.
By the way, it's important to mention, I don't think we've mentioned it on this segment so far, we're going to be doing splits probably for the next 2 to 3 days. If you want to help out with the splits, you need to join the Discord. They're going to be looking for helpers for every single one of these split raids for the next couple of days, and they need you. If you have a geared character that you're not raiding on this week, join the Discord, discord.gg/teamliquid. There's a couple of roles you need to sign up for. They'll give you some weak auras you need to have to join the group. Make sure you don't steal their loot. And, yeah, they need all the help they can get, and you get paid for it as well. It's 350k for a heroic full clear, if I'm not mistaken, and 130k for normal. So
wow. I trust you on
get
those
some gold
numbers.
for
I
your raid
haven't looked them
splits.
up.
Me neither.
Yeah, absolutely true. If you are happy to not have any gear in this or the next ID, but want a couple of boss kills, I mean, there's also like achievements you get from that. So easier to sign up to the next puck with those, because now you clearly have experience and you're getting raid leaded by the Team Liquid group leaders, which one of them is Max, I believe. The other one is Atlas, is it? So yeah, they'll tell you everything you need to know. You'll be primed and taught on the bosses. It's great.
Gosh. Oh, I'm okay.
Ooh, churros.
Chocolate churros?
See, that is what I was smelling.
These Heidi churros? Oh, man.
You should take one.
I'll take them for dinner.
We
I'll
are
take
being
Thank you.
tempted
We're tempted.
here. Steven just walks by.
Man, just walk by with chocolate churros.
Hands us churros. Okay.
I want to point out, I said the wrong Discord. It's Discord GG Liquid Guild.
Liquid
There you
Guild.
go.
Liquid. Team Liquid's the
But you can join the Team Liquid
You can
one
join
too.
both.
There's fun stuff in there.
But yeah, this is a tough boss. Pretty early in the heroic raid, especially when you consider half the raid is helpers right now. It's not the main raiders.
Yeah.
So
And I don't think are they in comms?
They are
Wait,
in
they're in
comms.
comms. Yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
they're,
So cool.
they're
You
forced
just said that.
to be in comms because for a while it was fine without, but now a lot of the bosses have mechanics where a random person can get targeted.
Yeah.
And then they need to do something. And so if you are listening into the raiders, you can hear them go like, oh, helper XYZ, you need to carry the bomb there. Yeah. Do it now.
it's important to mention as well that they come into the splits day, even day one, extremely well prepared. But you can do all the prep in the world. There are some types of players that really just need to see the content to understand it.
I'm that way.
Me too.
I am too.
I cannot. I can read a guide and be like, I don't know what I'm looking at, and then I see it. I'm like, oh yeah, okay.
Point being, these first splits are probably going to be the most difficult parts of the splits.
Yeah.
Well, we are going to be listening in to our raiders. We're going to be going to a Monster Energy listen, and we'll catch you back right after that, so stay tuned.
How many you have it again? Evo? Get over to the raid with it?
We're going over to the last start after.
Okay, use personals here, guys.
Going through the boss.
What's this poo-poo right in the middle?
We need to just press the first thing.
Going through that ad. Going through the ad.
Ooh, that's a good shot, Kingfly.
I'm out.
Oh, we're left side.
Going through the boss.
Okay, so it's gonna be really hard to kill these next
another one.
ads. Fucking hell yeah. This is gonna be really hard to do, but We have to kill Coin and Shock here, and then
Kingfly's having a good time.
we can get rid of that
Time of my life.
that tank thing if we do this correctly. Okay, Coin and Shock. It is the middle one and the right one. That's actually kind of ideal. Kill Coin first. Okay, Withering Flames. If you get Withering Flames, go to the star marker. It's in 3 seconds.
Going through the boss.
Watch your HP here. If you get the fire debuff, you go to star.
Kick.
Kill that ad. Who's gonna get that debuff? Guys, kill the ad. Nice, dunk it if you can. Good, Coin and Shock.
Stand somewhere, yeah.
So far, I've had to kick too far once. Can we please get more?
Okay, it's fine. As soon as it's available, I need you to
I'll
kick.
click it.
Yeah, click it. Good. Get debuffs now.
I
Nice.
taunted early Shark. Maybe get it back.
Yeah, I got you.
Going to the boss.
W.
I'll click this.
I know where the fucking other one is. There it is.
Nice.
Yeah, I would love
Boss.
to fucking help you kick, but my class is fucking
Ready
short
for the
arm.
ad tier, boys.
Yeah, I just have a pet walking at it, so not exactly ideal either.
Okay, this is Flame and Bomb. Flame and Bomb. We're gonna spawn bombs here, right, from the boss. Flame and Bomb. Kill far bomb ranged right now.
Going to the boss.
Watch the coin, boys. Everyone go kill the last ad. Kill the last ad. We die in 10 seconds if bomb doesn't die.
Going to the
I'm out.
boss.
Get me.
It's fine. Watch Flame here, guys.
Extract the
Okay, not good.
Good job.
We got it. We got it. We're gonna kill
Kill
the
the one
middle
in the
as we can. Everyone go to AoE these ads. Kite them through the boss if they're on you, and just AoE on top of the boss. Just kite them through the boss if they're on you. And make sure you use Ring of Pieces when they get under right now.
Going to the boss.
This is exactly right. Great job. Don't let those ads touch you. Good. Okay, spin to win as well. Ready for the next. This is actually going really
Through the
good.
boss. Through the boss.
You have to place a good. I think this is Shock and Flame, top of my head. You have Shock and Flame. Make sure you place it well. Whoever has it as a tank. Shock and
Might be
Flame.
a mage
Middle and
Shock
left.
with this.
Middle and left.
Yeah,
If you get Withering Flames debuff, you go to the star marker on the ground.
It'd be easy to place.
We need a little throughput cooldown from any
yeah,
pucks
it
here that have any.
Devo, so like Rally
We
Cabbage
need
Zero.
a healer. Rally
Going
if
to
you
the
got it.
boss. To the boss.
Sang still has a debuff. Good.
Oh, no, wrong ad,
We should-
check.
Isn't it?
Oh, wait, oh, no, it's
Isn't it
fine, it's
Shock and
fine, yeah, it's fine.
Ravens get out. Come
Through
on,
the
get out.
boss.
Make
Through
sure you go to the right
boss.
spot. Shock and Flame. W. Everyone go to dodge fire here. We should res Eevee in 2 seconds, the evoker healer, if they're doing any healing.
Yeah, there's
They
a
are.
big
They're
healing.
good,
Yeah, res Eevee. Good. Watch fire,
Dodge
guys. Watch
fire,
fire.
yeah, dodge fire.
Big healing absorb.
Didn't get a big hit, right?
I got
Can
it.
someone else like red besides
Coming
me?
to the
Like,
boss. To the boss.
So bad.
I'm dead. Someone's gonna do the coins.
Oh, ooh, that's not good. Someone.
Gotta
in our
be
guild-
someone more.
figure it out.
I'm like the big ad killer. I can't.
Someone in our guild just has to do it.
Yeah, I will do it.
Okay, he's gonna do it. Just shoot it through the boss.
I have cooldowns here if you want PI me.
Okay, shock and bomb, shock and bomb. It's far left and far right. Kill these ads, guys. Kill these ads. We have a lot of
On this
DPS.
hail absorb, if
Going
you
up,
have
going
any
up.
health stone or health pots. use
Any
them
health
now.
zero.
pot, use it now. Hellstone health pot, use it now.
Shooting through the boss.
look for us SLT here.
Kicks,
too,
kicks,
maybe.
Kill bomb.
kicks.
Yep, kicks and kill bomb now. Kill bomb. Kill bomb. We have
Nice.
8 seconds to kill it. We wipe in 5 seconds if it's not dead.
Yeah,
Get away
everyone's
from it
spam
when it dies. Get
extraction.
away from it when it dies. Extraction button. Spam it. Spam it. Spam it. Spam it.
We got it.
Nice. We got it. Now kill the one in the middle. Get a pay line reset. It pushes at 30, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we ignore the next set of ads and just beat the fraud detected? I think we can. I think we
Yeah, I
have
mean, we'll
to.
probably die to the ads, but
Don't they go away?
I don't think so.
Ring here.
Coins coming through.
I don't actually know how it works. So I guess we have to kill them then if they don't go away? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. This is the last set of... It's coin and bomb, guys. Coin and bomb.
We have pots.
Coin and bomb and pot. Everyone pot here.
Kill the one in the middle first.
Guys, CC these ads.
Are they
Do
gonna
not let them
jump
touch
from
you.
the-
Focus on
Everyone go-
lads we need to kill.
Yep, go kill
Kill
coin.
the
guys. Go kill
SLT,
coin.
SLT here's good.
SLT in the middle of the raid. Do it.
I'll get next far kick.
Okay. Watch the lines. Do not touch the... Do not let the booty touch you.
Get out with the debuff. Sign
Kill the
when you're
assistant
ready.
under the boss. Everyone
I'm
get
good, I'm good.
Spam it. Spam it. Spam it. Kill it and spam it. We got it. Nice.
Coming through.
Nice. Now we're gonna get uncc'able ads. Everyone AoE these ads. AoE these ads and do not let them touch you. Kite them in the same direction. Kite them towards
Make
the
sure you
entrance of
kick
the room.
far ad. Kick
Entrance of
far
the
ad.
room. Kite them in the same direction. Please do not kite them away. Kite them towards the entrance of the room. Everyone AoE. Do not let them touch you.
Darkness shot.
Wind rush or roar them if you can. We're about to phase. It'll help to just see the last phase anyway. Just keep going. Just kill the premium dynamite.
Yeah, I got it.
This is
Yeah,
fucking
Fartik,
hype.
Todd.
We need to beat this.
We need to push him.
Okay, we'll get another set of ads if you don't mind.
I mean, we're gonna see if they. Okay,
Oh, they
so-
didn't spawn. Oh, we juiced it.
Kill this out, kill this out.
Yeah, kill the.
real assist.
Good. Be on boss here. Okay, all those things go away.
We can cleave it down. I plug it out though.
Okay, linked machines. Watch this. Do not be in between the boss and the shock thing on the ground. Okay, keep the boss like, kind of on top of it.
Yeah, it's like right there.
Watch that
Turn
line,
it.
you see it? Coming from that thing.
Pay line, get a refresh. Okay. Hot heat, a little bit of raid damage coming in soon. Just don't be, just don't be in between the boss and those coils. This is perfectly fine.
Win.
Oh, those go on people, yeah. Okay, new one, new coil. Just keep the boss there.
Yeah, we're dead.
Oh, this is true. Yeah, we're looking good.
Just darkness the atomic bomb, check.
Scattered payout, big raid damage here.
You barely scuff we need here.
You got a personal if you have it right now.
Win coming in.
The end is coming.
And then he's just gonna do the bomb cast, right?
And this phase is meme. If we can somehow get here with the majority of the raid. We need to save Lust though, for sure.
I don't know.
I think we did, yeah.
I don't know. Jackpot.
That means we have to do all 6. I mean, I don't know. I think we should. I think we
Yeah,
should
Loki just
consider
Darkness,
doing
man.
this 15-15 is like insane and maybe not doable.
Yo.
Consistently.
Can we get a little advertisement? We've been
One
hard
second.
stuck.
No, before anyone starts playing again, we should even discuss if this is even
Let's
worth our time.
let's have a meeting. Meet up.
Do you think this is worth our time? Like we could just do 2010.
Maybe another day we can do it. You know. When,
Yeah,
maybe next week.
I think
I'm pretty
pugs
sure-
need gear up. This is like the
this
the
is
silken
insane.
core problem first day
I think
for it, right?
I think we need to. I mean, I can talk to Bubba about it, but I think we need to like
Okay,
probably just do
other groups
136s,
38%,
and then like
by the way.
maybe we can wait for gear for tomorrow. But like
Yeah,
there's
we're playing in
I mean, do you remember Kaiveza the first day of Heroic? It was like pretty rough, and then like as soon as like pugs started gearing up, it was like not too bad.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, right now, I'm pretty sure both of our groups are wasting our time 15-15. But we need to kind of talk about it as a group.
This group is a
You
pull
gotta
and a half
tell Bubba
away from
that.
killing it. Yeah, I don't.
Where is he?
Who knows?
He actually went back home. So we might be.
Are we still pulling it?
We
A
need
little
plus
bit?
one if we are.
Oh, we're doing something for 20 minutes until we just meet for loot, right?
Sec, I'll get back to you.
All right, yeah, no problem.
Hang on. Hey, what's up, man?
Guessing, what do you think?
Thinking about this?
Yep.
Maybe they can just nerf it. Like, Actually, nah.
Atlas.
Fired up. Anything to say?
I just got back. Well, Shaq and I were having a meeting, but what's up?
Well, we're blowing up the raid. Is there anything you'd like to say to the helpers before we never see them again until later?
We'll see them again later. It's fine.
One of the main things you guys could do to help us kill this boss would be to download Coinbase and then earn $20, and then you can put it into the slot machine.
Then also go do delve.
Yeah,
And
go
upgrade
do a
your gear.
delve and go craft a spark, and then go Twitch Prime.
Oh, okay, so we're selling out.
Yeah, a little bit.
That last one was a little sus.
That was a little
That was
sus there.
insanely sus.
A little bit.
We're back here at the Team Liquid Race to World First, presented by Coinbase. Huge thank you to Monster Energy for that listening. And while the Raiders have watermeloned us, we are going to be going over a bunch of things now that we're back on camera here. I'm still joined by Zyra and Aya. My name is also still Makes for everybody that cannot read our lower thirds. And we want to talk a little bit about our charity, because with this entire event, we're once more supporting a charity. This time around, it's the Pasadena Humane Society. They're helping with a lot of the animals that have been displaced in the Eaton fires that were here in this region. And we think they're doing a great job, and we want them to continue to be able to do a great job. And you guys apparently seem to agree.
Was your name not Makes?
Yeah.
What happened? What is this? I don't get it.
No, it's just, it still Makes, because like before the show, before the break.
I thought someone mislabeled you or something.
It was mixed before and then
no.
also after the break.
Oh!
My name is still Makes, yeah.
Okay, sorry. Keep going.
Nothing changed.
Perfect.
Yeah,
Back to the topic. You guys seem to agree because you've been donating for our charity goals. Of course, we are trying to entice you a little bit with our stretch goals as well. But Zyra, I believe we got another donation.
We do. We have $50 from Christy saying, "My girls Harley and Bella, fresh from a spa day." We'll get that picture up here in just a second.
Aww.
See the dogs.
That's great. Thank you so much for the $50. And as you can see, starting at $1,000, when we reach that, we're going to be starting our caster bingo. Each of us had to submit a 5x5, and that's a lot of spaces, let me tell you.
Oh my gosh, it took me forever.
5x5 bingo on things that are going to be happening here at the Race to World First, and we weren't allowed to take obvious ones. So it took me quite some thinking, but I think I came up with some great ones. I've been waiting to start playing because they said I'm not allowed to do it yet. I'm only allowed when we reached 1,000.
Is the $1,000 we're revealing our bingo cards so they can play along? Is that what it is?
I think so.
Okay.
We're getting it at I haven't gotten my bingo card yet. Have you?
Are they printing them?
Okay,
Yeah.
I have a question.
Oh.
Have Dratnos and Tuttles casted together yet?
Didn't they last shift?
Yeah.
Okay, then I already have some marks to cross
That's
out.
your bingo? You put Dratnos and Tells casting
No,
together?
No, it was just that they're casting together. One of my bingo slots is Dratnos Flames Tettles.
Oh, yeah, fair. That
Which
happened.
is just that.
Oh, okay.
That happened, yeah.
Wait, that's funny because Kalamazoo has one for Jack Flames Kalamazoo.
Oh. I have one for Tettles being cringe.
Oh. Ooh.
Is that in the middle? Is that the free spot?
No, the free spot, I think I have a dog as free spot, like dog on broadcast.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I just put free spot.
We're about to get that one right now whenever they get the picture ready.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh my goodness.
Dogs on broadcast. Here's Harley and Bella. Thank you so much, Christy, for your donation. And if you want to send in your pets or your transmog, your UI, I won't be nice if you send in your UI and it's ugly, then you can donate $35 and up to the Pasadena Humane Society. Link is in chat. And it'll count towards our charity goals here. We'd love to make that happen. We'd love to support them with our charity donations over the Race to World First. So
I just want to crush you guys in bingo.
I'm going to win the bingo.
What are the other incentives? Can we look back at that? I want to discuss these.
There's an
There are some good ones.
NPC WoW stream, which
What
is
is that?
like the TikTok NPC streams.
Oh.
We were saying you need to be on air for that.
Me?
Yeah.
That's fair.
You need to bring
Okay.
Peekaboo out.
I think
Oh.
Kalamazi and you would be fun.
Can he even do an NPC voice?
Kalamazi watches a lot of TikTok. So
Does he?
Yes.
That's so funny. I don't see him as a TikToker.
No,
Okay.
I think he's just a consumer, not a TikToker.
Right. Okay.
But like still, would be. I think he mostly watches like animal TikToks, but
That's fair. Okay.
he's like on the cute animal kind of talk.
You know what? That's kind of based. Okay.
It is. Then we have Twitch Plays Production at 5K, which
That's fun.
we did last year. It was great fun. We're bringing it back. 7,500 is we are going to be casting the Race to World First, but as sock puppets.
Question.
Yes.
Do we get to make the sock puppets?
I hope so. I don't know. It would be great fun to make them ourselves.
So that means we're just going to be behind
Behind the
chair
yes.
and the couch
Oh my
and
gosh.
just- that's
Yes.
Gonna be great.
That's great.
We can do like the. So what do you think, Aya?
Oh my gosh. Okay, cool.
Yeah. And then 10,000. We're actually making our casters PvP trail.
Who's the best PvPer amongst us?
I think we're all
It's not me.
utterly terrible.
I just watch it and talk about it. I'm not good at it myself. Trill could beat all of us at once.
Well,
easily.
Obviously, Trill's busy with the Race to World First.
Right. Okay.
We pre-recorded that.
Oh.
But I'm not going to spoil anything.
Oh, we did? Oh. Wait,
I hope
who
it's
was it?
Cams.
We
You
don't
don't
want to spoil
leaks.
anything.
No
Okay.
I guess we
okay,
know
sorry.
it wasn't you now.
No, it wasn't. My bad. Was it you?
I just spoiling.
I'm
Who
sorry.
No
knows?
spoils.
No
Okay.
spoilers.
Who knows?
All right.
At 15,000, we're making the Weak Horror sounds live on air.
Ooh.
That's
Like
pretty good.
we're gonna be seeing something and just like bomb.
It's actually great. If you again, we don't want to spoil.
Mhm.
Production had their little notes in there for the incentives, and they're like, we need to purchase some things for this.
Yes.
They said what
For
the things were, but I don't
Oh.
want to chat
Yeah.
what they were.
Oh my God, we're gonna be like Foley artists.
We're gonna be
Amazing.
equipped basically. Then at 20,000, we're doing a World of Warcraft TCG unboxing, which I know Zyra, you're very excited about.
I love unboxing cards. Ripping packs it's such a good experience, and the smell of the cards is great too. You
can't
don't
relate at
understand.
all. Zero, like zero,
Anybody-
zero. But I am living through you vicariously.
If you've opened fresh packs, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Aya, what about you? Are you on the unboxing trend?
No.
Okay.
I like Labubu's.
I don't think we have Labubu's to open.
Darn it. Can we get some? I'll
would be
open a
fun.
Labubu next to you.
That would be very fun. I would love to get you one. And then at 25,000, we're making our own Goblin music video, because if you've been listening, the music in the raid this time is incredibly incredibly good. So we're actually gonna be making a music video for that, and it's gonna go hard.
I'm excited. Who's producing that?
The production.
Okay, that's a big task.
They do a small event. I don't know if you heard about it yet. It's called Race to World First. I think they'll do just fine.
Wait, that's why they're sitting
This is the
over
same
there?
group of people that produced Sandwich Love back in the
Oh
day.
my gosh,
right.
my bad.
I'm pretty sure they're fine.
You're right. You're absolutely right. Stop it. Just had
That'll
flashback.
be in my head for like 3 more weeks.
And then we also have the 50,000 secret incentive to re-release Sandwich Love Undermine Edition.
Of course.
But
What does that sound like?
I have no idea. I made that up on the spot.
It's pre-recorded. No spoilers.
I don't think it is. I think the PvP had to be pre-recorded because Trill doesn't have time, right? But yeah,
Busy boy.
we would appreciate all of your support for making that happen. Once again, it all goes to the Pasadena Humane Society. And for $35 and up, we are bringing whatever you sent us, whether it's transmogs, warbands, UIs, or your adorable pets on air.
Kalamazoo was very specific. It can't be a picture of him.
Why not?
I don't know.
For which
But
one?
What if I Photoshop it?
But I know. That's what I'm
Okay.
saying. If you want to Photoshop Kalamazoo's face onto a dog and then
Yeah.
submit that, that's also okay.
He's got that dog in him.
Yeah.
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 Well, you talked about donations earlier. How much do people have to donate
35.
for a transmog?
35 and up.
35 and up. Okay.
You're always welcome to give more.
It can also be somebody else's transmog.
Yeah, if you have a friend and you're like, I just want this person to get like flamed by the casters and clip it and send it to them, great birthday gift.
Yeah. Yeah. If you want us to, you could totally do that.
Yeah.
You put a little note like,
We'll be mean.
be mean to this guy. Yeah, we could do that. We could do that. You could just do Cameo.
Well,
Start doing that.
important information from what we're seeing on the screen. They've decided we don't want to do one-armed bandit right now. We're going to wait for other guilds to kill that boss so we get a little more information. Maybe it's something that's just a little bit too difficult to do with only 15 raiders in the group.
Yeah.
So we're in another split. We're back on Vexy and the Gear Grinders. We're going to be probably doing 5 of 8 in this split, if I had to guess. We'll move on from there.
We're also rating UIs.
Oh, we're
Yeah.
doing UI ratings.
Yes.
But
we
I'm
do UIs.
mean on UIs.
Yeah, make
whether
me mean.
whether you want to or not, I'm picky about UIs.
I won't be mean. Mine's terrible. I actually purposefully move my frames unevenly so that so I trigger people.
Yeah.
No way.
It's a good.
That
yeah.
would do
it
it.
doesn't trigger you?
No.
Oh wow.
No, I don't see it.
That is crazy.
My UI is so cursed.
I'm also really mean about UI ratings.
Are
should
are
submit
you
mine.
at least happy with your UI?
My personal UI I'm okay with.
Okay.
I think it could always be better.
What kind of UI are you running? I don't think I know top of my head what
I'm
yours
still on
looks like.
LVUI, and
say
then I
you're an LVUI
I
boy.
have my own custom weak auras that
But
I
like,
use.
is it colorful?
No, I'm opposite.
Monochrome.
I use inverse colors, so everything is black.
I hate that.
And then when somebody's health bar goes down, the background is colored.
Okay, but is it HP based colored or is it class colored?
Class color.
Okay. I really dislike the HP based colors.
Especially
I
the
have
default
beef with
LVUI
them.
colors.
Yes.
Like the Mavi UI that
You
is like snot colored.
You have a raid of like 20 people, and then one AoE comes in, and suddenly they're all druids. I don't vibe with that.
Not me either.
that triggers me. Yeah.
Aya?
What?
Can you confirm that?
Oh, we're getting.
What is that?
I have no idea what that is.
I don't know what that is.
Professor Labcoat, what is that?
What I can't see.
I don't know what it is, and I don't want to
Okay,
read it
I
out
don't
loud
say it.
because I don't know what it is. We're figuring it out.
We're trying to figure
Does
out.
anybody
Okay,
know what
I
that
also
is?
don't know
Yeah.
what that is, but I nearly fell from my chair trying to look at it, so. Could feel one
Dangerous
of
work
the-
up here,
One of
casting.
the feet lifting. I was like,
Oh.
oh no.
We haven't had any accidents in a while.
Don't jinx
like
it.
that. Oh, sorry. Here, let me.
Yeah, let me.
Okay, I knocked on some wood.
Yeah.
You know, we've had a few over the years, but nothing crazy.
The
Kinda.
Boba was one last race.
Yeah, that was bad.
What else happened? Do we have any other accidents? I
Well,
don't remember any.
Tag stopped making the PC setup, so that's off the table. Nothing like
True.
that anymore. We've had a few people run into doors
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
from players to production.
We've had Sang running into a glass door with a pickle. That's a fan favorite.
With a pickle?
Yeah,
Wait.
it's a fan favorite.
Wait, what?
That was crazy. But nobody got like hurt.
No.
It was just
Have Shakib's or Dryne's computers blown up yet?
No, but it's only day one.
It seems like almost every single race, one of those two in particular, will have their graphics card explode. And you can tell because everything in their game becomes super pixelated and impossible to see. I don't know what it is about those two in particular, what they do with their computers, but it's always those two.
Well, if you're in need of a new graphics card, you know what goes a long way in getting that?
What?
A little bit of extra money. You can get that from our presenting sponsor, Coinbase. So if you head on over to TL.gg/CoinbaseRWF, they're giving you 20 USDC. So I would check that out if I was you. It goes really quick. You sign up, you verify that you are an actual person, and then it's all yours. And you take part in their giveaways.
I'm an actual person. Can I sign up?
You can sign up.
Wait, I'm an actual person. Can I sign up?
You can sign up.
What do you get if you sign up? What do you have a chance of winning?
Well, we do have the Coinbase jersey giveaway every single time Team Liquid kills the boss. I'm saying it now so you don't miss out on any. They get a giveaway going for a jersey. I love the jersey this time, by the way. Super, super cool look. And you automatically take part in that. And then there is another giant grand prize that you can get if you have a Coinbase account that you need to fill the form out that's linked there on step number 2. And one lucky person will be flown out to the next Race to World First as like a VIP. You get to meet the Raiders. You know, you can see Max for yourself, decide that he's not actually a cardboard cutout. And you can look at the production and all the things that are going on here and like check it out. It's very cool.
What if the day they visited Max wasn't here and the only thing that was here was the cutout, and they just put it in his room?
Hilarious.
That's actually the second prize. You get flown out and you get to meet the Max cutout.
I would love that. Is it actually here in the building with us?
I'm sure
It's
It's
around.
somewhere, no? We should,
It's
like,
around.
We should hide it in places.
Well, it's actually maybe I shouldn't ruin the immersion, but the one that we use is actually a cutout of Broxa.
And we put his face on it.
And we print every tier. We print out a picture of Max's face and put it on that one.
If it works, it works.
It works. Yeah.
I've noticed that the little things that we make for the race, Liquid tends to keep around. Like, for instance, last time we were here, production had a Hungry Box shrine that they put on the back of all their equipment.
Yep.
And they just moved that into the room that
It
the
has
casters
a permanent
use.
home.
Yeah.
Or the Monster Energy can trophy that Cam's made like many tiers ago is still there. I'm
That was
pretty
the
sure.
very first
Vault of
one.
the Incarnate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the funniest part about that is, so for anybody that doesn't know, that was a trophy that was made out of monster cans for the WoW quiz night on the After Dark. And they have in their entranceway here, there's like a big wall with all of the trophy Team Liquid has won, like actual esports trophies, like big trophies. And the Monster Energy trophy from the After Dark Race to World First is also on that wall, just
Very
seamlessly
prestigious.
blending in there. It's great.
I don't know why you're laughing, Zyro. It's a very prestigious award.
It's just crazy. You've got all these like ESL 1 trophies. Some like, what was the other big one from like the early 10s?
Like the PUBG ones?
ESL Extreme Masters. Intel Extreme Masters.
Yeah.
That was the other one. There's like those big trophies in there. There's just a trophy made out of monster cans.
Every tier it starts leaning a little bit more.
That's okay. It's part of the charm.
It is.
Get a little bit of a different one every year. And every time I walk in, I like check, is it still there? And it is.
It's always there.
I wonder who made the executive decision to be like, hey, that trophy, we're putting it on the trophy wall.
That is a good question. I'd also like to know.
Oh, we are getting word from our production that they put it there and no one
It just
ever
hasn't
removed it.
Dude, it reminds me
makes
of
it even funnier.
in high school, I threw a gummy bear or something up on the ceiling and it stayed there and it was stuck there for all 4 years I was in high school.
Really?
It just got stuck there.
Who's going to get it down?
I just thought it would fall down eventually. It never did.
Crazy.
Might still be there to this day.
You have like a everlasting impact you made there.
I do. Yeah.
It's crazy.
That's my legacy.
I don't think I have a legacy like that.
I don't think I do either.
I read recently about a person that put like on a chalkboard so and so many days until like March 3rd for no apparent reason, and then everybody started wondering, like, what happens March 3rd? And then they made it a thing where everybody brought in a cake, and they like paraded them into the cafeteria on March 3rd. And apparently that tradition was like continued for decades after
so
they
funny.
left the school. Like they actually made legacy.
Oh.
You see that thing that happened in New York with a guy he's like, watch me eat an entire canister of cheese balls.
There was another one that was
With, like,
watch me eat
rotisserie
this
chicken?
entire
Yeah.
rotisserie chicken.
Yes.
Oh my
That was
gosh.
Philadelphia, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, great content. Just sitting on a dock eating it, and so many people came to watch too.
Yeah.
I love when humans are quirky like that.
I liked the Timothy Chalamet meetup
Yep.
or lookalike contest.
And he actually pulled up.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's crazy.
Cool, very cool. Too bad he lost.
I know.
Fortunate.
Imagine.
So funny.
This is actually such a cool fight, like visual-wise. It's a little disappointing that it's the second boss of the raid, but like we were talking about earlier, maybe it can actually end up being quite a
Kinda tough.
difficult boss, even though it's so early in the raid. This whole clash of the dino and the gorilla at the same time.
Yeah.
Is
Honestly,
it like
Looks super cool.
a King Kong versus Godzilla reference?
Knowing,
that a movie?
Knowing the Blizzard employees that work on
Yeah.
raid design, yes, 100%.
That just dawned on me. I was like, wait, this looks familiar. Oh.
I love it. I think it's great. Any single time you can put like a dino into the game and it's cool and it's awesome, I'm so excited.
That's why we put it on one of our shirts.
That's right.
Oh my goodness.
Check out our apparel. Exclamation mark apparel.
I
Looks
don't know
a
how to
little
spell
bit-
that word. A-P-P-A-R-E-O? Oh,
You nailed it.
I didn't know which letter was double.
The P.
That's always
Okay.
the tough part.
Yeah. Difficult.
I like the merch this time. It looks like more skatery.
Yeah, you
The
were saying
years
that.
before that, it was. See, I saw it and I was like, Bart would wear it.
Yeah.
And then I saw Bart today and I was like, you are wearing a shirt that looks exactly like.
Yeah. Oh.
In the style off.
Oh, yeah, that's
very
funny.
similar.
Look, there it is on
Like
the
it's
bottom.
the type of shirt you would wear with a white undershirt and it goes hard.
Mm-hmm.
Also,
Like
I
a
love
long
this.
sleeve.
I love the design of the jerseys too this time around.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're different.
They have the name on the front too if you get a customized one. It's
Oh.
right in the mouth of the dino. Very cool.
Ooh.
So yeah, check it out. TLDGRWF is where you're going to want to be heading. We also have shorts this time. I'm not sure we'll be
Oh, they are.
seeing them on the broadcast though.
Oh, there are shorts.
There are shorts, yeah. It's funny because I looked at them and I was like, these look like Atlas shorts. And surely enough, in the photos of it, it's Atlas
It was
wearing
Atlas
them.
modeling. He was doing a little like, ooh.
Yep,
like
he did.
his
I've
finger.
already seen a Discord sticker of that post.
Oh, of
from
course.
him. Yeah.
It's probably in the Weekor also.
It took less
Yeah.
than 12 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Seor is the king of that. Instantly
He's
adds
quick.
it to the database. I loved the mouse pads. Those are the first times I've seen the mouse pads.
Yeah, the mouse pads
we
are
all
cool.
got one of the mouse pads, but I think we all got the same one. I think it was the
Yeah,
black and white one.
Black and white, yeah.
The like cyber pop colors.
Yeah.
back the
Pink
mouse
and blue.
pads.
That one's awesome. I want that one.
On the next slide. If you all squint really hard at the lower third. Ah, there you
Yeah,
go.
the top right one I love,
Yeah, the
but all of
neon
them are
ones.
cool.
They're cool. Wow.
Well, maybe if we say it again, someone is listening that could bring you one.
Just exchange
Which
it.
one you like? Zyra likes the one in the top right there.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Very cool.
You know where to find them.
I love that
Team Liquid
the-
employees.
I love that the dino took like centerpiece because of how cool it looks instead of like Galliwix.
That's a wait. That's a good point. Just becoming the center of all the graphics.
Yeah, he did.
He's a cute
Look
little guy.
at the bosses and they're like,
Yeah.
heck yeah, dinosaur.
I think a derp dino is a little better than a oh, there it is.
Yep.
There it is.
Thank you, production, for sharing the
He's
glory.
got the dino shirt on too.
That's amazing.
Yep. Those are the Atlas shorts presented by the man himself.
Is that what they're called?
I'm calling them the Atlas
The
shorts.
Atlas shorts. No, I think it's good.
They're like short shorts.
Yeah.
He always wears short shorts.
He does. Him and Nick. Always walking
slow
around
fade out.
with their little
Yeah, if you're just now joining us and you're wondering what happened to One Arm Bandit and Sprocket, Mungerlock, and Stock, it looked like they kind of were a little bit too worried about the difficulty of One Arm Bandit, especially when they're running splits. Only
Yeah.
half the raid is the main raiders. The other half is helpers that are helping them with the boss, and it's kind of hard to find the right mix of helpers to help you get a boss that difficult down this early, so they're just going to take it easy, get the first 5 bosses down in a bunch of splits, and then they'll worry about what they're going to do for one on Bandit and what they have to do when they move on to Mugsy and Gallywix later on. They might need a little more gear for that. So we're going to work through some of our splits, get some of the earlier bosses done, and we'll probably see one-armed Bandit later today, if I had to guess.
Yeah. How puggable do you feel like this raid is?
Oh, that's a good question.
Well, it's going to be the hardest today, right? Because you have to remember, if you are a close to Biz geared raider from last year, you're going to be somewhere around 639, 638 item level.
Yep.
639 if you had perfect Biz. But if you're not a raider, right now you can go farm Mythic Plus gear. Everything unlocked at the same time. And if you can go farm 8s, 9s, 10s, you can easily get above 650 item level in the next few days, which is going to make these heroic raids that much easier to go and do. So, hugging today, probably extremely difficult.
Yeah.
Hugging on the weekend, I can see it being pretty easy.
Yeah. I think so too. I think like normal should be puggable. Heroic, I think some people might still be under. Have you ventured into keys yet, Zyro?
I did a few starter keys today. There are definitely some dungeons that are harder than others. Cinderbrew Meadery is very difficult if you haven't done it before. There are a lot of things that do a ton of damage in that dungeon. Operation Floodgate, the new key dungeon that they just added in this patch, that one's sort of on the harder side as well. Something that I was surprised by, Darkflame Cleft, actually not that bad. The first few pulls before the first boss are pretty difficult, but if you can get past that, the rest of the dungeon is pretty simple. In that, the minecart part that we were kind of all dreading a little bit when we first saw that dungeon on beta, that one's not that bad. They sped it up a lot. So, I mean, all in all, I really like the dungeon pool. I think it's going to be cool, especially after they get, more into the tuning and sort of equalize the dungeons a little bit. But all in all, the first few keys I did today are pretty good.
You're playing Warlock, I assume, right? What spec are you running right now?
For keys, probably mostly Destro, some F.
Okay.
Oh, we do have a second Mythic kill.
Ooh.
Humble has joined the leaderboard. That's Dorky's guild.
Oh, congratulations. I love the early stages of the Race to World First when you have, like, I would say non-Race to World First guild end up on the leaderboard. It always happens, like, in the first couple of days because obviously, like, the top guilds are doing so many splits. And then other guilds are just kind of going in, like, what if we one-shot one of these bosses? And then, like, you have the screenshots of guilds that normally aren't up there circulating. I still have one of my mods. He's in a German Alliance guild. Not that that matters nowadays, but it used to matter back in the day. And the very first race, we were in the Alienware training facility here. Their guild ended up on the leaderboard for some reason in, like, 9th spot or something. And that screenshot is still, like, glorified, framed on a wall somewhere.
Oh my gosh.
Like, it's cool.
It is cool to see your name in lights.
Yeah.
Rick Reverb is another encounter that I think is pretty cool thematically. Like, let's be honest, every single boss in this raid is pretty cool thematically. There was a lot of love put into these bosses like we talked about earlier, but this is another one that stands out to me a lot. It's a very, very cool design for an encounter. A lot of the harder fights in this raid, this one included, tend to have very quick target swapping where you need to have a lot of classes in your raid that are good at killing off an ad quickly. That's why I think Warlock is actually going to be quite good this raid. But also, usually quick target swapping is good for melee classes. So we'll have to see them kind of figure out what the best balance is. Probably not so much for this fight, but definitely on fights like Mugsy and one-armed Bandit later.
Balance in terms of what?
Balance in terms of the class comp.
Okay.
How many classes you need that can quick swap to those targets to make sure they die in time.
Yeah. I'm really curious on the comp. I've been seeing a lot of cooks on what does the Mythic Gallywix comps look like, which obviously is very far away for now.
I don't think they know.
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think they have some good ideas on how that's going to be looking like, but of course, as per usual, there's always like, oh, this trinket suddenly scales really well with something that hadn't been found out previously, and suddenly you see them run into a dungeon and find that trinket, and suddenly this one class is really good. So I wouldn't be surprised if there were surprises.
I mean, there's still very weird things being found out about classes coming into the tier, whether it's something to do with their tier set or something to do with the way one of their new abilities works. Like we saw yesterday, Red Paladins had one of their new talents get completely reworked because it wasn't working properly. Like there was some haste breakpoint that could hit that made it just function completely incorrectly and do a ton more damage than it was supposed to. There's another one with Warlock right now where their tier bonus, it says something along the lines of it makes your mastery more effective, because Destro Warlock Mastery, it's like you increase your damage by like 50 to 100% instead of just increasing it by a flat amount, and the jackpot makes it so that you always gain full benefit from that. But apparently that's like bugged whenever jackpot procs to just like raise the minimum and the maximum.
Oh.
Which is definitely not supposed to do, based off the wording. So it's like, that means mastery isn't going to be as good for you for some reason, the way the math works out. I don't know what it is, but the Warlock Theory Crafters have been going crazy about it for the past couple of days. I don't think they know just yet what the deal is.
That is one of my favorite things in WoW blank point. Whenever there's class tunings, I like rush to the discords of the class that I think is most impacted, and I watch them have breakdowns.
Oh,
and it's like
no.
everyone like scrambles in like the channel for that spec and waits for the theory crafters to like come out with the math, and it's just so fun because everybody like goes in there's like, are we back? Are we great? Are we like dead? Like what's going on? And like everybody assembles there, and there's like memes being crafted until like finally the theory crafter has like their grand entrance, and it's almost like the curtain falls, they step out, and they're like, I've run the numbers.
Oh my
it's
God.
so fun.
Wait.
If you haven't watched that, and like you need to, as soon as like the Wowhead notification pops up, go into the class Discord. It's a great
That's
class.
so evil, but so funny.
No, it's great. Like sometimes they come out and they say like, we actually just got buffed like 6%, and then everybody loses their mind.
Oh my
And
gosh.
sometimes it's the other way around. But it's fun. It's
I'll
always
do
fun.
that.
I love that.
We do have a couple of extra donations that have come in the past few minutes here. We've got
Ooh.
$100
Wow.
over in Kenobi saying, hello there, Liquid Casters.
Hello there.
Hello there.
To bless the chat with my favorite couch goblin, Gizmo. He's very excited for the goblin raid. Thank you over in Kenobi.
That
What's
is
Gizmo
great.
look like?
Great
I wanna
name
see, I
too.
want to see Gizmo.
Yeah, we'll try to bring the pictures up, but our charity marker moved like a whole bunch, so thank you so much for supporting our charity. Just a quick reminder, we are supporting the Pasadena Humane Society. For $35 and up, we are showcasing your WoW things you want to show us, but here's Gizmo!
Oh my goodness.
So tiny.
Look at your little guy. Look at his little toe. What a little cute. Oh, so many dogs with bandanas.
Look stylish.
Last two had bandanas on too.
Your dog doesn't have a bandana?
When he goes to the groomer, they send him home with a little bandana.
That is so cute.
It's very cute. Yeah.
I love that. I love when they're like...
Yeah. He gets report cards too.
It's like Luna, who always wears a bow in her hair so she can see. Yeah, it's like, it's so cute. I love it.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, we have our first transmog of the raid as well, of the tier.
Okay.
Any notes with it, or is it just a transmog?
There's $35 from Lord Mess. It says,
Okay.
rate my mog. Lord
Is that
Mess. here.
Mez?
Is that actually Mez?
It's on Tyke. I don't think. Is his character named Beef Daddy?
Beef Daddy X.
Well, that name goes
Wait,
hard.
can you just pull it up and we'll see if it. I kind of doubt he's watching. Maybe he is.
What do you doubt he's watching?
I don't know. He's a PvPer. Does he care about this?
Some of them do.
That's true. Well, you know what? He does raid sometimes.
I'm actually curious. Is this... Is that him?
It's a ret paladin. I don't think this is
Investigation.
him.
Might just be imposter. There's
A cool
somebody...
transmog though.
Well, we'll see it up here, and we'll get to rate it in a sec whenever it's ready. But
Do
thank
you
you guys
guys
for the donations.
Yeah, thank you very much. Keep them coming. At 1,000 is our first stretch goal. But do you guys get like imposters? There's like somebody on EU servers that plays a Havoc Demon Hunter, and their name is MakesEDH. And apparently, it's like totally a coincidence. Like that person didn't know I existed.
Really?
But I always get screenshots of that character saying like, "Oh my god."
I hope they're not like toxic or something at least.
Yeah,
that would be bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. My name gets stolen sometimes on like launches and stuff. That's never fun. Yeah.
Yours is a little more reasonable.
It's
to
short.
Right? 'Cause it's
Yeah.
short, 4 letters.
Yeah. So. But no.
What about you,
I
Zara?
usually don't have any issues with that.
No imposters.
It's like a shipping company in Mexico called Aya.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like
There's
.mx. Like, who are you people?
There's a floral bridal company in Australia that's called Makes.
Oh.
Yeah. It's like the first time I like looked up my username to see what comes up.
Yeah.
They came up and I was like,
Oh.
Yeah, funny.
Yeah, I wish I had picked a longer name for my alias, but here we
Really?
are. Yeah, because like I can never get it on social media.
Oh,
Like
fair.
nothing. I bet Zyronic is not taken that often.
It's not taken in most places, yeah.
Yeah.
I usually don't have too much of it.
Yeah. It's too
That's
short for
good.
Twitter. I can't even try.
Yeah.
But
Well, you have Wow.
I do. Yeah.
That's cute.
I don't
too.
love it, but it's what it is.
It's a good alternative. I always go with the good old underscore.
Yeah? No?
Yeah.
Underscores are good? Yeah? You makes underscore?
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Funny enough, the user that's called Makes on Twitter has gotten banned like 8 years ago, and they never freed up the username.
That's so weird.
I can't even get it. Yeah.
Oh.
Fun stuff.
This is annoying.
Twitter's the only place I don't have Zone.
What do you have? What is it?
I'm just limited.
Oh,
Never
back
changed-
in the
never
day,
changed
Right,
any of that.
okay.
I wonder if somebody like took your name back then. Because Ironic is so like
It's
unusual.
from the guy's account is like 15 years old.
Oh, wow.
And the only thing he does is he posts like mobile game links.
At least he posts. Every now and then, I like try to get my username on other platforms, and it's like inactive accounts
Yeah.
that haven't like
Yeah.
please.
I on Instagram has
react
been
to
dead
me.
for, not dead, like the account has been dead for like a decade.
Yeah. Makes on Instagram is being held hostage by a guy that keeps toying with me.
Really?
Yeah. I offered like money to buy it,
Yeah.
and he keeps saying like maybe one day.
Oh. I offered money too and I got ghosted.
Yeah, crazy.
Oh, I think this moderator in chat named Elbereth has a suggestion for you.
Okay.
What's he saying?
She should get the username Aya Farts.
Oh my gosh.
No, not this again.
You guys are so funny.
Is this from Classic?
It is.
Classic streams? Okay.
Well, should I? I'll explain it. So I was in a dungeon. I accidentally used an ability I wasn't supposed to, and I kind of went like, sorry, and it sounded like a fart. So now people.
I can't believe you're farting on our
I
sofa
wasn't. So now I'm fart girl. It's horrible.
I'm so sorry for you,
Yeah,
Aya.
that or Daya, because I. Frankly, I don't know which one's worse. Dude, I was doing a dungeon with another streamer, and we didn't know each other. People were going into his chat being like, you know, this girl's known as Daya, right? Like warning.
Oh no.
I was like, come on.
Is your
that
current
is
character
mean.
your highest level character?
No, my highest level was 43, and then I died.
43, okay.
Yeah, it was embarrassing. I like moved my
How-
keybinds around that morning, so I forgot where everything was. So I started panicking,
No.
and I started clicking, and you know the comments were very civil.
Oh. How many times
Sorry.
have you died?
A lot. Oh, like 7, maybe.
Oh, that.
But
didn't Gingy die
7,
more
8?
often than that?
Yeah, Gingy's
Gingy did die
Gingy's
a
died to
lot.
some stupid stuff too.
Yes,
he's a world
he keeps,
first raider.
like,
At
AoE
least-
farming,
At least I have
and
an
then he dies.
excuse. I don't
Okay.
have any accolades. I'm just a
Okay.
person. I'm just a girl. Like I'm just a person. You know, that dude's a world first. You know who else is pretty bad at hardcore? Actually, Nagura.
Yes.
She's pretty terrible too.
Yep.
So
yep.
I don't feel as bad.
Dude, Nagura, she was like playing classic hardcore, and
Yeah.
then she went paragliding, and in her stream title, she still had like exclamation mark death from. I'm like, we were like playing classic, it didn't get changed, so she was live on Twitch saying, paragliding on the mountains, exclamation mark death.
On the front page too, right?
She's been branching
she's
out with her stream
crazy.
content.
I
Oh,
love her
man.
so much.
Her Valentine's Day stream before we did TGP,
Yeah.
she was just on the top of a mountain.
Having a picnic.
Having a
Eating
picnic.
cheese.
And the cheese was frozen.
Yeah.
Frozen.
Man.
Yesterday, she messages me. Obviously, time difference. She is in Italy. She messages me here in like evening time LA. And I'm like, why is she awake? It's like 4 a.m. Surely enough, 20 minutes later, she goes live because she's mountain biking 50 kilometers, which is like, I don't know how many miles, like 25 miles or something, to an appointment that's at 9 a.m.
Why?
And she's streaming it. She is so crazy. I love her so much.
She's on a side quest
She's
over there.
She just decided, you know, I've been doing so many quests in WoW. I'll do some quests IRL too, and she's having a blast. I respect that so much.
Me too. Good for her.
The paragliding death just sends me. It's so bad.
It was funny.
Can you imagine what people thought that I had no idea what the correlation was?
Yeah.
And they see her like in the little thumbnail, like in the air. Crazy. It's crazy. But yeah.
It's good clickbait, at the very least.
Fair enough. Yeah, maybe it was intentional. If so, even more power to her.
Yep. Gotta clickbait them, you know?
What should we clickbait our viewers with? Exclamation mark Mythic.
Yeah, put Mythic in the title. Mythic Liberation of Undermine. That'll get them going.
That's a good idea.
And then exclamation mark Mythic gives you the answer of Raiders are not doing Mythic yet.
Or you
Going
could do
dark.
something like the actual tier list for the Liberation of Undermine.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh. Okay.
Or limits, or Liquid's actual raid comp. No clickbait.
No,
This is
not
what they're
clickbait.
running.
Real. First glimpse at Mythic Gallywix.
Yeah, there you go.
When's the last time that we went into a final encounter knowing as little about the final boss on Mythic as we do now? Because if you look at the dungeon journal for Mythic Gallywix, there's almost nothing.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a while since we've had something like that.
It's exciting. I like it. I like it and I don't like it.
Yeah.
Because you worry that, you know, it'll just be super cursed and we'll need nerfs and
There's a potential for sure. But at the same time, I do like it. Because if you are asking, and it doesn't matter whether it's Liquid or Method or Echo, if you're asking them what their favorite part about the Race to World First is, it's figuring out bosses.
Yeah.
Like, even every time we talk to Max, he goes like, oh, I love it when there's like a puzzle to solve.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I think the less we know about bosses ahead of time, the more they get to do that. So I think it's great.
Mm-hmm.
And it's also like one of the things where other guilds that maybe aren't as strong don't lose out, right? Because like once that puzzle is solved, they can rely on it. So they don't need to like be there first in order to do it. Aya, what are you doing?
Oh, the lights were bothering my eyes.
Oh, okay. She's like over there having like a paper hat on.
And, it worked.
Like, oh, it's good if it works. But yeah, I think that's like one of the things. You know how sometimes we have like bosses that are tuned very hard, and then as soon as the Race World First is over, there's like a bunch of nerfs, and suddenly those are not the same bosses anymore. I don't love that per se, but with stuff like we don't know the end boss, and then we do, like nobody loses out. It's still the same boss.
Yeah, it's a big information game, right? In a number of different ways. Obviously, you have a lot of information from the Mythic raid testing, but because Gallywix wasn't tested, part of the race is being that first guild to get to a new boss that you don't have information on, getting some pulls in, and then using that extra information during the next split to kind of gear a certain subset of characters that you think are going to be good for that boss, and having that information over the other guilds. It's usually what happens when we get into a multi-week tier. That happened back in Nerebar Palace.
Yeah.
Liquid got some good secret pulls in on Queen Ensrek right before the second week on that Monday. So information game is incredibly important. And I mean, one of the other things as well that we've seen a lot of Mythic Raiders talking about is they think more than I've ever seen that there is almost certainly going to be a secret Mythic phase.
Yes.
Whoa, non-ironically?
Tell me more about that.
Which we haven't seen since the Jailer, which is 3 years ago now.
Do we have an inkling of what it might be?
Absolutely not.
I love that. Okay, cool. Maybe they drive or something.
Could you imagine getting
Somebody said that, and I don't like it.
That was Calamar. Sammy!
hopping on your G99 and drifting around in a boss encounter?
Come here.
We're trying to get a dock on the sofa. Hello, my love. Hello.
Come here.
She's like hiding. It's okay. We got a dog.
Light's a little bit too bright.
Yes. I'll help you.
I'm shy today.
Oh,
Maybe
she
it's
sat
the paper
down.
hat.
It
Yeah, Aya's still wearing
it
that.
does look really. It feels better on my eyeballs.
It's fine.
Thank you.
I get it.
You guys,
Wear a hat
chat,
tomorrow.
you guys wouldn't be able to see the dog. She's hiding behind the couch right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But she's still getting plenty of pets, trust
She's
me.
getting secret pets.
Sammy, come on the other side. Come here. My hat.
Oh,
My paper
no.
hat. Oh no. Oh no. Oh my God. I'm falling off the couch now.
Come here. Okay, I'm
We do have
unsuccessful.
A question from chat.
Oh, please
We
do.
want to talk about this because it's a good concept. It's a topic we've covered a little bit before, but I think it's something that we need to keep talking about as more people rotate.
Us having to
into the
repeat
stream.
ourselves during splits? No way.
No, never.
To fill time?
It's kind of a different twist on it. We've talked about splits, but
Mhm.
how do they choose the player/class comps for splits?
Uh-huh.
And that's an important topic to cover because there's a lot of different angles to that, right? There's how do they actually choose the helpers, or how do they choose what characters the actual raiders themselves are going to carry in splits?
Yeah, so before the patch opens, there is PTR testing on the raid. And while they're testing in the raid, they're testing the bosses, but they're also testing damage profiles and abilities, like what they can do, as we are getting joined by the dog Success. Hopefully we can get that on the camera soon. But they also do what we call basically like damage simming. So they all like test on dummies the sheer damage output that each individual class can do. And then they look at the bosses and they're like, what do we need in order to solve the puzzle of this boss? And which classes bring the most DPS? And out of that is where the rate comp comes. Like the suspected rate comes per boss. And then of course the most important one is the one for Galawix, because everything else you can kind of like slot in and out, but end boss is like the real big deal. And then based on that, you decide what kind of splits you want to run.
You gotta help me out. If I stop petting her, she gets upset at me.
Wait, does she?
Yeah.
She gonna paw you?
Do not stop. Continue. How dare you?
I can't even see. She's faced away from me, and I can tell that
She
she's just giving you
stopped
some attitude.
smiling the instant Zyra took his hand away, and now he started again, and she's like smiling again. Very good.
What a good girl. You look nice today, Sammy. Sammy says you guys should donate to the charity, tl.gg/rwf-donate.
That is right.
We are halfway to our first incentive.
Already? It's
Well,
not even halfway through day one.
455. Almost halfway.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would count that.
I want to
as
show off our
halfway.
bingo cards.
I know.
Me too.
I want to see it.
I want to smoke you guys in bingo. I'm very confident in my bingo card.
I'm worried I made mine too hard. I don't know though.
Yeah, me hearing like that Dratnos is mean to Tells as a bingo, I'm like,
That was like my free space.
I'm more
That is very
interested
free.
to see what you guys put in the bingo.
I'm also interested in what everybody else put.
Squares.
Let's do a little like preview. What are some of your favorite ones that you put in? Or maybe like some of the harder ones.
I put Riven's double kneed up.
Interesting.
I thought that was a good one.
Yeah, it is.
He's just like a weirdo.
I
Okay.
have Shakib finds a new vocal stem.
Oh. Does he
Ooh.
do vocals? I guess he
Oh,
does.
Yep. Yep. He does a lot of them.
That was pretty good.
Thank you.
Yeah. Sammy is like, huh?
Pretty good.
You stopped for.
She
I
is
stopped for
so
How dare you?
great.
2
She's
seconds.
Is her breath hot? She's right up in your face.
Yeah, a little bit.
Right up in your face. I have an Atlas Screech. I have that.
I have the 2 minutes in there.
Oh, that's a good one. I haven't heard that in a while. I don't
See, me
think.
neither, but I thought maybe we're bringing it back. Sometimes
Okay.
production does it.
Yeah.
See, now Zyra did it.
Yeah.
Too bad we haven't started yet.
Are you ever in a situation where like nobody knows what that is and you hear 2 minutes and you're like
Yes.
2 minutes, like kind of to yourself because
It's
no
like
one's gonna
a
know what you're talking about.
Pavlovian response to it.
Yeah, I have to.
Well, we are finally ready to unveil Sammy. There she is. She's been getting
here.
pets. It's so great. Yeah.
You're in the camera. Okay,
She's
wait,
over
stop for a
there
sec to show
getting
chat.
loved. She's like, why?
She's like, why'd you
Why
stop?
are you stopping, Sammy?
Sorry.
How dare you?
So yeah, if you love animals as much as we do, consider supporting our charity, the Pasadena Humane Society. They're helping with the pets that have been displaced after the big fires here in LA, the Eaton Fire. And, you know, a lot of homes were burnt down. A lot of pets needed a place to stay for a short time while owners are figuring out their life after all of this tragedy. So they're helping with doing that. They're helping with getting the pets back to their owners, with taking care of them. A big, big, big important part that often gets overlooked because of how hard it is logistically. So if you want to support that, you can head on over to our ! charity and donate there. We're trying to make it fun for you. We have some stretch goals. We have some fun rewards that we're doing, like showing your transmogs, showing your pets on air. but we would really love to raise some good amount for them for the work that they've been doing.
Speaking of our donations and our charity
Ooh.
incentives, we have another $100 donation from Daz.
Whoa.
Thank you very
Pets
much.
Said, love the
That's
stream.
huge.
Love the charity. Sharing my shelter dogs.
Yes.
Oh.
Show us the dog.
Show us the dogs. We have Orla,
Okay.
Bert, Izzy, and Lenny.
I love the
ears.
names. Orla is a great
That
name.
was a good name.
Very unique name.
I also
it a
like
lot.
Bert because we have Bart here.
Bert also tells his cat name. It's a
True,
great,
true.
Yeah.
great pet.
It's a good name.
Very, very cool.
Cute.
Thank you so much for your very
Yes.
generous donation at us. We appreciate it. We appreciate everybody else that has been donating. We also have a transmog in here. I believe that was the one we were
Ooh.
talking
we
about.
do, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Let's show the transmog.
This was the Lord Mez transmog.
Ah.
Beef Daddy X.
Beef
Ah,
Daddy
yes.
X.
Andreas. So this actually is Mez's character.
That's
So
horrible, Mez. Thank you for your donation, but what are you doing, bro?
That is a true PvP transmog.
Honestly, yeah.
this looks like he might have used the randomizer add-on.
No, this is intentionally
Yep.
bad, for sure.
This is intentionally bad. It's all of the colors that are misclashing and then
Yeah.
like the different shapes and illuminations for lack of better words. I do love the name though. Like Beef Daddy X, that name goes incredibly hard.
Yeah, I wonder. So he's on a team with CD, right? His name used to be Tenderloin. I wonder if that's some sort of thematic thing or what. I don't
Yeah,
know.
maybe.
It's good though. Good job, Mez.
Love the pink shirt.
Hate
yeah.
it. What are we rating it?
1 out of 10.
10 out of 10 on the terrible scale.
I'm gonna go with 1 out of 10 also. Sorry, buddy.
I think it's glorious. Gloriously terrible, but glorious.
Also, shout out to Mez. Shout out to our
Thank
Team
you for
Liquid
a
Arena team.
donation.
Got Sidu, Mez. Trill is in the building, of course, and Sam I am. Great guys.
Sammy is going to bite you if you don't continue to pet her.
I cannot
She
stop.
is like
so upset.
What are you doing?
She's like, I don't have to be here, you know.
She doesn't. She's here out of her own goodwill. You show her some love. Thank you so much for your donations, chat. And if you want to donate,